Live, where I'm delighted to say after a little bit of rain this morning the covers were on, but they're actually now off. The players are out warming up and we are due for an 11 o'clock start here on day 2. Now day 1 was a jam-packed day of cricket. 14 wickets fell and a century was scored, so let's remind you of all the main talking points from day 1, and that is through the highlights.
Mead on strike, and from this, he's bowled him, and Mead is bowled, first ball of the season here at Trent Bridge, straight through Mead's defences, and what a start for the visitors.
He's bowling now to Duckett, who carves that away through the offside. That's going to be that will get to the boundary that time. 4 runs, as you can email us on that, as Hadley comes in, took an edge, and he's caught in the slips. Tries again. Duckett this time crashes it, hooks it around.
After this ball from Van der Hoogten comes in, this next one is played.
Shot.
In fact, played down off his feet and through the onside for 4.
As Gorvin tries again, this time gets up, but it's pulled down on the leg side. In fact, it was no more than a push, but it raced to the leg side boundary. Gorvin balls. This time he strays down the leg side.
Lovely.
And that's turned away convincingly for 4 again. 33. Gorvin comes in from the far end. He's bowled him.
Oh,
Clipped the top of off stump.
past the umpire. This next ball again. This time it's played. It's played, in fact, into the offside, and the batsman, he will pick up another boundary as Van Hoogten comes in. Next ball again played, and it's caught square at point.
Comes then round the wicket. Oh, he's bowled him. Well, 2 stumps have been surgically removed, just one left standing.
Well, Hassan bowls again. I don't think that was where O'Neill meant it to go, but he's put it down to 3rd man off the edge.
When 2 or 3 times over the years, it comes in again and bowls, and this is run away to backward point. It's hit firmly, it'll go for 4.
And what did I say? Cut it down through the slips. Don't think there was a chance. Andy Gorvin sprints in. Oh, it's a firm drive. That's a lovely cover drive by O'Neill. It's a lovely way to get to your 50. He's done it in some style there. Gorvin bowls. Oh. And he's bowled him.
Straight through.
Straight through. And O'Neill goes for 59. Fergus O'Neill is facing Hadley again.
Nicked it.
He's gone, yeah, he did nick it. I thought there was a sound. Hadley strikes, gets his 2nd wicket, Nottinghamshire.
This ball is nicked to second slip and he's gone. Tong is out. Another catch for Issa Tribe.
As Zainul Hassan comes in again, he's pushed through past Zainul Hassan. They'll run through for a single. It is a century for Jack Haynes. Nottinghamshire 275 for 9s, but it's Haynes who is the star for Nottinghamshire. Fantastic knock for him. Oh, he's come out of his crease.
He's
Out.
going to get caught, is he? Yes, he is. And that is the end of the Nottinghamshire innings.
He wasn't in the squad for this one. LBW shout here for O'Neill. He's got him. And Tribe goes for 3. Might have kept a whisker low. A fuller delivery from Fergus O'Neill, but it's not taken him long.
Here we go, Fergus O'Neill past the umpire and past the left-handers outside bat, and it's gone to first slip. I've done it.
In now, pulls and faces, clips that away, pulls it around 4 runs on the leg side again.
At the moment, he's past the umpire, and this time it's played into the offsides. And in fact, it's gone for 4 runs. From the Stuart Broad end, comes in, first ball of a brand new over, and that is there, straight through Zainul Hassan's out for 27, crucial wicket.
404 for 6 at home to Leicestershire.
Here's Tung again, and this one again, foolish delivery, but it's punched into the offside, and it's 4 runs there.
Pennington in again to Carlson, and he's cut this away for runs, and this might go for 4. He's played it down to the unprotected 3rd man area and hoping that they'll catch a fish.
Ingram's facing up to Hutton, and he's pulled this one actually, and he's pulled it for 4.
How did the sun?
Hutton.
Balls, yeah.
He comes in, and that's a wicket, is it? Yes, it is. It's a wicket. It's off the outside of the bat, and we were saying earlier, one more wicket.
Although both Hadley and he got 4 wickets. This is defended, and that will be that. That's the end of play at 81 for 4.
So big contributions with the ball from players on both sides yesterday, but with the bat it was one player in the Nottinghamshire innings that really was the crux of that innings, and that man was Jack Haynes. A century for Jack Haynes yesterday, and the Trent Bridge media team caught up with him at the end of day 2, so let's have a listen in and hear what he had to say.
Jack, when I spoke to you last, you said you were excited for our first home game. That's some way to reintroduce yourself to the home support.
Yeah, no, lovely to be back at Trent Bridge. As I said, I was very excited for it. It was a good turnout today, I thought. The atmosphere was good, and yeah, nice to be back on our own home patch.
Yeah, talk us through the moment that you got to your century then. Any nerves, or did you always trust Dill to help you get over the line?
Oh, there was a few nerves. I mean, he helped me out last year against Essex, so I had a bit of faith in him. But no, I misjudged a couple of twos and whatnot, but no, I had a lot of faith in him in the end. The bowlers practiced their batting pretty hard, so yeah, it was nice that he was out there when I got it.
Yeah, and a big celebration as well. Does it mean a lot for you to score a century for this club?
Yeah, of course. I think obviously, I mean, it felt like the biggest thing was it felt tricky out there at times. So to try and post a score, and at one point we looked in a little bit of trouble. I thought Fergie played brilliantly, and we managed to build a decent partnership and swing the momentum back our way. So that was the most important thing really. That was the celebration was probably more for the position we sort of found ourselves in after the position we were in earlier on. So yeah, pleasing.
Yeah, we can come on to that partnership. I think quite a crucial one between you and Ferguson O'Neill. But just to discuss the pace of your innings, was it quite fluent? Was it important to keep the score ticking over while we had those wickets?
I think so. Yeah, it felt like a surface that if you didn't try and put pressure back on the bowler, then you were a little bit of a sitting duck. I thought Fergie played brilliantly, came in and scored quickly straight away, which took a lot of pressure off me. We laugh and joke about his runs for Victoria over the winter, but he's a proper batter, and he showed that today. Yeah,
and what were the discussions that were going on between you and him in the middle, obviously, while we were trying to recover from those morning session wickets?
Yeah, it was just trying to build a partnership really. It felt like the sort of wicket where you got two lads in, you could score quickly. But there's a ball with your name on it at times, so no, it was nice. Always funny back with Ferg. He's pretty relaxed out there, so no, it was good.
Yeah, and something in it for the bowlers, do you think? Obviously, something that would have kept us interested before we came to bowl?
Yeah, definitely. I thought we put a good shift in at the end there as well. I thought all the boys, came in hard. So, yeah, it looks like we're in a nice position heading in tomorrow. And if we can, start well with the ball tomorrow morning, then hopefully we can put ourselves in a good position. Yeah,
you've mentioned Fergus already. He hasn't lost any of his ability since he was here last year. A really, really strong opening spell from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great to have him back. Playing for Notts again. He was obviously brilliant last year. 21 wickets in 4 games, whatever he got. So, hopefully a lot more of that to come.
Yeah, and some serious pace from Josh Tong as well, especially that Yorker to bowl Zainul Hassan. We've got a lot of variety in our bowling attack.
Yeah, definitely. No, he bowled brilliant. It's great to have Tanguy back in the 11. I think everyone knows what he can bring to the side. A bit worried it slip there at times. There was going to be one coming pretty quick, but luckily he bowled him.
Is it a relief that he's on your team?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Lucky enough, I played with Tanguy for a while. Sometimes I faced him in the nets, but I've stayed on the same side of him, so that's a positive.
Yeah, and you've alluded to it already, I think, but plenty has happened today, quite topsy-turvy. I think, what's the approach heading into tomorrow?
I think it's just, what we usually do with the ball. We put the ball in the right area for a long period of time and we'll get a reward. So, trusting the bowlers. They all bowled nicely tonight. So, yeah, we put the ball in the right area for a long enough period of time and, hopefully enough will happen.
So a fantastic innings there from Jack Haynes, his first-class 100 against Glamorgan and his 10th overall. So well done to Jack, and I'm delighted to say that coming over to have a little chat is assistant head coach Paul Franks. Thank you very much for joining us, Franksy. Very nice to see you. How do you feel yesterday? Yesterday went overall 14 wickets in the day in a century. Just a quick sum up of day one from your point of view.
Yeah, obviously they were in command. They had us 100 for 6. Pretty much, and effectively we knew we needed a significant partnership. I thought Jack and Fergus countered that really well and got us to a position where we we thought we were in the game at 275. There was something in the pitch all day for the bowlers, and I thought that the way we bowled later in the day showed that you can control the game in a fashion that is more suitable to what we do. We're trying to go under threes and create strike rate at the same time. So, yeah, a good entertaining day's cricket. Better overheads for bowling today, so we're excited about getting out there and getting stuck in again.
From a batting point of view, first of all, there was obviously wickets falling throughout the day, but the run rate even was quite high. Do you feel that that's played a part in obviously the total that we managed to put on the board?
Yeah, that counter attack in that partnership was really well measured. I thought Jack and Fergus, measured that really well, because the ball was still offering a little bit, but they're both skillful players. And they managed that situation really well. So, yeah, look, I think the outfield was fast. It was running away into the pockets like it can at Trent Bridge if you missed your line or your length. So, yeah, look, like I said, I'm excited to see our guys go this morning, and hopefully we can build quite a substantial first innings lead.
Well, talking about our guys, how players are on the pitch, so I'm going to have to hand over to the commentary team. Thank you very much for joining us, Frank. Say good luck. All right, okay, it's over to your commentary team, Dave Bracegirdle and the crew.
Dark overhead, but floodlights aren't on. And runs for Ingram, and he's going to get a boundary here. Yes, well, we've defied the weather forecast to get underway on time here at 11 o'clock. Rain stopped here just before 10. The ground staff have done really well. Glamorgan 81 for 4 overnight. We're in the first over of the day, bowled by Fergus O'Neill. Already 2 runs from a no ball and a boundary by Colin Ingram. Notts made 279. Glamorgan are 87 for 4. So there we are. That's got that out of the way. And just brought you up to speed. Ingram just playing it carefully wide of the slip cordon, and we're playing on the Bridgeford Road side of the square here. It's quite a short boundary on that side, and Ingram did nothing more really than just angle the bat and get a boundary. So still in this first over of the day. Love to hear from you, as we did yesterday. Lots and lots of people getting in touch, which is great. On Twitter, you can get me at Brace Cricket. On the email, bracecricket@icloud.com. Rob will be just letting you know how you can get in touch with him in just a moment. Fergus O'Neill, penultimate ball of the first over of the day, bowls, and another fine shot from Ingram, but it's Brett Hutton who makes a tumbling stop in the covers. 87 for 4. You're poised to go, Rob. You're poised to go.
Well,
we've got all the updates out the way. Good morning again.
Good morning to you, Dave. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can get me on, or at Rob Phillips here on X, also on Threads and Blue Sky.
Crikey. Ingram on 23. High quality performer. Keeps this one out from O'Neill. So Glamorgan safely negotiated the first over of the day. Ingram 23 not out. Now Andy Galvin, the night watchman, will be on strike. He'll be really trying to be a party pooper here. He'll be trying to spoil the Nottinghamshire progress in this game by sticking around for as long as he can. Notts will be dearly hoping they can knock him over fairly early on and try and make inroads into the middle and lower order. And our card's still showing that Ben Kellaway is due in next, but of course he won't be, Rob.
No, he won't be. He's gone to be assessed with a hip flexor injury. Apparently I was talking to one of the Glamorgan staff this morning who said it was fairly innocuous. He went to bend down to pick up the ball and felt something go, which is not a good sign at all. So Sean Dixon will be the replacement as Pennington comes in from the far end, and Galvin, well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt then. He did hold his bat out there, but it did go past the bat, and no damage done. 87 for 4, still trailing by 192 runs, Glamorgan.
A lot of people was alarmed there, saying there's no commentary coming through on the live stream, but then equally the same people are getting in touch to say they've just refreshed and it is there now. So man, there's no point me saying that, because if you can't hear me say it, then you won't know.
Pennington again, and Galvin lets that go by. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt of a good leave. Lifted his bat above that one.
Thanks to Alistair and T, amongst others, for alerting us to the fact that we didn't have any commentary early on. Keith is delighted that we're underway on time. He says, yesterday, Dave, Brett Hutton's 6, thought I was going to catch it. It seemed to be coming to me all the time, and then just sailed over my head and clattered into the seats behind. But I'm safe at home today, hoping for some early wickets. Thanks, Keith, for getting in touch.
Dylan Pennington in once more from the pavilion end. Touched away on the onside by Andy Galvin, who played 7 matches last season, 9 innings, 1 not out. They take that. 222 runs, a highest score of 50, average of 27.75. As I said, he just had the 1 innings against Yorkshire, where he was out for 1, right-handed. Just tapping the bat on his crease now as Pennington comes in from the far end. Good pace on that one, and that beat the bat just outside the off stump. Decent height on that as well by Pennington. You probably know how tall he is, Dave. I mean, everybody looks quite tall to me, those who know me, but...
Let's say 6'4".
Yeah, I was going to say. That's tall enough for me, don't worry.
I'll have a stab at that. Yeah, he's much taller than me. It's one of those where I have to stand on a box to interview him.
So, fifth ball of his 11th over. Pennington bowls. Gorvin again, it beats the bat. It's difficult to know whether, as a night watchman, he's just holding the bat there or hanging it out to dry. But he's always inside the line at the moment, so that's his way.
They love it, don't they, generally, a night watchman? It's a little bit fearful on the evening portion of the innings, when you first go out there and you've got to survive everything thrown at you and a few snarls as well from the fielders.
Pennington in once more, and that wasn't too far away as well, not too far away from the stumps either. What you would say is that it's slightly brighter this morning than it was when Glamorgan batted late afternoon yesterday and had that tumble of wickets.
The floodlights were on, weren't they, throughout the final session of the day? They're not this morning, and the skies are visibly getting brighter and brighter. A thing we sort of commented on last year, of course, there's a lot of renovations taking place at the famous old pavilion down the far end, and it's going to be a 5-tier building in the end. They're very much hoping that the ground 2 floors, or the ground and the first floor, will be completed in time for the Test match against New Zealand at the end of June.
No work today, though. They obviously don't work Saturdays.
No. The upper portion will take a little longer. Here's O'Neill round the wicket, bowls, and they're claiming it here, and Ingram's remained in his crease, scratching away. Now he's given. The finger goes up very late. He didn't want to acknowledge the fact that he might have got a tickle on that. Not celebrated instantly. O'Neill, in fact, didn't even look at the umpire, just ran down and was engulfed by his teammates. Colin Ingram, well, either he didn't think he'd hit it or was just trying to get away with one there. He didn't move a muscle, looked down, and then started scratching away at his crease. And the next time he looked up, Richard Illingworth says, I see you. And he raised his finger and sent him on his way. So Ingram out, caught Verena, bowled O'Neill for 23, 87 for 5. And I said 5 minutes or so ago, not so obviously Tate knocking over Andy Gorvin, but if they got rid of Ingram, that would sort of be a double bonus.
Well, that's a terrible start for Glamorgan, let's be honest about it. We talked about how they relied on Colin Ingram against Yorkshire, and they were looking for him to do the same today. It's a difficult time for them, 87 for 5. And you look back at yesterday and you just see how important that ton by Jack Haynes was.
Just seeing the replay
everybody
there.
Went up.
Yeah. You'd need Snicker, wouldn't you, to absolutely confirm it? But from the reaction of everybody, they all felt it certainly got an edge. First ball of the...
Good try, Colin. Fair play.
Yeah.
Good try.
Well, some would say that, yeah. First ball of the 35th over, but it's also the first ball of Fergus O'Neill's 8th, and he now has figures of 3 for 12. Made 59 yesterday. So the New Zealand-born Aussie has certainly quickly adapted back to English conditions. New man is Sean Dixon. Remember, left out of this game, played last week against Yorkshire, left out of this game. He was in the squad but didn't make the starting 11. And then, as Rob was filling in the details a little earlier, Ben Kellaway picked up an injury, we think diving in the field, damaged a hip or a thigh, and they've obviously had him medically examined and can't play any further part in the game. The new regulations this year permit a sub to come in and be able to bat or bowl, and Sean Dixon is in there at 7 as O'Neill bowls to Sean Dixon. A little push into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, he's 34, he's born in South Africa, been around a bit. Kent, Durham, Somerset, London Spirit, Gulf Giants as well. So he's got plenty of experience, has Sean Dixon, and don't Glamorgan need an innings-changing innings now, if you see what I mean. A bit awkward to say, but you get the gist.
I've a funny feeling that he's got a place in cricket history, Sean Dixon, as he lets this go to the keeper. Again, you would testify, Rob. I've got no notes in front of me, again, winging it. But I have a funny feeling that Sean Dixon was the last player in first-class cricket to be given out handled ball before they changed the regulations to call it something else, either obstructing the field or something. A funny feeling in his Kent days he was given out handled the ball, and they changed the regulations soon after that. Here's O'Neill in and bowls to Dixon. Again, I've probably got it absolutely round my neck and wrong, but that's one there that somebody might want to look up and confirm or verify. Ellie Macklin's been in. Beg your pardon. Ellie Mackin's been in touch. Hi, Dave. Listening from afar today. Whilst following the super mighty Bantams TM after it trademark promotion push. Great to have cricket back. Wonder what's your opinion on the injury subs? Now you've seen one happen. 87 for 5. Just have a stab at that in a moment, Ellie. Next ball on its way and defended. Out into the offside. We'll have Nas with us in a moment or two, but he's kindly looked that up. Kent batsman Sean Dixon wrote himself into first-class cricket history on Sunday after becoming the 62nd player to be dismissed, handled the ball. Dixon, playing in just his 14th first-class game, was sent on his way after swatting away Leicestershire seamer Ben Rain's delivery, which was rolling back towards his stumps. So there we are. That was... don't know what year that was. It was 2016. Now, whether he was the last one or not, there's O'Neill bowling and well defended by Dixon. O'Neill this time asking. Thanks, Nas. Very good of you to look that up. So whether he was the last one or not, I seem to think he was, and then they changed the rules after that. But at least I've got the right fella. End of the over, a successful one for O'Neill, who's now 8 overs, 3 for 12. Glamorgan 87 for 5.
Of course, you're allowed to kick the ball away or even hit it away, but it says here his instincts saw him reach down and swipe it away, breaking law 33. Leicestershire wicketkeeper Niall O'Brien led the appeal, and the umpires had a little bit of a consultation. Had no option but to send Dixon to the changing rooms without scoring, and he was the 5th batsman to be given out in this way in the county championship, and just the 2nd since 1965. And previous player to suffer that fate as Pennington comes in to the night watchman Gorvin, who successfully defends, was Cheteshwar Pujara, who Derbyshire's Indian overseas player against Leicestershire in 2014. So there we are. In fact, I can give you the others. Here we go. Charles Wright, Nottinghamshire against Gloucestershire,
Yes.
1893.
Yes,
Were you there
yes,
for that, Dave?
yes, he was the first. He was the first, Charlie Wright. Down at Kent somewhere?
Gloucestershire, it
Oh,
says
right,
here.
okay, wrong, yep.
Khalid Ibudullah, or Warwickshire against Hampshire,
Yeah,
as
Billy-
Gorvin lets that one go past by Pennington. That
Yeah.
was in 1963,
Yeah.
and there's a Glamorgan connection, of course. Alan Rees for Glamorgan against Middlesex in 1965. So they are the 5 players, including Sean Dixon, who have gone out, been dismissed, handled ball.
And is that
You
up,
learn something new every day, do
is
you
that
not?
up to speed? Because I think he was the last, and then they changed the regulations, so
Yeah.
he'll always have his place in cricket history there.
He
won't
will.
he? So there's one for you, Rob. You can file that for the next time you see him bat.
87 for 5, Pennington in. Gorvin, it's got a bit behind that, but straight to mid-off.
I'm being rude. We said we'd attend to Ellie's query. What are our opinion on injury subs? I think the concern was that perhaps one or two might just take liberties and want to, they've got to be. They've got to look out for somebody trying a fast one, haven't they? On a turning wicket, perhaps bringing in a spinner in place of a medium pace all-rounder or whatever. But I think it's fine.
As Pennington comes in again, Gorvin had a swish at that, but he went past his bat.
But it has happened rather more already in the first and second round of matches than
I mean,
I thought it might.
let's be honest. All sporting organisations, no matter what the sport, will try and find ways around various laws and rules. And you've seen goalkeepers frequent in football now. Goalkeepers go down after an hour.
Well, yeah. Well, 20 minutes in each half. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's right, yeah. I've got no great qualms about the substitution, I have to say. Pennington faces Gorvin. Gorvin faces, sorry, and he plays that to fourth slip.
Yeah, getting the like for like one is the tricky one, as we saw yesterday with Somerset away at Chelmsford. They didn't have a spare batter, if you like, to replace Cola Cadmore, so Will Smead was summoned from Abergavenny, where apparently he'd scored a century and a double hundred in the 2 innings, so it's coming towards the end of the game. But talk about pick a man in form in second 11 cricket. Quite,
yeah. Pennington in once more. Gorvin lets that one go harmlessly by. He is still on naught after 21 balls, but a night watchman doesn't have to worry too much about that. And Dixon yet to get off the mark either. Yeah. And it's 87 for 5.
I suspect his mission this morning is stick around for as long as you can, try and blunt the threat of O'Neill and Pennington. But
although there's Josh Tong to come, as we saw last night,
and Brett Hutton, who've got a wicket, got the wicket of Carlson. Brilliant work from Verena, taking a catch standing up to the wicket, and Verena's added to that this morning.
What I do think on the substitution is that it may force counties to bring more than 12, 13 players to away games.
Fergus O'Neill bowling, and strikes him on the pad. Sean Dixon, fancy that was outside the line. O'Neill did have an LBW yesterday, ace a try, but I just wondered if there was a review system in for Tribes LBW, what they would have adjudicated on. It was very close to hitting him outside the line, but it may well have been umpire's call, as the umpire stuck the finger up. He may well have had to go anyway, but we don't have that in the county championship. We don't have that technology, and Ace of Tribe had to go. O'Neill's got 3, bowling beautifully. In once more, bowls, and he's got another one. Dixon has nicked this behind, and Sean Dixon now is hanging around, and now he's sent on his way. What is it with Glamorgan and not walking? Dixon gets a duck, and O'Neill has 4 for 12, and Nottinghamshire have their second bowling bonus point. Glamorgan stuck rooted on 87. They've lost this morning. Ingram 87 for 5 when he went, and now Sean Dixon out, an 7-ball duck for Sean Dixon, caught by Verena, bowled O'Neill.
Well, they just won't walk, will they?
Turned his back on the umpire, didn't he?
Did, yeah. So Sean Dixon yet to fire again for Glamorgan. You've got to say O'Neill's bowling really well. And this is looking ominous now, is it not? 87 for 6.
Sean Dixon has a first-class record of 17 against Notts, 13 here at Trent Bridge, and that that's going to take even more of a dip after that duck, and that's for, as we were saying, that's for Kent and Durham and Somerset, and now indeed Glamorgan. Just you'd probably look at his record against other counties, and he's probably up in the 40s and the 50s against some other counties, but against Notts he's never really done it. Of course, he had a brilliant individual performance in the T20 quarter-finals last year for Somerset, didn't he? He got them over the line and into finals day. But in the championship, certainly against Nottinghamshire, I can't remember seeing him score any meaningful runs ever.
No, it's and he's had a tough time of it since joining Glamorgan. Only 2 games in, of course, plenty of time this summer. But that's 3 points each so far, and Glamorgan staring at a bit of a calamity here as Chris Cook, experienced player again, of course. He's 39, the South African, great servant for Glamorgan, and he's got some rescue work to do here.
Yeah, and in contrast to Dixon, I have seen as much of Chris Cook batting as I ever want to do. I saw him bat for a whole day at Cardiff in 2017.
That'll do today.
O'Neill bowls. This is into the thigh pad of the Glamorgan keeper. In a slot lower, of course, because of the use of the night watchman. He's come in at number 8 in the order. Who have we got left? Van der Hoekten, Mason Crane and Ryan Hadley. The three bowlers, or three of the bowlers yesterday, but particularly Van Oakton and Hadley, shared 8 of the 10 wickets between them. It is a ground where Hadley has generally gone well with the ball, but Ryan spelt very different to the great Richard. O'Neill looking for 5, and there's, well, certainly from here, that looked as close as anything we've seen this morning, but he quickly pulled out.
High, maybe.
Yeah, he pulled out. In fact, he's apologising to umpire Ealing with his mate. 87 for 6. 3 catches for Verena, 4 wickets for O'Neill. Glamorgan 192 behind. Yes, it was a little high. You're absolutely spot on. The eagle-eyed Rob Phillips. First and foremost, Glamorgan want to make sure they avoid the follow-on. This one.
Well, it's a long way off at the moment, isn't it?
Well, it's 43 runs.
Yeah, 87 for 6.
Not saying that Notts would enforce it, but they'd love to be in a position where they had a first innings lead of 150 or so, having been.
Well, in these conditions,
for 6,
why wouldn't they? Do you not think they wouldn't?
Well,
they would enforce it.
I guess it takes. It depends how long it takes to get these 4 wickets. Might still be going at tea time or beyond. Pitched up, driven back. O'Neill took all the pace off it. It goes through to Hamid, and that's another excellent over from Fergus O'Neill. 9 overs, 6 maidens. 4 for 12 off the back of a half century. He's some cricketer, this fella, and my opinions of him last year I didn't think could be any higher, but he's had another great winter with Victoria, and he's come back here. Sometimes players take a game or two just to adjust from flying from one side of the world to the other. O'Neill runs and wickets already.
Well, Andy Gorvin is still there stoically, yet to get off the mark. 21 deliveries.
He wants to get through.
He'd love to be last man out, wouldn't he? Pennington hears him from the pavilion air. No, not far away from touching that. You keep listening for a snick, don't you, every time he puts his bat. It's been a good line by Pennington. In fact, at the moment, he's just too good to get the snick.
He wants the full experience, Andy Gorvin. He wants to face Tong as well.
He just does a little hop and a skip on his crease.
He would have faced Houghton last night, I think, last over of the day. I don't think he faced Tong. I think he'd just come out of the attack.
4 slips waiting to devour whatever comes their way as Pennington bowls off the pad, but again, I think that was down the leg side.
It's a little bit like Taunton last week. Pennington didn't have all the luck in the world. He's still without a wicket, but then he got the last 4 to go down on the second morning. And of course, Josh Tong's got a reputation for hunting for apple pie. Beg your pardon, rabbit pie. Yes. A bit of apple pie to follow. Rabbit pie knocking over.
I like both.
Yeah. The last few wickets.
Pennington in from the far end. Straight back that time from Gorvin. Oh, he thought about a run then because it just trickled behind him. But there was a fielder there at short leg, Fergus O'Neill, or square leg.
Got a bit of blue sky, Rob. Just to your right.
Good spot, Dave. Good spot.
It's coming this way, so all is good with the world.
Gorvin waits. Pennington bowls. Took a swing at that one, and he's got a touch, and he's caught behind. Another catch of Varane, and Pennington gets his first wicket. And that's the end of the night watchman, Andy Gorvin, for a duck. 24 balls he lasted, and Glamorgan now in desperate trouble. 87 for 7. Remember, Notts made 279.
Trying to pull it away. Fancied it was a rare scoring opportunity there, Andy Gorvin. He batted in all for over half an hour, faced 25 balls. It was dogged resistance for the first 24 of them. Then his eyes would have lit up at seeing a short one drifting down the leg side. Went to pull it, just getting a replay here in the commentary box, and It's just either the bat handle or the very top of the bat there, maybe even a bit of glove, but well taken by Verreynne, who again does the spectacular things without any fuss whatsoever. Verreynne, it was the foot movement, he could see where the ball was going, and he was already in a good position down the leg side to take a comfortable catch. And
that's 4 catches for Verreynne now, isn't it?
Yes.
This innings.
It is indeed. So 87. I think the Aussies call it the devil number, don't they? Do the Welsh call it the devil number? 87 for 5, 87 for 6, 87 for 7.
It's the devil number for Glamorgan at the moment, let's put it that way.
Horrible start to day 2 for Glamorgan. Terrific one for Notts. This morning we began at 81 for 4, so it's effectively 6 for 3 as Nasser Hanif comes and joins us from the commentary box. Morning, Nass. How are you, fella?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you very much, Dave. And all this before we've seen Josh Tongue.
Wonder if we will see Josh Tongue. Were you in the same nightclub as Rob?
I don't think I was. No, I wasn't. So amazing morning's worth of cricket here. It's just the game has just rattled along, hasn't it? All these wickets, and a good chance we'll get a result, hopefully. Weather stays away.
So Tim van der Hoogten, after his 4 wickets in the Nottinghamshire innings, has to do the business with the bat now. And I don't envy him out there. It is getting lighter. There's more blue sky now than even when Dave mentioned it a couple of minutes ago. But it's Glamorgan are finding this really tough against the champions. Pennington in. Van der Hoogten fends that off short on the leg side.
Yeah, it feels like, Rob, all the damage has been done, hasn't it? Colin Ingram especially going out early. He was a key, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think Kieran Carlson last night as well, the captain.
Yeah.
Who's able to keep the scoreboard ticking. They just haven't been able to do that this morning.
No.
And I just wonder whether they're fearing a follow-on.
Yeah, and it does appear to be getting a little bit lighter, which will help.
Pennington looking for his 2nd wicket in. Van der Hoogten fended at that, but straight through to Verreynne, who is having a wonderful match behind the stumps.
Yeah, and it looks as though the sun is definitely going to come out. It definitely, as we sort of look across to where all the building work is going on, and the Stuart Broad end.
87 for 7.
It's going to be O'Neill to continue. 4 wickets.
Yeah, Cakewood says Fergus is the next big thing in Aussie seamers. All the media down there say, "Oh, Fergus O'Neill, is he quick enough?" And repeatedly through the winter, I saw that sort of against his name. They all wonder if he's quick enough. I tell you what, if you keep finding the edge, or you keep finding that front pad, you're good enough.
Yeah, certainly are. Here he comes in again, Fergus O'Neill, and this one again played comfortably by Cook in front of him. Sun definitely coming out this morning.
Paul has been in touch at bracecricket at iCloud.com. Good morning, everybody. Enjoying the commentary and the live pictures. Dave, can you say hello to my daughter Gracie, who goes back to Loughborough University today after her Easter break? Looking forward to a bit of peace and quiet to watch her Notts win. Of course I can. Enjoy Loughborough University, Gracie. I'm sure you'll have a great time.
O'Neill past the umpire, this time played leg side by Cook, and that'll get him off the mark.
Going back on a Saturday. It is Saturday, isn't it?
It is Saturday.
All day.
Yeah.
All day, yeah.
Last weekend completely did for me, actually, with sort of a 4-day bank holiday. I thought every day was sort of Sunday. Didn't help at all, really.
Yeah, some schools are still off. I think they'll be going back on Monday, Tuesday. As O'Neill gets himself ready, and in he comes. He's past the umpire, and here he is. These balls, and that one's past the outside edge as it got through to Verreynne again. No shots from the slip cordon, but nothing doing this time. Looking for that Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I think it was pad they were appealing for. Incredibly, the the weather has just changed like that, hasn't it, over the course of 3 or 4 deliveries?
There's the suntan oil.
Yeah. It's always a better experience watching cricket in the sunshine. We've got the windows closed here. This doesn't happen very often, gents. Nas has been here a few times, as you know. We normally like to enjoy the full fresh air experience.
Indeed I do, as Fergus Walsh comes in, and this time Fergus O'Neill. I don't know where I got Fergus Walsh from, but Fergus O'Neill. Fergus Walsh.
Come on, who's Fergus Walsh?
Was
he the SWAT in your school?
No, he wasn't.
Isn't he a BBC correspondent? Or am I thinking of
Fergus? He's the
Is
BBC.
it?
He's the BBC health correspondent, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, that's where that one comes from.
That was right out of the recesses, you have to say.
I know.
How many Ferguses can one person know?
But yeah, it's Fergus O'Neill.
Certainly is.
11 on his back as he comes in past the umpire. Bowls again, and this one.
Ooh,
that kept really low, didn't it?
Yeah.
Very low. Delivery just past the outside of the off stump and through to the slip cordon.
He's found a bit of the strip there that nobody else has found. It
Well,
was
I
very
was gonna
wide.
say, oh, maybe that was the spot they were looking at lunchtime yesterday. And he homed in on that.
They used to call it a pea roller. Is it a pea roller? Is that the term?
I think in Australia, did they call it a mully grubber in Australia? Something like that. When it shoots along the ground, scuttles along. Mully grubber.
Here's O'Neill again, and this time, again, it's played correctly and forward by Van der Gugten, who's still to get off the mark. Glamorgan, 88 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Helicopter's just gone over the Batman board in the distance. Those Nottingham City tours just gaining in popularity. There it is, look, over in the distance.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a Nottingham City tour, in case anybody thinks. It's
I was going to say, that's quite niche.
My good lady had that ant and deck thing on last night, and they were jumping out of aeroplanes. That's a good thing, isn't it? Throwing Mo Farah out of an aeroplane. There you go. Have some of that, sir.
I don't know what Mo has done to you, but
No, it was. I was flicking between the golf and the football on the various screens, but she has to have a jungle stuff on.
So Cook waits for Pennington from the pavilion end. And he had a little nibble at that, but went past the bat. 88 for 7.
Grand National today, a little later on. Let's have. None of us are in a position to to go and. I don't know. You guys might be au fait with doing stuff online. I certainly wouldn't do it. I don't know one end of a horse from another, almost literally. But let's have all you people letting us know who you're backing.
Pennington bowls. Cook gets a straight bat to that. Forward to mid-on.
You tend to get it, Rob, after the race is over. Oh, having a good day, just won the National. Yeah, you tell us beforehand, not afterwards.
I hear there's plenty of Welsh interest. Rebecca Williams, the Pembrokeshire trainer, and of course Sean Bowen, the champion jockey, is riding in it. That's about the extent of my knowledge on horse racing.
Me too.
Pennington 1 for 30 comes in again. Cook waits, and firm drive that time is going to be cut off.
Yeah, I can't claim to be an expert on horse racing, although I went to Cheltenham once.
Very nice, in your top hat and tails, no doubt. Mind you, Rob, we have had a horse racing conversation already this morning, haven't we? Postcode Pam downstairs on reception was telling us all about the staff sweep, and she's got Oscar in the big race. Nice to see Postcode Pam.
I will say, for this county, what a lovely welcoming face to when you're new here. As Pennington comes in, Cook has to keep that down, actually, and he did, down towards fourth slip where Brett Hutton.
Oh, it'll be different tomorrow. Postcode Pam's having the day off, and Jackie's on tomorrow. Oh, she's Miss Trunchbull. Oh. She'll be... No, she's not. She's lovely. They're both lovely. But it is nice to hear that people coming to the ground are being looked after and getting a nice reception. The stewards here as friendly as they've always been.
Pennington bowls. Again, that one gets up off a length in front of Cook, but successfully avoids it. Well, the parking man at the Notts Sports Ground.
What did he say? If you're working with Brace Girdle, good luck.
I downloaded the tickets last night, or on Thursday night for yesterday. It didn't work, but he let me in, and today he was absolutely astonished that it actually worked this time. That you have to show the little scan the little app. Pennington in, Cook out on the onside. He's going to get one to wide mid-on.
Yeah, they're generally very friendly. I mean, I've not brought my car this time round, but first impressions matter a lot, don't they? First impressions.
Me too.
You see, you're scoffing me here. Andy Easham's been in touch with a poster for Nottingham helicopter flights. Doesn't say how much, Andy, but yes, you can hire a helicopter, or you can go up in one. Should we hire a helicopter at the end of the match? Thank you, Andy.
We may have a couple of days to kill the way this is looking. 89 for 7, trailing by 190 runs. Of course, the following can be enforced with a deficit of more than 150.
A little bit breezy out there. You can just see, can't you, some of the players' shirts sort of waffling a little bit as O'Neill comes in. This next delivery outside the off stump of the batsman in question, who is Cook, who's made 2 so far.
I'm not sure waffling is the word you're searching for. I know you were looking at me and said waffling.
No.
It's word association, Nas, isn't it?
It is. I can't remember the word I was thinking of, actually. It was
Ruffling?
ruffling, probably.
How about that?
Yeah.
Can't get out of the 80s, can they, Glamorgan?
O'Neill in again, past the umpire. This time it's played forward by Cook. No run there. Ball goes back to Hasib Hamid.
Who did you natter to last night, Rob?
I spoke to Tim van der Hoogten, who's out there now. Lovely guy. First time I've met him. And pleased with the way he bowled. Felt Haynes was full of praise for Jack Haynes' century. And thought Glamorgan had a tough morning ahead, and he's been proved right.
Here's O'Neill again. Next time, this delivery played leg side by Cook. There's no run there.
Yes, those watching the live stream from about 15 minutes before the start of play each day, Aaron Lord will run you through the highlights of the previous day in the interviews. Jack Haynes was on there this morning, and obviously a very happy man to get a century yesterday. That's 500s in 15 matches for Notts.
So a tiny bit of sun has gone away as O'Neill comes in again. This time it's again played leg side by Cook. Again, no run there. 89 for 7, Glamorgan. All the damage being done by Fergus O'Neill this morning. 4 wickets to his name.
John Shaw. Hello, Dave. We were on a train in Italy a few years ago and got talking to a lad sitting near us. He told us he'd been to India and Pakistan. He got up to get off the train before Rome and pulled a cricket bag down from the luggage rack.
O'Neill in again. This time it's squirted into the offside. No run there, going to point.
I asked him all about it, and he said he played cricket for Italy. Unfortunately, he had to alight then. I didn't have time to ask him of his impressions of your career representing Italy. Listening from near Bangkok, enjoying the commentary and the Notts performance, John Shaw. He'd have needed a very long memory, John, to recall my time with the Azuri back in 1992. But lovely memories of that, and glad you enjoyed your trip.
O'Neill in again. This time again it's played leg side, and they'll scamper through for a single, taking the score on to 90 for 7.
Yeah, they're out of the 80s into the nervous 90s. Took them a while. Started the day at 81 for 4. They're now 90 for 7. Glamorgan.
Yeah, end of the over there. It's Brett Hutton who's going to come into bowl next.
Yeah, so Pennington out of the attack. 1 for 31 from 14 overs for Dylan Pennington. Got rid of the stubborn, frustrating night watchman Andy Galvin. Out for a 25-ball duck this morning. One of those to fall with the score on 87.
Yeah, Brett Hutton, 1 for 28 yesterday from 9 overs. and troubled the batsman. He was he's going to come in from the pavilion end. He managed to get Kieran Carlson a vital wicket, I think, caught behind by Carver-Wren, who's having a wow of a game so far. Plenty coming his way, and he's snaffling everyone up as Hutton comes in for his first ball of the day. Cook faces solid enough into the covers, no run, 90 for 7.
They're playing in 8 of the 9 county championship matches, all 5 in Division 1, 3 in Division 2. The one place they aren't playing, Kent will be very pleased, I think, that it's raining in fact it's bad light officially at Canterbury, because Northants 437 for 1 at the end of the first day, so Kent will be hoping it stays gloomy, I think, for the rest of the weekend.
Hutton bowls, and Cook, oh, he's got a touch and he's gone. Caught in the slips. It was Jack Haynes who caught that one, and it gets worse for Glamorgan. That's 90 for 8. And Chris Cook makes his way forlornly back to the dressing room.
Yeah, it's not been a morning that the visitors will want to look back on too fondly. From 81 for 4, 90 for 8. My maths are never the great, but I bet that 9 for 4 this morning in 3/4 of an hour. And I mean, that alone tells a story of how tough it's been. 9 runs in 45 minutes, but lost 4 wickets as well. And Brett Hutton, seemingly, he's only got to turn his arm over and he gets a wicket. Got Carlson last night when he came into the attack, and now has Chris Cook, and you know, almost literally they are down to 9-10 Jack.
Yeah, Mason Crane, Ryan Hadley. That's what they're left with.
Yeah. Well, I've got a little stat about Mason Crane that David Battersby has sent me. And initially he said this: did you know, Rob Phillips, that in first-class cricket, Mason Crane has batted in every position in the batting order except at number 8? And then that was yesterday. Today he updated it. I've just spoken to Mason before play. It's number 7, not number 8.
You hear about footballers saying, I've pretty much played in every position barring goal. I don't think I've heard a cricketer say I've batted in every position bar 7 before, but let's hope if that's on his bucket list.
It's a claim to fame, is it not?
Let's hope it happens for Mason. He's coming in at 10 here. Sheffield Outlaw says, Dave, Joe and I, that's his son, Joe and I were planning to come along and watch for the full day tomorrow. We've decided we'd better get on with it and get there today, so we're on our way. That's the Sheffield Outlaw. Lovely to hear from you. Yeah, been that sort of morning, hasn't it, Glamorgan?
Oh, we've played 45 minutes and it's been carnage, hasn't it?
Yeah. Game has really rattled along at breakneck speed.
And I suspect that, well, what's the betting on a follow-on now then? Hutton in, buoyed by that wicket. And Crane gets off the mark with Tickle square on the leg side for 1 run.
You'd think the bowlers would be still pretty fresh. I mean, tongue hasn't been used this morning.
No, I mean, it's...
The one thing we haven't got that they have in the dressing room is a really accurate weather forecast. And if Notts know that it's going to be okay for the rest of today and the forecast is to be fine tomorrow and Monday and there's plenty of time in their hands, I think they'll bat again. If there are going to be a lot of interruptions, they might just say, let's try and get it done with.
Yeah, Hutton bowls, Van der Hoogten defends that. Again, tickles it away on the leg side, square leg comes in. And there's no run. 91 for 8, Glamorgan.
You know, everybody you speak to has a different weather app, or you know, they look at the tea leaves or stick their thumb out the window or whatever. But everybody will tell you something different. But they tend to be spot on in cricket dressing rooms.
Hutton bowls and it whistles past Tim van der Hoogten's off stump, but well clear of those stumps.
And certainly I would guess with the likes of Hutton, Pennington and O'Neill, they're not under any sort of bowling restrictions, or their number of overs aren't being as closely monitored as, say, Josh Tong. And the fact that Notts haven't used Josh Tong, and if they can get away without using him, that might be a bonus for them.
And the Houghton faces up into the leg side. Again, no run. So 91 for 8. It's not getting any easier for Glamorgan. What I would say, well, according to my weather app, I think we're in the clear now until 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
But you can't see the sky changing much from this.
No, that's the other thing.
And it's still pretty good conditions to bowl in, I would say.
Yeah.
Josh Tong actually just come back onto the field. I didn't realise he'd popped off, but maybe he's going to put his bowling boots on. Can I say a very heartfelt and huge thank you to Michael and John Golder, who've this morning brought me up the 2026 edition of the Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual as ever, published by the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. There's a lot of wonderful people that go to producing this and writing it, putting it together every year. Some brilliant photographs. The complete read on anything to do with Nottinghamshire, both the county, the second 11, the various age groups, the Blaze, and all their associated clubs as well.
Fergus O'Neill, and this next ball is punched into the onside.
I don't know if the comms cam can pick it up, but Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White on the front. There it is, now available in the shop and on reception and available from the Cricket Lovers Society. It's a tenner, but you've got a summer's reading in there, everything to do with last year and the title win, of course. And again, we'll make no bones about plugging that as often as we can.
Fergus O'Neill, this next delivery is safely kept out.
Did you know you're on comms can, Nass?
I didn't actually.
That's why we stuck Rob at that.
Thought you might have combed your hair, Nass. Thought you might have combed your hair.
Rob was in makeup this morning. I mean, that's what happens when he's doing stuff for BBC Wales.
I've got a face for radio, been told it often enough.
Fergus O'Neill, next delivery is just safely played out by Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, but it's lovely. It's it's something that they enjoy putting together, but the end results are always terrific, and there's always lots to read, lots of articles, and just literally everything you want to know. If you're statistically minded, there's all the Notts stats and milestones in there. There's a report on every game from last year. Sun
out here as O'Neill comes in. This one squirted into the offsides square, and they'll pick up another single.
I was quite intrigued when they said, one of the brothers said to me when they popped up earlier, it's a bit thicker than normal. Well, obviously, because you're champions, there's much more to talk about. But they're brilliant. I've got gifted the Glamorgan one last week. Yeah. It was available for any media who wanted it, and when I get back, I'll be reading.
Here's Fergus O'Neill again, this time. Again, kept out by Crane.
Because it's also a promotion celebrating book.
Of course, yeah.
After their promotion from Division 2.
Yeah, I think for a while it looked like, I think it always looked like Leicestershire were going to be up there at the top, but it was almost an all East Midlands affair, wasn't it? Because Derbyshire had a great first half to the season, and Glamorgan, game by game, sort of clawed it back, and then worthy runners-up in the end.
So O'Neill coming in to complete his over, this time played leg side past the outside of the bat. End of the over. Glamorgan 93 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, partnership still relatively fresh. They've added 3 from 10 deliveries, but that's a sorry tale, really, a sorry scorecard that we're seeing there. Zainul Hassan's 27, the top score, 26 from Carlson, 23 from Ingram, but then that Norton 3, Gorvin, Dixon and Cook earlier, the openers out for just 4 runs between them. You wouldn't have thought that we'll get to this stage of the match or this stage of the innings and nobody's reached 30 for Glamorgan.
Yeah, it's been disappointing as Van der Hoogten takes guard against Hutton, waits now, and Forces that back to the bowler.
Lots of nice little milestones in there as well. Verena with his catches behind as well. 4 so far.
Yes, he's... I know I'm biased, but he's as good as any for me. Carl Verena. South Africans have got a diamond there.
Hutton balls. Oh, Van Houten. He played at that, but he went through to the aforementioned Verena, who's been busy, it's fair to say, and looks very tidy. I will say, Dave, that you were singing his praises early on yesterday, and he looks all about himself, as we might say. Quite a diminutive figure, but very tidy behind the stumps. Hutton balls. Again, he's called into action. Just throws the ball up. Not too far from his gloves. And then straight into the slips. No run. Ben Duckett gives it a bit of polish and then starts the relay of the ball back to the bowler. Liam Patterson-White is at first slip. Duckett is at second slip. And who's that? Jack Haynes at third slip, who's already taken a catch. Hutton balls. Van der Hoogten moved forward a little then. A shot from behind the wickets, but I think he got a touch on that.
Morning to Sammy Wells, who's been in touch on the old Twittery thing on X. Morning, Dave and everybody. This game rattling along at rapid speed now. It feels as if Notts could even have this wrapped up by the time Forest kick off tomorrow afternoon. I don't know if that's sort of said with intent, if you're planning on going to both, but thank you.
Van der Hoogten definitely played at that, had a nibble, but it went past the bat again.
The brothers were trying to explain the intricacies of the Forest ticket exchange to us this morning when they popped up to say hello. They got tickets for tomorrow, but obviously, the devoted cricket fans, the devoted Forest followers. But I think if the game here was sort of at a crucial moment, they might not go across the road, and vice versa.
Hutton balls again. Van der Hoogten, that's forced past the stumps, and it's beaten the forlorn dive of mid-on.
Josh Tong.
Josh Tong, yeah. He went down in instalments.
He did. He went down like a giant redwood there being felled.
Did then. So another one to Van der Hoogten. He moves to 2 off 18 balls. Crane on 2. Is this a revival, I wonder? 94 for 8.
He's got the red socks on. Josh Tong there. Down on the ground in a fairly unglamorous pose with his cricket trousers riding up to show his socks. O'Neill's been going since the start of play, hasn't he? It's 5-12. Often the trouble for a captain when a bowler's got a 4 for, just wants to keep going, doesn't he? But
well, he's got a couple of wickets today as well, hasn't he? So
there's no reason to bring him off, really. 12
you try
overs,
and get the ball off.
Yeah, 4 for 16.
Yeah, he wants to get his 5th wicket, and he's going to start a brand new over now. He's past the umpire. Here he comes. Next delivery, it's played actually into the covers, and Hasib Hamid will pick that ball up, and they'll cross over for 2 more runs, 2 more further additions to the total.
Of course, he bowled a no ball as well earlier this morning, but if you know, in an ideal world, Notts would like to get this done and dusted without resorting to Josh Tong, and that's nothing against Josh Tong. It just means that they can perhaps use him a little more in the second innings, as and when that comes round, or might not have him to have to sit out a future game if he's not got his number of overs in.
So 3 slips waits as this next delivery is played leg side by Van der Hoogten. He's on 4. Crane is on the other side. Mason Crane, he's made 2. Glamorgan are 96 for 8.
Yeah, still trailing by 183.
Yeah, a long way to go, yeah.
You have to say Van der Hoogten is not a rabbit by any means.
No,
he can swing the bat. But in these circumstances, that's not quite the order of the day.
Here comes O'Neill again. And this next delivery is, again, it's played leg sides, and the There'll be no run there.
That is the same phone signal that my partner has when she texts me or WhatsApps me.
It feels as though we're coming up to the, well, approaching the hour mark. Near as. Glamorgan 96 for 8. Terrible morning for them, losing a slash of wickets as this next delivery again, it's squirted past the third slip and it's going to go to the boundary. 4 sneaky, streaky runs there.
That's not where he meant it to go, was it?
And the 100 is up. The 100 is up for Glamorgan. 100 for the loss of 8 wickets for Glamorgan. Van der Gugten onto 8 as the sun again threatens to come out. And does in fact come out.
Well, little successes.
Yeah, landmark 100 for Glamorgan.
Partnership between these two of 179 from here would do just nicely.
O'Neill comes in again, and this time it's left alone outside the off stump and appeals from the slip cordon, but no. Yeah, sun certainly shining in the middle of the wicket this morning. As Nottinghamshire look to wrap up things here quite quickly and get the game moving in their favour, although it's pretty much in their favour so far from certainly the first hour or so of play this morning. O'Neill comes in again, and this time it's played beautifully, in fact, past Hasib Hamid, although he's going to pick it up in the offsides at long off, and straightish drive.
That was probably the most convincing shot of the morning so far. It was a beautiful off drive, which probably deserved 4, but didn't quite have the legs to beat Hamid.
End of the over. That off drive. Glamorgan 102 now for the loss of 8 wickets, and Van der Gugten hanging around on 10. He's into double figures. Crane, he's going to be facing up the next delivery. Mason Crane, he's on 2.
Is that Josh Tong warming up there on the just a deep point?
Yes,
a good point.
O'Neill's been bowling for an hour now, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Hutton bowls, and Mason Crane dabs that down into the offside, where Tong picks up, no run. 102 for 8, still the deficit 177. Another 27 runs and it'll take the follow-on out of the equation. Mason Crane, his 6th delivery, fends that off, bit of pace on that, but cut off by Tong. Backward point, no run, 102 for 8. And it's clear we're heading for a Radio Nottingham update very soon, so Dave will come into his own.
Yes, we're into the midday news. We're past the yard arm now, as they say. Just past midday as Houghton from the pavilion end bowls. This one just rears up, strikes Mason Crane amidships, runs out onto the offside, no run. Jack Haynes wanders across from third slip to pick the ball up, and then just showing how cold it is, thrusts his hands straight back into his pockets, just trying to keep them warm. It's Pennington actually,
it's Pennington, yeah, I just noticed, sorry, yeah.
Loosening up. Houghton once more strikes him on the pad and given another wicket, and this time Mason Crane out for 2. Brett Houghton nice and full and just playing a little loose round the ball there. Mason Crane struck on the front pad in front and he's gone, and Glamorgan lose their 9th wicket, so Notts get maximum bowling bonus points. Glamorgan 102 for 9 and they're still 177 behind. Here is that update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Yes, and what a dramatic morning's cricket we've had here for Nottinghamshire. The defending county champions rearing their teeth, and they've really bit into the Glamorgan middle and lower order. Glamorgan have lost 5 wickets for just 21 runs this morning. They're 102 for 9. Terrific bowling by Pennington, O'Neill and Houghton. And Glamorgan's last man makes his way out of the pavilion. Notts made 279. Glamorgan 102 for 9 in reply. A ground where the name Hadley is synonymous with great success with bat and ball. Spelt slightly differently, but here is Ryan Hadley, Glamorgan's Australian bowler, who I thought acquitted himself very well yesterday here in his first appearance at Trent Bridge with ball in hand. Now he comes out. Just a little matter of trying to keep Tim van der Hoogten company to initially get the 28 runs needed to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, 4 for 76 he took. He's sharp, you have to say. When he arrived, it was said that he would ruffle a few feathers, and he certainly did that, but wow, what a job he's got now. 102 for 9.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire just looking to wrap things up quickly, as quick as they can.
And they've got a real decision on their hands then, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, it gives them the choice, doesn't it?
It does.
They can decide what they want to do then.
We thought this was going to be a tricky morning, and it certainly turned out to be that.
Yeah.
So Hutton bowls looking for his 4th wicket. Oh, it's slashed up in the air. Is it going to be caught? No, it just avoids Hasim Hamid at mid-off. Well, he's not going to hang around
he's
wondering, is he, Hadley?
No.
That was some way to get off.
Yeah.
He got height rather than distance, and Hasim Hamid, to be fair to him, was a long way from it. Made a valiant effort to, while he was looking over his shoulder to see where the ball was. It was a steepler, that one, but
very interesting approach. Just imagine the comments had it gone straight to Hamid, and it very nearly did. Crikey.
Difficult catch to take as well, isn't it? Sort of coming over your shoulder.
Van der Hoogten waits this time. Hutton in, and he's played it, not too much on it, and it just ends up about a yard away from his crease, and so he goes down the wicket to have a chat with Ryan Hadley about maybe cut that out.
Yeah, Hutton with figures now 3 for 31. Jonathan Twigg was in touch yesterday asking him about hybrid wickets and asking for more information. I haven't got any more information, basically, Jonathan. I don't know too much about them. I know there are a couple of hybrid wickets here, but beyond that, no idea. And I'm sure the internet's a better source of information on hybrid wickets than I ever would be. Chris has been in touch. Dave, could you quietly ask everyone to switch their notifications to silent? It comes through loud on the comms. Apologies for that, Chris, but occasionally we sort of have to be aware and alert that we've dropped off air, and clearly you wouldn't want us just to keep rabbiting to nobody, totally unaware that we dropped off air or whatever, or that we were to do a little update. So it was me, but somebody needs to be in touch with the outside world in here.
Pennington comes in, and this time again it looks as though Hadley's going to carry on in the same vein, doesn't he? He had a go at that last delivery from Pennington, who's come in. So it looks as though Josh Tongue is going to be rested. I mean, Nottinghamshire just need the 1 wicket, so why risk him at this stage?
Optimistic Glamorgan fan tweets me saying if Glamorgan followed on twice, they'll still end up short of 279. Well, there's nothing like confidence, is there?
So Hadley faces up again to Pennington, and this time it's played. He just past the ball, just passing his outside of his bats and through to the keeper. No run. I
mean, if the optimistic Glamorgan fan wants to feel even more miserable, if Glamorgan don't get the chance to bowl again in this game, not saying, not suggesting anything, but other than the facts, if Glamorgan don't get the chance to bowl again in this game, they finish the first innings on -2. So the 3 points they have got would be reduced to 1, because they've got to sort their over 8 out as well.
Pennington in again, 1 wicket to his name so far in the game, and this time it's played correctly by Hadley. No wild slash at that one.
So they'll certainly be hoping that Nott's up to bat again.
So Glamorgan 103 for 9. 103 for 9. Trailing by 176 runs. A lot of runs as Pennington comes in again, and this time he's past the umpire, and he's gone for the same shot that he tried a while back, and this time he's hit it leg side for 6.
Yeah, it's
6,
gone miles.
definitely.
It's gone almost up, well, right up to the top of the Bridgeford Road stand there.
Yeah.
3 rows from the back. A gentleman's just gone and retrieved it and lobbed it back. It's gone that high up in the stand. His throw back hasn't even reached the the playing area.
Wow.
Landed down the other side of the advertising hordes.
Well, that disturbed his quiet morning, didn't it? Oh, quite afternoon. We're afternoon now, aren't we?
Well, it's not as though he wasn't giving us warning signs.
Yeah, we know he's got that shot.
Yeah.
He's faced 5 balls and he's played the same shot, I think, pretty much to all 5, but highly effective.
Let's see if he can repeat it again as Pennington comes in again, and this time a bit more correctly as he played it towards point, and they'll go through for a single.
Yes, I wonder if Fergus O'Neill's saying, "Come on, I'll get him. I know all about him from back home." O'Neill, of course, still with 4 wickets to his name, having bowled for an hour. He'd like to have had a little go at his fellow countryman, wouldn't he?
He's got a good strike rate, Hadley, 8 from 7.
Yeah.
It's Van der Hoogten, the Dutchman now, is facing up to Pennington and played leg side and through to the keeper. End of the over. Glamorgan 110 for 9.
Yeah, Brett Hutton's already peeled off the sweater. He's going to continue from the far end. 3 for 31, Brett Hutton. Pennington 1 for 38. 4 wickets for O'Neill. Am I missing one? Oh, Josh Tong did get a wicket, didn't he? He got Zainul Hassan.
Yeah.
Just the 4 bowlers bowled. I've not seen any of Liam Patterson-White's.
I better mention this now because Cardiff are playing Bolton at 12:30 today.
Okay.
Big game at the top of League One. And my partner's niece and nephew, Gabby and Jordan Patterson, are the mascots for the day. So she's gone and enjoying the hospitality at the Cardiff City Stadium. So Gabby and Jordan, you're probably just limbering up now, ready to make your big entry onto the pitch with the 2 teams. Have a great day and try and cheer the Bluebirds home.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
One experience. As Hutton bowls from the far end, and this time Hadley just gets it away. It wasn't where he meant to be. There was a shot at the stumps as well, which missed. But he's scampered through for 1.
I presume they're youngsters, Rob, and
they are.
The funniest thing is when sort of a group of lads, generally lads, sort of pay for somebody's 50th birthday to be the mascot, don't they? And you see a 50-year-old in the full kit leading the teams out.
Yeah, I've seen some old mascots in my day. As Hutton goes to Van der Hoogten, who gets something behind it, just goes out into the offside. No run. 111 for 9 now.
Nelson. If you're in trouble, you don't want to be on Nelson.
No.
Elsewhere, Division 1, Somerset building a lead at Chelmsford. They're 213 for 6, leading Essex by 64. Surrey bat on there, 520 for 8 at the Oval against Leicestershire. Tough going for Leicestershire. Sussex 88 for 5, replying to Warwickshire's 267.
As Hutton motors in from the far end. Van der Hoogten didn't know too much about that. Came off the top of his thigh, I think. He's trying to look not as if he's in pain, but we know he is. He looked down ruefully at the spot then, didn't he?
Actually, Surrey are now 9 down, 5:20 for 9. Yorkshire 87 for 4, replying to Hampshire's 2-5-1. No play yet today at Canterbury between Kent and Durham, and they're playing in the other Division 2 games.
Hutton bowls, and Varane is up to the stumps now. Van der Hoogten.
He took that fine catch yesterday, didn't he, Varane, when he was up to the stumps?
He did.
Durham 557 for 5 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Ben McKinney out this morning for 244. David Beddingham, the South African who used to play local club cricket here for Plumtree, made 118. All the other scores on the BBC Sport website and app.
Van der Hoogten faces up again. Oh, it came off the edge of his bat, but it went past the slips. And is it going to be cut off before it gets to the boundary? It is.
He sort of aimed that leg side and went into the offside, didn't
Yeah.
he? Past the sort of slip cordon. And
No great control, but he survives for 2. 12 for Tim van der Hoogten. And Glamorgan 113 for 9. Every run crucial at the moment.
Yeah, Steve Crawley sent me all sorts of information on hybrid cricket pitches. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, thank you. Sure.
Pleasant reading tonight then.
Just help me nod off later. Yeah.
Probably the sunniest part of the day so far. Lovely blue sky over the forest ground as Hutton bowls, and he's bowled.
bowled him.
Van der Hoogten, and Glamorgan's innings ends at 113 all out. Tim van der Hoogten, the last man to go, and it's been a total collapse this morning because they started the day on 81 for 4 and they're now all out for 113. Hutton takes his 4th wicket, 4 for 33, and now Nottinghamshire have a decision to make.
All I can tell you, Rob, is that decision has been made because Asiba Mead has gone running off. Now, whether he's gone running off to speak to Peter Moores, we'll have to see. But I suspect he's gone running, and Ben Duckett's running
Ben
off
Duckett's
as well.
running off as well.
I think Notts are going to take the possibility of a 2-day win out of the equation right here and right now, and they're going to bat for a second time. Glamorgan 113 all out then, so they trail by 166. Brett Hutton also finishes with 4 wickets, 4 for 33 to him, and it's been a real horror show this morning from Glamorgan. You can flip that round and say Notts have been very, very good indeed, because from 81 for 4, what's that, 19, 29, 32 for 6 this morning, Glamorgan, in an hour and a quarter. 32 for 6. Ingram first out, caught Varane bowled O'Neill for 23. That was the first of the 3 wickets to go down on 87. Sean Dixon, who was subbed into this game for the injured Kellaway yesterday, caught Varane bowled O'Neill for 0. Gorvin, the night watchman, caught Varane bowled Pennington for 0. That was his 25th delivery. Chris Cook caught Haynes at 3rd slip, bowling of Brett Hutton for 3. That was 90 for 8. 102 for 9 when Mason Crane was LBW to Brett Hutton for 2. And then last one out, Tim van der Hoogten bowled by Brett Hutton for 12. 113 all out. Here to give words of hope and optimism for Glamorgan followers, Rob Phillips. Over to you, fella.
Well, you'd like to... Well, I will say this. This is, I just said a few seconds ago that it's the brightest part of the day so far. And it is blue sky. I think I'm right in saying that's the forest ground over there, isn't it? Yeah. Well, Notts County not too far away, just across the river, of course. So, I mean, all they can do is get their heads down and...
It makes sense,
maybe
doesn't it?
be thankful that they're not following on.
Yeah, it makes sense to come out and bat in these conditions. I mean, the sun has been coming in and out, hasn't it, all morning? But as you say, the sun certainly a few moments ago coming out. And if Nottinghamshire can get up and running here, get a few quick runs, certainly bat for the rest of the day, get themselves in a really, really good, strong position by the end of play today, and then
You'd have to say that the game has really changed, because yesterday morning, when Notts were 103 for 6 just after lunch, you didn't see this coming, did you? That
No.
Glamorgan would trail by 166, but one batsman, Jack Haynes, with his century, doesn't half make a big difference.
Huge difference. And those runs by Fergus O'Neill as well. 59 in the end?
Yeah,
59 runs from him. So that was a really, really big contribution in the context of this game.
Right, the players are back in the the hospitality suites being used as changing facilities at the moment. They'll be back out there in the middle in 5 or 6 minutes' time, and we think, just from the fact that the Notts top order all ran off to get padded up, and in fact it's already on the board. Look, Nottinghamshire's second innings 0 for 0, so Glamorgan will be in the field. Notts with the first innings lead of 166. When they return to the middle, we'll bring you a little more commentary as we lead up to the 1 o'clock lunch. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where in bright sunshine now, stark contrast to what we had a little earlier. We had rain between about 9 and quarter to 10 here in Nottingham, but lovely conditions now for Nottinghamshire to begin their second innings. I think Glamorgan followers and certainly Glamorgan players and coaches staff might bemoan the change in the weather as well, because Glamorgan's first innings both last night and this morning predominantly were played out in challenging overhead cloudy conditions. It might just be the good fortune of the county champions if it remains a lovely, bright, dry, sunny day now for them to begin their second innings. 166 in front. Asib Hamid and Ben Slater. They're on their way to the middle. Hamid twirling his bat around. Be interesting to see if sometimes they switch it around. Be interesting to see if Hamid takes the first ball again, because of course he was bowled first ball in the first innings. Ben Slater lasted a little longer, but he didn't get off the mark, so it's very, very rare that they've both got ducks. It's very rare that either of them would get a pair. Well, they've just swapped over because they can see that Van der Hochten has changed ends. He's going to bowl from the Pavilion end. Of course, he started from the Radcliffe Road end in the first innings. So Hamid and Slater have swapped over, and Hamid has come down to this end. That'd be quite a scalp, gentlemen, if Van der Hochten can get Hamid twice in one match, particularly if he can get him cheaply in one match. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. From BBC Sport, Nasser Hanif is again with us, and also here looking on, just hoping for a Glamorgan fight back. The esteemed voice of Glamorgan broadcasting, Rob Phillips.
Yeah, Nick Webb didn't warn me about this. 113 all out as Van der Hochten into Hamid, and he survives the first ball, which is one more ball than he did in the first innings.
Bright sunshine as well in the middle, isn't it?
Yeah. You get the feeling sometimes things are conspiring against you, don't you?
We've just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra as well. We are one ball into Nottinghamshire's second innings. No runs on the board yet, but what a morning for Notts, as Rob Phillips, I'm sure, will tell you about through the course of this over.
As Van der Hochten looks to start repairing the damage, Hamid just puts that into the covers. No run, 0 for 0. Yes, Glamorgan were bowled up for 113, and there was a collapse of wickets, 6 for 32 in just over an hour and a quarter. Which means they trail by 166 runs after Nottinghamshire made 279. It's a big uphill task. They had the option of making Glamorgan follow on, did Nottinghamshire, but decided against it, and the captain, Asib Hamid, is facing Van der Hochten again. Nothing more he can do than push it back up the wicket, but they're in a really powerful position, are the Division 1 champions.
And they didn't have to resort to Josh Tong. It's incredible, really, isn't it?
The O'Neill, Pennington, 2 O'Neill wickets, 3 for Hutton, and Pennington took one as well. And in total, Calverain took 4 catches behind the stumps. Glamorgan were very good at snicking things today. Van der Hochten in again from the far end, and the first runs of the Nottinghamshire second innings. It won't quite go for 4. It's cut off on the square leg boundary.
That'll be good. Gets him off the dreaded pair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not been a great match for openers. Both Nottinghamshire's openers out for ducks in the first innings, and Glamorgan's first innings yesterday, Asa Tribe made 3 and Eddie Byron made 1, so 4 for 4
Ryan
effectively.
Ryan Hadley with the fielding there after his exploits with the bat. Entertained him while he was there. Van der Hochten in, Hasib Hamid straight bat that time up to mid-off. No run, 2 for no wicket, the lead 168.
Yeah, we've had 2 sixes in the match, haven't we? Brett Hutton and Ryan Hadley. I think you'd have had long odds on that being the...
Bowlers love a lusty blow, don't they? Van der Hoogten bowls from the far end. Hamid gets a touch and he's out. Van der Hoogten gets the Nottinghamshire captain again, and Nottinghamshire are 2 for 1. Caught behind the stumps.
I think he's LBW.
Maybe LBW, yeah, you could be right. You could be right. There was a big shout from behind the stumps, and Hamid goes out for 2.
He looks absolutely despondent, doesn't he? Head bowed down as he takes off his gloves and heads back to the dressing room. Yeah, not been a great game for him.
Or openers, as I was just saying. It continues, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So Notts lead by 168 with 9 wickets left. What a morning.
Well, it's just carnage out there, isn't it? Yeah. Van der Hoogten took 4 wickets in the first innings, and he's got a wicket again in his first over.
Yeah, it was interesting because up until that point he was playing the ball quite correctly. He'd got his couple of runs, got him off the dreaded pair, so he wasn't going to get a dub, but succumbed in the end, and turned out to be miserable.
And I'm pretty certain Van der Hoogten got him from the other end in the first innings.
Yes, he did.
So it's a deliberate change of ends for the Dutch international.
So what's that this morning, Rob? You're better at the maths than me. 34 for 7?
Yeah, we were saying 32 for 6 earlier, weren't we?
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Wow.
34 for 7.
It's a minefield out there. Doesn't look it.
It doesn't look it, does it? But certainly there's something in it for the bowlers.
Big time, I would say.
We had 14 wickets yesterday. We've had 7 already in the morning session, and we've still got half an hour to go.
I don't think I'm going to be here on Monday, let's put it that way. Unless it empties down. So Ryan Hadley...
He was very effective as well, wasn't he? 4 wickets for him. And he is going to be bowling now from the Radcliffe Road end. 34 on his back. And it's going to be Ben Slater to face up. Of course, Ben Duckett has joined him on the other side. And here is Slater facing up to Hadley. First ball, and this time is punched into the offside, squarish to point.
It's no ball, I think. Yeah, we've got a no ball.
Another addition to the total.
Well, it's doubled the total.
It's doubled the total. Yeah.
Duckett was pretty carefree and easy, wasn't he, in the first innings? It was see ball, hit ball. There were a couple that went in the air before he eventually hit one in the air to mid-off. Slight hold up here whilst Robbie White turns and something behind the arm, just unsettling Ben Slater.
Yeah, he didn't really hang around for a long time, Ben Duckett. It's Hadley to come in again, first over. And this time it's left outside his off stump by Slater. It'll go through to wicket keeper Cook.
It's obviously blustery out there. You can see the tarpaulin at the far end, at the side of the pavilion, sort of fastened in there between the pavilion and the Batman board.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely billowing in the breeze. Bowlers have very much enjoyed the conditions this morning.
As Hadley comes in again, and this time, again, it's left outside his off stump by Slater. And lets the ball go through. Good purchase on that last delivery.
Yes, Asib Hamid, one of the, I guess you'd say, one of the outstanding opening batters in county cricket, and again, certainly after a 1,000-run season again last year, a lot of people just wondering if he might get another go with England. Dismissed for 0-2 in this match, dismissed by Tim van der Hoogten in both innings.
As Hadley comes in again, and this time played leg side, and it's flicked leg side in fact, and it's beaten the fielder there at mid wicket, and they'll pick up a single.
Come back for 2, and that's Slater off the mark.
Yep, beg your pardon. 2 runs.
Eddie Byram, sometimes looking down from above as we are high up on the Radcliffe Road stand, sometimes the depth perception's a little misleading. It looked like from here to me that Byram sort of dived over the top of it. So if that was the case, Slater will be extremely grateful to the former Somerset man for getting off the mark, getting off the pit.
Here's Slater again, and faces up to Hadley, and it's just gone a bit cloudy now as he punched that square.
It's a bail off, and Glamorgan just asking the umpire if it hit his stumps there or not. I think the verdict must have been that the breeze blew it off. That's going to test our magnificent production team if we did get a shot there of when the bail came off. He's not out, Ben Slater, but you can understand why Glamorgan were appealing, just asking the question, did he step on his stumps because the bails are off?
It is windy. It's also going to be a little bit dark as well as Hadley comes in, and it's next delivery again. It's a sort of looked to play it onside, but it's squirted offside. No run there.
I've had an email from Graham Brill from Merthyr. Good afternoon, Graham. Hybrid pitches are a combination of natural grass and artificial grass. It is a byproduct from the Premier League Deso pitches, which are the same. First one was installed at Villa Park. Ryan Hadley goes back to his mouth. He said, going back to Len Hill yesterday, he said played club cricket for Barry in the Welsh Cricket Conference as well.
Hadley in again to complete his over, and this time it is punched into the offside and end of the over, in fact, and they'll pick up another single. Nottinghamshire 7 for 1.
And of course, as we heard yesterday, he played for Glamorgan and Newport County and Swansea Town. But Graham says he saw him score 100 for Barry against Pontypridd. And I better do this one rather than Dave with his pronunciations. Ynysangharad Park, which is in Ponty, where I was brought up.
Yeah, that's how I'd have described it. Ponty. Was it the Pontypool front row?
It was the Pontypool front row.
Price Windsor Faulkner.
I'm from.
Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hey, now then, that's shocked you, isn't it?
But I'm from Pontypridd. I was brought up in Pontypridd, which is the proper Ponty, or as we know it, the Athens of the North. Some of us know it as that.
What's a Ponty? A bridge?
As Van der Hoogten Ponty's Bridge in Welsh comes in, and Slater plays it down on the offside, no run.
I think I've been to Pontypridd because I think, from memory, is it Polytechnic that used to be there?
There is, yeah, there is.
They're not called Polytechnics anymore. They used to be called Polytechnics.
Yeah, it's all part of the University of South Wales now, I believe. Graham goes on to say, Glamorgan playing the names on the shirts rather than playing each ball. Ball knots out, cheap second, dig, and knock the runs off. Well, that's optimistic thinking, Graham. Van der Hoogten again. Into Slater, straight back to the bowler. Tong looks really fit, must be England fitness regime. Fielding not his strong point, according to Graham, in the Phil Tufnell and Monty Panesar stable. I don't know whether Josh Tong will thank you for that, but thank you, Graham. It's Glamorgan at bbc.co. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to contribute. And Van der Hoogten already with a wicket to the left-handed Slater. Parries that away for 3 to mid-off, no run.
It looks like Asa Tribe is wearing his snood, which we were sort of talking about yesterday. He's standing at third slip, isn't he, with his snood sort of covering back of his neck and onto his cap there.
Just for those of you watching the pictures, watching the live stream, the live coverage, at the end of this over, they have managed to find a little shot from one of the cameras of the bail dropping off the moment it dropped off. There's a trailer for you.
Van der Hoogten around the wicket to Slater, and Slater plays that into the offside, no run.
A big thank you to Rachel Harrison as well. I don't know what it could contain anything, but we've had a package, we've had a parcel, and knowing it's Rachel, it might be baked goods. So thanks in advance, Rach. Your parcel has arrived. Thank you so much. We'll let the team get stuck into those. I'll be in trouble if I get stuck into baked goods.
Van der Hookton again around the wickets. And Slater lets that go by. Taken by Cook behind the stumps. 3 slips for Glamorgan. Tribe is the 3rd slip. The captain, Kieran Carlson, in his normal spot, a 2nd slip. And Colin Ingram at 1st slip, just a yard or so behind Chris Cook, the wicketkeeper. 2 in the covers, mid-off, mid-on, and 1 at mid-wicket, and there's a long leg as well. As that time it whistles past Slater's bat. I think he had a go at that one as Van der Hookton came around the wicket.
Hopefully we should, for those who are watching the pictures, get a replay now. Here it is of the bail dropping off. All eyes on the bail. Oh yes, it had dropped off long before the ball had reached Ben Slater. Good work from Aaron in the production office. Thank you for that. So definitely not out. But you can understand Glamorgan just inquiring, when did the bail come off umpire? Yeah. Well, you know, that's sort of the last thing in the world that you're looking at, a bail. But if you suddenly notice he's played the shot and the bail's on the ground, entitled to sort of inquire as to when that bail dropped off. Not 7 for 1.
So from the Ratcliffe Road end, it's going to be Ryan Hadley to continue. Successful, of course, in the first innings with his 4 wickets. Sun's out again. And here is Hadley. It's past the umpire, and this delivery is played into the offside by Duckett. Gets him off the mark. Collects a single. Nottinghamshire 8 for 1.
You know, I mentioned my partner's niece and nephew, as I said, who are mascots of the Cardiff game today. Actually, I got it wrong. They're her grandchildren, so happy to put that right. Otherwise, I'll walk back in on Monday or maybe Sunday, and there'll be hell to pay.
Ryan Hadley is in again, and it's Slater facing, and Slater this time punches it onside to mid-on.
It's a fantastic thing, isn't it, for any youngster, boy or girl, to get the chance. I take it they are, Cardiff City fans, big football fans anyway.
And they play football as well, both of them.
No, that's terrific, isn't it? And they'll have taken part in the kickabout, no doubt. There'll be somebody there from the club just seeing that they're okay and making sure they have a fabulous day. Really pleased for them.
3 slips wait for Hadley. Passes the umpire. This delivery again just punched up, sort of. Oh, what a terrible mix-up, and he's out. Duckett. It looks as though Duckett is the man to go. What a terrible, terrible mix-up between the 2 batsmen here. And Nottinghamshire have just lost their 2nd wicket. Duckett had scampered down to the ground, but Ben Slater looked as though he called him, then sort of sent him back, and it's far too late for Duckett. And he sort of leaves the ground.
Well, Sean Dixon has had a horrible morning up to that moment, because he's been subbed into this game, having not expected to play. He was left out of the Glamorgan starting 11, subbed into the game when Ben Kellaway got an injury yesterday, came out to bat, and a very inglorious duck for Sean Dixon earlier, but now he is very much Glamorgan's favourite pin-up out there, because he has hit the stumps from a mile out to run Ben Duckett out for 1. Duckett has gone, not so 8 for 2, but my word, what a catastrophe in the running. Slater just pushed it to backward point in the vicinity of Dixon, and from the non-striker's end, Duckett has head. Here we go on the live stream. He's set off. Duckett's come a long way down, and Sean Dixon has taken out 2 stumps with a direct hit. Brilliant work from him. Knots 8 for 2, and Ben Duckett, his match is over in terms of the bat, and who knows what we're going to get now. That's 8 wickets gone down in this session. Knots 8 for 2, lead by 174.
What you would say is that Dixon didn't have to throw it with great pace, did he?
No.
So he just almost lobbed it. It was floated towards the stumps. He just made sure there was accuracy rather than pace, because Duckett was well down the out of his ground.
Yeah, he's just gone far too close to the other end, hadn't he? He's just made a complete mess up of that. the pair. Now this next delivery is played to the offside through sort of gully area, off the bowling of Hadley. And it's Clark and Slater now, hoping to restore some order to this Nottinghamshire total.
9 for 2.
9 for 2. The wickets just keep coming, don't we? We just.
There's no answer into this.
Well,
is there?
that was, that was nothing to do with the conditions or
No,
the wicket or the
absolutely.
brilliant bowling or anything.
No, just a moment of mayhem, madness, call it what you like.
Don't think there was a run.
It's Hadley, he's in again. And this next delivery, a very foolish delivery, played into the onside by Clark. Joe Clark still to get off the mark.
Yeah, Joe Clark, who came and joined us on commentary for a good half an hour or so yesterday afternoon, having been dismissed in the first innings for 33. Got a chance to beat that today. Made 92 in the first innings at Taunton last week. Clark looked good yesterday up until getting an absolute beauty from Gorvin.
So it's going to be Hadley now to come and complete what would be a really good over this for Glamorgan. Comes in, and this next delivery pushed into the onside. No run there. End of the over. Nottinghamshire are 9 for 2. I think they'd like it to be 90 for 2, but they're not. They're 9 for 2.
Yeah, refresher on the morning. Glamorgan 81 for 4 at stumps. We thought yesterday was eventful. Notts recovered from 95 for 5, 103 for 6 to post 279. Century Partnership just turned the tide of that innings with Fergus O'Neill getting 59, but then Jack Haynes went on and was last out for exactly 100. Notts 279, Glamorgan 81 for 4. But that was very much the high spot of the innings.
Van der Hookten in and pushed away by Slater. No run on the offside, 9 for 2. The lead is 175. And I keep saying it, that century from Jack Haynes in the first innings is looking more and more important.
Steve Crawley, no doubt with tongue firmly in cheek. Wonder if wonder if Slats, Ben Slater, will go and have his lunch on his own in the Larwood and Bowes.
And hooked and in. Slater straight back to the bowler. No run. 9 for 2.
I mean, they always say, don't they, in theory it's the non-striker's call if it's played in front of the wicket. Duckett could see where it had gone, but it had gone so close to Dixon that surely there should have been a little bit of caution in his mind. And I know Slater took a step, but very quickly assessed the situation and would have said no.
Van der Hookten with the wicket under his belt. Slater a little uppishly just for a little while, but no problem. Into the onside and fielded by Zainul Hassan,
who top scored in the innings, didn't he, in the Glamorgan innings with 27.
27, yeah.
His shirt number. Joe Clark, he wears 33. He was out for his shirt number. Don't think there's any more instances in the match.
Van der Hookten around the wicket to Slater again. Firm face of the bat by Slater. Into the covers, short cover that time, and no run. Continue at 9 for 2. So 8 wickets have fallen this morning. It's just ridiculous. I mean,
and you think back at 10:30, we were having an umpire's inspection to see if we can start on time.
Love this game. Van der Hookten in around the wickets. Slater lets that go. Good judgment as well. Went over his stumps. And Glamorgan trying to get back into this game, but they made a pretty good start.
We saw Asa Tribe yesterday with the snood. If you look at him at third slip now, if we can get a shot after the next delivery of Asa Tribe at third slip, number 55, he's
got it over the back of his neck, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Protecting those ears, isn't he, Asa?
Must be chilly out there. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and again Slater fends arms down the offside.
It certainly is breezy because you can see the trousers of all the players, can't you?
Well, I mean, he's from the very south, isn't he? He's from Jersey.
So this will be really cold for him. Really, really cold. But yeah, very bizarre morning.
9 for 2. Ryan Hadley to continue. 2 overs, none for 7 for Hadley. They're on the pictures. The Glamorgan opener, Ace of Tribe.
It's a new fashion, isn't it?
Well, it is. He's got the ears toasty warm.
So it's Hadley to come in. First ball of a brand new over, and this delivery is just squared up a little bit on Joe Clark, still to get off the mark.
The man who put the Harming Pharmacy, that's a catchy name, isn't it? Has a clear opinion on the mix-up. That was brainless cricket. There was never a run there, says the man who put the Harming Pharmacy. Clear mix-up. Whoever's whatever the calling was, whoever's fault it was a wasted wicket. Brainless cricket, says our correspondent.
So here is Hadley, Ryan Hadley, the Australian. Makes past the umpire. And this is played through the onside, and it's going to go through mid-wicket. 4 runs there.
That's one of the shots of the morning.
Caught that nicely, didn't they?
There haven't been that many. I guess we can throw in Ryan Hadley's 6 as well. He wouldn't want us to forget that. The Australian bowling at the moment came out and launched a 6, coming in at number 11.
Yeah, it's all along the ground through the onside. Beautiful scoring shot there from the back of Jack Clark. Joe Clark, I beg your pardon, as Ryan Hadley comes in this next one again. He's played by Joe Clark. And he'll pick up another single, leg side.
Craig Overton on his day can give it a bit of a tonk. He's 94 not out for Somerset. Made an unbeaten 50 against Notts last week, was left high and dry. Somerset 249 for 6, lead Essex at Chelmsford by exactly 100. Essex, of course, big winners in the first round of matches. Somerset drew with Notts, but very much on top at Chelmsford.
So Nottinghamshire 14 for 2 here as Hadley comes in again. This time it's left-handed Slater who's on 4.
The other side who won last week in Division 1, Sussex, they're also on the wrong end of things. They're at home to Warwickshire. Warwickshire made 267 yesterday. Sussex 119 for 7 in reply, trailing by 148. Yorkshire 115 for 4 at Headingley against Hampshire. 3 wickets yesterday for Sonny Baker. Hampshire made 251. Division 2, Durham have just declared 605 for 5 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. And they've just started at Canterbury, where Northampton's 464 for 1 against Kent.
Hadley comes in again, Ryan Hadley, and this time it's played into, well, it's played quite squarish. Pass point, and they'll pick up another single.
Low scoring game at Lords, Middlesex 169 for 8, replying to Worcestershire's 191, and the other one at Old Trafford, Lancashire 351, Derbyshire in reply 56 for 1. So play underway after that late start at Canterbury. In all 9 county championship matches, you can follow the scores, all the scorecards, all the links to the commentary and all the text updates whenever a wicket goes down on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website.
So it's Joe Clark who's hit 4, and he is facing up to Ryan Hadley. And here is Hadley. This one again, it's played into the leg side, and again they'll pick up another single.
I should say, mentioning Joe Clark, we've had an email from the Reverend Shay Seaborn, Associate Minister of St Giles Church, West Bridgeford, saying, "Hello team, planning to walk up to Trent Bridge around tea time, hoping Notts are still batting. On the subject of mascots, our son Nathan was a mascot for Notts Outlaws last year, and I can't speak highly enough of Beth from the club and the players who were fantastic with him, particularly Joe Clark." More on that to come.
Ben Slater is the batsman who's facing the left-hander against Hadley, and it's squirted into the leg side by him, and they'll pick up a single this time. Another addition to the total. Nottinghamshire 19 for 2.
Yeah, Joe Clark, very personable guy. We found yesterday. The match ball is sat in pride of place in our dining room, thanks to the great commentary, everyone. Thank you, Reverend Seaborn.
Yes, thank you, sir. Beth will be delighted for a shout out as well. Beth Farr from the club. Really nice to get that feedback. The youngsters love it, don't they? They love to get out on the field and just be part of a very special day.
Van der Hookton into Slater. The left armer gets drive that one to a wide mid-off. Mid-off had to move to his right by about 4 or 5 yards to stop that. Nick Webb has been in touch, the voice of Welsh cricket. Hi Robin team, dozens of walkers from 12 clubs are on day 2 of their 3-day fundraising project, Walking in the Valleys for Young Cricketers. I'll read more after this ball from Tim van der Hookton. In his 4th over, already with a wicket. That one goes past Slater's off stump, no run. Nottinghamshire 19 for 2, lead by 185. Nick continues, they're trekking around the Rhondda through the showers and hailstones, ! With a social evening at Hopkinstown Cricket Club tonight featuring Matthew Maynard, the former Glamorgan coach and captain, great guy as well, together with the current Glamorgan president Alan Wilkins, another former county player and of course globally known broadcaster. The whole event is organised by Mike Cann. As Van der Hookton comes into Slater. Slater carves that through the offside, through the covers. And there'll be 2 fielders chasing it. It's stopped about 10 yards away from the boundary. Slater moves up to 8. And the score 21 for 2. Whole event organised by Mike Cann, ex-Glamorgan player, next year's president, who still plays for Wales over 60s. The club's involved here. Do you want to read these out, Dave, or are you happy to let me do the Welsh pronunciation? Here we go.
You have a go. Let me know if you need any help.
Van der Hookton in, 21 for 2. Slater straight back to the bowlers. Bowler no run, 21 for 2. The clubs involved are Cardiff. Well, that was easy.
Yeah.
Abercynon, Porth, Machen, who I believe Nick Webb plays for, Blackwood, Hopkinstown, Rada, Upper Rhondda, Mountain Ash, Pontypridd, Christchurch and Sewacco, the South East Wales Association of Cricket officials. Tomorrow they'll be finishing the walk at Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan women face Gloucestershire in their opening one-day cup game. Van der Hookton bowls, shoved behind the stumps, but none from the bowler. Slater couldn't have been far away from that. 21 for 2. All the clubs would welcome donations via their social media pages to help develop young cricketers. Brilliant. Junior cricket.
Good stuff.
You could have done all those, Dave, without I would have had full confidence. Abercynon, maybe a slight problem.
Just about managed the Rhondda, where the great Alan Evans was from.
He was. Van der Hookton in. And past Slater's outside edge into the hands of Chris Cook. And Tim van der Hookton, after 4 wickets in the first innings, currently has figures of 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4.
Wow. Yeah, he's continuing in the same vein, isn't he? Keeping things very, very tight, certainly from one end.
Yeah, I mentioned there for the great Matthew Maynard, the only Maynard stat I've got to hand here. Concerning the Nottinghamshire Glamorgan match in 1993, again at St Helens in Swansea, Nottinghamshire Glamorgan. Coincidentally, in Nottinghamshire's first innings, Paul Johnson, my old mucker from Newark, Paul Johnson scored a century in 73 balls, and that mark was matched exactly in Glamorgan's first innings by Matthew Maynard, and between them it's the only time we've had a share of the Walter Lawrence Trophy.
Zainul Hassan to start, change bowler from this side, and the first ball of his new spell has gone for 4.
Are you familiar with the Walter Lawrence Trophy? It's awarded each year for the quickest century. It used to be in Championship cricket, but now it goes to English domestic cricket. So very often it's won in a T20 more often than not. Generally, typically you get a quicker century in T20 than in the Championship.
Here's Zainul Hassan again. This time it's outside the off stump, well wide and left by Clark.
But that match in 1993 at Swansea, Paul Johnson of Notts, Matthew Maynard of Glamorgan, both walloping a century in 73 balls to share the Walter Lawrence Trophy that season.
Player Pompey has been in touch on X.
Zainul Hassan, third delivery of his spell. That one solidly defended there by Joe Clark.
Jacques Callis made his Glamorgan debut at Anasangharad Park. That's the one in Pontypridd. Brace Cricket must be gutted you didn't ask him to pronounce it. I think he's done all right so far. Done okay.
Here's Zainul Hassan again, and this time it's just punched out into the offside. No run there.
And Steve West, who earlier got in touch to say if Glamorgan followed on twice they'll still end up short of 279, has now tweeted the fight back begins.
Is that the optimist?
Yes.
It's an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. So we're into the 1 o'clock news, so we're very close to lunch here. 2 balls left as Al-Hassan bowls now, whipped away by Clark onto the leg side, fielded by Sean Dixon. Just 1 ball left in the session. Just hopefully get a quick word with Nas and Rob before we go to lunch in a moment when we've done this update. Hearing, of course, about the great news, the Artemis 2 crew landing safely this morning. 25 for 2. Zainul Hassan bowls. Clark again majestically onto the leg side, but can't break the ring or penetrate the ring, and that will be lunch at Trent Bridge. What an extraordinary morning, ending with Nottinghamshire 25 for 2. Joe Clark is 9 not out. Ben Slater 8 not out, but Glamorgan, having had very much the poorer part of the morning session, all out for 113, picking up the wickets of Asiba Mead for 2 and Ben Duckett for 1.
8 wickets for 57 runs we've seen today.
That's very timely of you, Rob, to give me that just as I'm about to do a radio update. Yeah, I was indeed. 113 all out. Glamorgan losing their last 6 wickets for 32. Just waiting just to do this little update. Players leaving the field in bright sunshine, very different conditions to 2 hours ago, and they went out in very gloomy overhead conditions that the bowlers made the most of. Ingram out for 23, but from then on a sorry old tale as the night watchman Gorvin and Sean Dixon both out without scoring. Chris Cook for 3, Crane for 2, and last man Van der Hookton for 12. Here is that update. Yeah, the players have just left the field in bright sunshine to go for lunch after an extraordinary morning's cricket, which has come to a close with Notts in their second innings, 25 for 2. We've had 8 wickets go down this morning for only 57 runs. Glamorgan on the receiving end as Notts winkled out the last 6 Glamorgan wickets for 32 to leave the visitors 113 all out, 166 behind on second innings. Then Hamid out for 2, Ben Duckett carelessly run out for 1 at lunch. Notts second time round, 25 for 2. So there we are. There's the update. Sorry, fellas, for keeping you away from your pie and chips or whatever it is for 30 seconds. Nas, great to share the 2 hours with you. Have you enjoyed the morning?
Oh, absolutely. The game's rattled along, and hopefully more of it this afternoon.
Rob?
It's been quite a morning. You can't take your eyes off it, can you? This game, as Nas rightly says, has rattled along. And I'm just wondering whether I'll be back in God's country tomorrow rather than Monday.
Well, it'll be an interesting run chase after tea if we have another 8 wickets go down in the afternoon session. To find out what happens, we'll be back when the players return in 40 minutes' time. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where we're in ample time for the start of the second session of day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan, and I can only imagine it won't have all the, or even half the drama of the morning session. 8 wickets going down for just 57 runs this morning, and in that we had a 10-minute change of interval as well. Extraordinary fare this morning as Glamorgan lost their last 6 wickets for 32, and then Notts lost both a Seabermead for 2, Ben Duckett crazily run out for 1. A real mix-up with Ben Slater, came virtually 3/4 of the way down before being sent back and failed to beat Sean Dixon's direct hit, and Duckett was on his way. Notts were 8 for 2 at that stage. Joe Clark and Ben Slater have taken it through to 25 for 2, so Notts lead by 191 after 4 sessions of this match. We're effectively a third of the way through the game, and already we've had 22 wickets go down. Extraordinary stuff. Anyway, the players are in the middle. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. The headmaster Kevin Howells is next door, overseeing coverage of all 9 matches. Rob Phillips from BBC Wales is here, just doing an update for listeners in the Principality, and I'm Dave Bracegirdle alongside Nasser Hanif, who's suitably fed and watered and ready to go after lunch. What a crazy morning session, Nass.
Absolutely crazy, Dave. Yeah, at this rate, what was it, 14 wickets yesterday. We've had loads this morning.
8 this morning.
8 this morning, so we expect another 6 this afternoon if we're on the same sort of page. But it's going to be Van der Hoogten, who's going to start the afternoon session off this afternoon. He's going to be bowling from the Stoop Road end.
Apropos of nothing,
yeah,
I'm going to say this pair will still be there at tea. How's that? How's
Yeah,
that for a crazy prediction? It's just the way cricket goes.
It is. Van der Hoogten, in he comes, first ball of the afternoon session, and he flicks it down the leg side, and oh my God, that's
so much for Bracegirdle and his predictions very nearly.
Exactly, first wicket of the first ball. Thankfully not for Nottinghamshire. 25 for 2 they are.
Yeah, down the leg side. He had a little flick at it, and I think it just clipped the thigh pad on its way through to Cook.
Yeah, so no damage done. And these two, Joe Clark and Ben Slater, now hoping to rebuild the innings, put a good score together, partnership, if they can, as Van der Hoogten comes in. This second ball is played into the offside. No run there. Sunshine this afternoon, 3 slips for Van Hoogten. Van der Hoogten. He's got the wicket so far, the wicket of poor old Hasib Hamid. Made 2 and then was out again. Not a great game for him. Van der Hoogten, in he comes. This next ball is played into the offside, and again no run.
Do you know, Hamid won't care a jot about his 0 and 2 if Nottinghamshire win. That's, you know, that's the sort of fella he is, and sort of leader and inspiration he is, and you know, he's very philosophical about the fortunes of a county championship opener. Some days it's your days and some days it isn't.
Yeah, pretty much a team game, and sounds like pretty much a team man. Yeah, there are going to be days when others are going to have to play their part, as Van der Hoogten comes in, and this next delivery again punched into the offside. Made off, picks up. No further additions to the total. The star of the show, of course, very much Jack Haynes with his century.
And he's due in next, and of course, you know, yesterday's fortunes can quite easily be wiped away with a poor shot or a good ball. It could be, you know, the latest on his way for next to nothing.
It's bright sunshine this afternoon, bit of wind as well, and Van der Hoogten comes in again, and again this time played into the offside again, and no further additions.
First ball was down the leg side, but since then he's been right on the money here. It's good over this to begin the afternoon session. Glamorgan have just quite simply there's so much of the game remaining, even if there is some inclement weather around, they've just quite simply got to blow Nottinghamshire away in the next 2 or 3 hours. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2 uphill task, you would imagine.
Van der Gugten comes in to complete his over, and this time left outside his off stump and through to the keeper. End of the over, 25 for 2. Nottinghamshire.
No, it would be, I guess, less than an even chance that they could chase down more than 300. Might get somebody set, but certainly if Notts were to get a lead of beyond 400, that's seldom chased down in the final innings of a match.
Yeah, and we spoke about Josh Tongue as well, didn't we, earlier? He'll have had a good rest, hopefully.
Well, he didn't bowl today,
yeah. Yeah.
He'll be ready to go in the second innings if called upon. Zain Hassan just loosening up. It's a clever sort of way of sending down some practice balls there to Van der Gugten and sort of releasing it out the back of his hand, whipping the arm over. Thought he bowled nicely in the first innings and a little unlucky not to pick up a wicket in the match. Bowled 1 over before lunch for 4 runs, and now he's bowling to the right-handed Joe Clark, who just stabs this out onto the leg side. Fielded by Sean Dixon, who this morning with bat in hand didn't trouble the scorers, as they say, out for naught, but will still have had a spring in his step about the moment where he ran Ben Duckett out with a direct hit from, I guess, probably 25 yards or so on the angle. Wonderful work from Dixon as Hassan bowls Joe Clark solidly behind it and eases it back to the bowler. Notts 25 for 2.
Yeah, Zainul Hassan, very miserly, economy of 3. Just over 3, gave away 34 runs off his 11 overs in the first innings, and of course top scorer as well for Glamorgan with his 27.
Sets off again past umpire Robbie White. Umpires of course changing ends for the respective second innings of each side. This is defended by Clark. I'd love to think that some cricket wags nickname Hassan as Basher. We used to have Basher Hassan here. Dear old Basher at Hassan.
Did he become an umpire in the end? Was it
he
him?
had a spell as umpire,
Yeah.
and he's been on the committee here for many years. He worked as the commercial manager for many years after retiring. He was recent president. This ball just strikes Clark on the pad outside the off stump. Not seen him yet this season. I understand he was not too well in the winter, but hopefully is going to be around for some matches here before too long. Always good to catch up with Bash. Here's Glamorgan's Bash in again, bowls, and Clark on the back foot eases it into the covers. Yet to have a run since lunch. Players almost just having an extended break here, just letting their food digest, and we won't do anything too rash to begin with. We'll all just ease into the afternoon session together. That's whether it's batter, bowler or fielder. As I say, Glamorgan would be absolutely desperate to fire away through the middle order. Chris Cook standing up, not required as Clark defends. So we've begun maiden after lunch here at Trent Bridge on day 2 between Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan. Available all the match on Sports Extra 2. We'll dip in and out on the main Sports Extra channel, along with the key moments from the other 8 matches going on up and around the country. I guess by certainly tomorrow, day 3, we might be starting to look towards the matches that might just produce a positive result, possibly on the 3rd day. Maybe this one will be done tomorrow, maybe not.
It's going to be Van der Gugten to come in and bowl. Second over after lunch. He comes in, and this time it's just flicked into the leg side, and the batsman will cross over for a single. Quite a contrast in the sort of batting between this innings and the first innings, where Nottinghamshire got off to a sort of flyer. They were going up over 5 at one point. But much more sedate this time round.
Somerset's Craig Overton has scored a century down at Chelmsford. He's 106 not out. Somerset have a lead now of 125. He's batting with Will Smead, who's come into that game batting at 8 as a sub.
Van der Gugten, the second ball again, it's punched onside. Just to the close infielder there, he picks it up, no run there.
Smead replacing the injured Tom Kohler-Cadmore in that match. Elsewhere in Division 1, Leicestershire still have their openers together. They're 37 without loss after bowling Surrey out for 520. On the south coast, Sussex 136 for 8, replying to Warwickshire's 267. Been a quiet morning at Headingley, but Hampshire haven't managed to pick up a wicket. Yorkshire 129 for 4, having been 36 for 4 yesterday.
Van der Gugten comes in again. This time it's played in the direction of point, just backward of point. It's going to run along there and just going to be picked up just before the boundary rope. And the batsman will come through.
Ryan Hadley doing the fielding. In Division 2, Durham racked up 605 for 5 before declaring at Bristol. Gloucestershire 10 for 1 in reply, but late start to the afternoon there, a bit of rain falling. At Canterbury, Northants have, well, they've got a game of darts. They've got 501. 501 for 2. Calvin Harrison, latterly of this parish, out this morning for 153. Luke Proctor's 174 not out. Vasconcelos made 127.
Van der Gugten, and again, that should have bounced a little bit and sort of hit the glove as Clark moved his bat away from it and picked up by Asa Tribe, who's been sort of moved away from the sort of slip cordon now. He's been pushed into the a close sort of mid-on position.
Yeah, spiteful delivery. They're into the third innings of the match at Lords, where Worcestershire just starting 0 for 0. Very close on first innings. Worcestershire 191, Middlesex 183. So Worcestershire batting again with a lead of 8, and Derbyshire 78 for 1 at Old Trafford. Lancashire made 351.
Yeah, as Van der Gugten comes in again, and this time it played into the offside towards point.
Got emails available if you want to get in touch, get anything off your mind, as long as it's not hybrid wickets. Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk or brace cricket at icloud.com. If you want to get in touch, there's a number of women's matches going on today in the Metrobank One Day Cup. The Blaze aren't playing, and as far as I can see, Glamorgan women aren't involved today either.
So Joe Clark, who's on 11, is facing up to Van der Gugten. And this next delivery is played again. It beats Asa Tribe at short mid-on, and it's picked up there, and that's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire are 28 for 2. Joe Clark has made 11, and Ben Slater has made 8.
Yes, we've had 3 runs from 3 overs so far. An aeroplane going over the top of the Batman board in the distance. That'll just descend away to our right before dropping down into East Midlands Airport. 28 for 2. Going to be Olasan, still striving for his first wicket of the contest. The ball from this, the Radcliffe Road end. We're bowling to Ben Slater. Slater 8 from 38 balls. Been very watchful. I'm sure they'll have quickly ironed out their differences in the lunch break, him and Ben Duckett. Just a unfortunate mix-up resulting in Duckett losing his wicket. Olasan bowls wide of the off stump. Just wondered if Slater might just rock back and cut that away to the short boundary, but just resists. Lets it go through to the wicket keeper, Chris Cook. One of the 6 wickets to go down this morning for Glamorgan. That's 28 for 2. Notts lead by 194 here at Trent Bridge, and again it's wide enough to be left alone. Even with just a moderate afternoon, provided we don't get any interruptions, and I don't think any more rain is forecast. Even with just a moderate afternoon, if Notts are still batting at tea, they'll be 300 in front. So Glamorgan have got to pick up some wickets fairly regularly as Slater just eases this into the offside. Sean Dixon doing the fielding.
I guess if they're not going to pick up any more wickets, at least they'll try to frustrate these Nottinghamshire batsmen. Try to keep them pegged down, restrict the runs. They're doing a good job of that so far.
Umpire Richard Illingworth wise enough not to keep swapping from square leg to square leg. Alassane bowls and Slater pushes it in that direction, fielded by Mason Crane. He's got hands in pockets, and I think he's got a bit of a snood going on there as well. Either that or a white scarf round his mouth and keeping the ears nice and warm. Got hands in pockets. Chilly day. It's I won't say it's a thankless task, because we do thank the umpires for their sterling service. We couldn't have a game without officials, of course. This is down the leg side, and Chris Cook celebrating a catch. Just look at the slips. Now that is absolute nonsense from the slips, because they might have heard something, but they certainly didn't see just impossible from first, second, or third slip to have seen a leg side snick through to the keeper. The bowler wasn't interested, and Cook was just sort of a half-hearted appeal, but the slip cordon were very interested in there being a leg side snick.
They're really giving this ball a good old polish.
Last ball of the 12th over here at Trent Bridge. Alassane bowls and Slater defends. Good over from Alassane. 3 overs, none for 4. And the quiet start to the afternoon continues. Rob's back from his travels alongside. You've not missed a deal, Rob?
No. Actually, though, the partnership is 20 now, which is probably the biggest partnership we've had today. So I hear you talking about being 300 ahead. I'm not sure on this pitch you're going to need 300 to be ahead. It's difficult to see. What's the lead now? 194. I'm not sure Glamorgan would appreciate chasing anything more than 250. Frankly, on this.
Well, in order to do that, they need eight wickets for
exactly.
50 runs.
But you are right. I mean, 300 right out. Van hooked and in, and that was pushed away. I went behind down to third man. It wasn't designed for that. Clark's shot was supposed to be a cover drive, but it still brought in 4 runs, 32 for 2. They all count.
Yep, look in the book, as they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, because things have been pretty tight since we've come back. Both of these bowlers certainly dominating the 2 batsmen.
Underhooked and in again, that nagging line, and this time he comes down the pitch, does Clark, and that's driven through the offside. It's just going to be kept in by Mason Crane on the deep cover boundary.
That was a better shot than the one that went for 4.
Has he still got 2 runs there though? 34 for 2.
Maybe this is what is needed, a little bit of momentum.
Now the lead is at 200.
Yeah.
Play a few more scoring shots rather than letting the bowlers dominate this afternoon.
Van der Hoeksen's figures taking a bit of a battering, but they're still 6.2 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12 as he runs in again. This time Clark covers up, and there's no run.
Chris Drew is trying to catch me out here. Dave, have a go at the place I was born in the Rhondda. Well, it's easy. It's Lewin Paya. LLWYNYPIA.
Better known as
Lewin Paya.
Llwyn Pia. Underhooked and in. Clark just jabs it down. Square in the offside, no run. 34 for 2.
It says he lives in France and it causes no end of difficulties for people. Well, not for me, Chris. I got it straight away. Lewin Paya.
Llwyn Pia, in that neck of the woods, was born Robert Page, who led Wales to their first World Cup since 1958, when he managed Wales to Qatar a couple of years ago.
Former Sheffield United centre half.
Absolutely. Underhooked and in. 34 for 2. Clark pushes that away. He was tucked up by that. Just jabbed it out on the leg side. I will tell you, I was going to Bramall Lane one day and I got lost going into Sheffield, and the only person I knew I could ring was Rob Page, who was still on the books at that time. And to be fair to him, he said, "Where are you?" I told him where I was and he guided me to the ground. I've never forgotten that.
No, we sort of take the old sat-nav for granted nowadays, don't we? You just had to get the old map out, didn't we?
Yeah.
People keep disappearing. Look at the far end. They go into the tunnel of doom and walk through a little corridor to get from one side of the pavilion to the other.
Underhooked and in. Clark pushes through the onside this time. He's gone for 1. Coming back for 2, which he makes comfortably. 36 for 2 now, Nottinghamshire.
There'll be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in a minute. If the blast in our ears a second or two ago was anything to go by. A couple of matches on BBC Radio Nottingham this afternoon. A couple of football matches, I should say, as well as the showpiece event here at Trent Bridge. 36 for 2. Glamorgan this morning all out for 113. Going to be Al-Hassan to continue.
I think he's bowled all right without much luck, Al-Hassan, I'm going to say.
Joe Clark seems to have got a wardrobe malfunction. His trousers are down. There is that update. Yes, what a difference 24 hours makes, Deke. Straight after lunch yesterday, Nottinghamshire in all sorts of trouble at 103 for 6 in their first innings. They're batting again straight after lunch here on day 2 at 36 for 2 in their second innings. That's after an extraordinary morning, which saw Glamorgan eventually bowled out for 113. They lost their last 6 wickets for just 32 runs. Terrific bowling from the Nottinghamshire seamers. Fergus O'Neill 4 for 24, Brett Hutton 4 for 33. Pennington and Tong a wicket apiece, and then when Notts batted just before lunch, Hamid out cheaply for the second time in the match, made naught in the first innings, 2 today before Ben Duckett rather crazily run out for just 1. Notts are 36 for 2 is the bad news. The good news, they lead by 202. There we are. That's the radio listener satisfied for half an hour or so.
I shall have to go and impart it to Radio Wales in a moment.
Al-Hassan bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Slater. That one, I know it's not possible for a ball to sort of speed up, but it seemed to be getting away from the two fielders, and Sean Dixon was one of them out there, just about dragging it back inside the ropes and keeping Slater to 2. 38 for 2, the lead 204.
Yeah, lots of conversations happening in between balls between Van der Hoogten and Zain Al-Hassan. Advice being given from Van der Hoogten, more experienced bowler, to Zain Al-Hassan.
On the subject of Zain, Jonathan in Malvern in Worcestershire's been in touch. Slight hold up here then, so I can tell you. Zainul Hassan will have played Worcestershire age group cricket and second 11 cricket with both Haynes and Pennington and Josh Tong, who he also played with in the Barnard's Green team in the Birmingham League. He bowls now and Slater drops it on the leg side. That means that 5 of the 22 players in this match, including Joe Clark, came through the Worcestershire system. Such a pity we couldn't hang on to them. Jonathan in Malvern. Yep. Some good intel, good information from Jonathan, and obviously we knew all about the Worcestershire 4 that had come across, but Zainul Hassan as well wasn't aware of. Thank you, thanks for that. He bowls now, and Slater will keep the board moving, deflecting this down to long leg, and it'll comfortably come back for a second run.
It's interesting that, because I know, talking to people in the past, that some of the Warwickshire players, like people like Moeen Ali from the past, and they couldn't quite make it into Warwickshire, and they ended up at Worcester as well. And I know that other players of sort of similar ilk that have ended up in that county, or started off in that county, and then played long periods as well there.
Yeah, sort of going back to James Taylor. He was another one, I think, started at Shrewsbury, the same as Clark, and he was picked up by Leicestershire. Same sort of area. 40 for 2. End of the over. bracecricket@icloud.com if you'd like to get in touch, or Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and Rob will be more than happy to read out what you've got to say. 40 for 2. Notts lead by 206. 8 wickets in the morning session. 14 wickets went down yesterday, and we've got a bowling change here. Andy Gorvin, who started the morning as night watchman for Glamorgan, hung around for more than half an hour between last night and this morning before being dismissed for a 25-ball duck, is into the attack from the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end here in Nottingham.
It's almost as though the game has taken on this sort of more like what you'd call maybe a standard county championship game, as opposed to the pace which we've been going up for the last day and a bit, where wickets have come really quickly, and batsmen apart from Jack Haynes have scored loads of runs. So now pretty much in keeping with most games, just over nearly 3 run at a run rate as Gorvin comes in. First ball, new over, and this time it's just played to the onside, just dribbles out there.
Last week at Taunton, I mentioned it yesterday, Annie Chave, who was our third voice down there, does the old fantasy cricket, was trying to explain it to me, and quite frankly, she might as well have been talking to a paper cup, but she was sort of telling me 1 or 2 players that she'd picked, and fancies and what have you.
Gorvin comes in, he's past the umpire, this time it's played into the offside, and it's heading towards the boundary, through the covers, and that's 4 runs.
Just wonder, in terms of fantasy points for this game as we sit right now, I wonder if Jack Haynes with 101 catch, how he stacks up alongside Fergus O'Neill, who's got 59 runs and 4 wickets. I just wonder, not knowing at all how you mark it or whatever, I just wonder who would be the game's MVP as it sits at the moment.
Really sorry, Dave, I can't help you on that either. Unfortunately, I know loads of players. I mean, it started off with football, didn't it, with the whole fantasy football stuff, and Gorvin's in again, past the umpire. Next, this time it's bobbled up, and in fact the keeper's standing right up to the wickets. It is Cook, isn't it?
Chris Cook, the keeper.
So, Chris Cook, with of course his helmet on.
Kian's kindly sent an email to bracecricket@icloud.com. Dave, unfortunately I can't make it along to Trent Bridge today due to commitments to my own cricket club. What an amazing first day yesterday. I was fortunate enough to come and end it all off getting a photo with Ben Duckett, and what a man he is.
Here's Andy Gorvin again, and this time it's again played, and it's gone through an attempted stop there by Asa Tribe, I think, isn't it?
Yes, well,
it's
from the snood.
It's the snood, that's how you can tell.
Snood man.
Snood man. I think it's really handy actually for us commentating, because we know where he is. He can't really hide anywhere because he's got the snood on.
There he is. Just see him on left of picture. Those watching the live stream sort of dived over it, but
yeah.
He's like umpire Illingworth. He's got his ears and his mouth and his chin covered.
Here's Corbin again, and this time again it's played towards point this time, just backward of point, and there's going to be no run there.
T's been in touch, letting me know that he's received the Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual through the post this morning. Now available. Give it a mention this morning. Terrific. If you're coming along, make sure you get one from the club shop. Everything to do with Nottinghamshire cricket, both professional and the amateur game in Nottinghamshire last year.
Here's Gorvin to complete the over, and this time it's just played out in front of him. In fact, it looks as though it hit him in the...
Yeah, I don't think he played it.
No.
It played him, I think.
I think so. Yeah. And he's gone off for a little walk. In fact, he's going to take off his gloves. Yes, that was painful.
T's also showing me that not only did his Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual arrive this morning, also a well-bowled Harold T-shirt in commemoration of the great Harold Larwood. So T letting me know that he's been shopping. Joe Clark is now inspecting for just having a look for all damages. Bat has gone to the ground, so to the gloves. Phil Tranter, the physio's coming out to probably laugh at him.
Yeah, everyone else is just sort of peering at him or looking at him as he sort of carries out self-inspection.
Yes, he's been struck amidships by a delivery there from Andy Gorvin. 48 for 2.
Yeah, nice little partnership this. 40 now between these two. After 2 early losses for Nottinghamshire, of course, poor old Hasib Hamid scoring 2 this time, and a crazy run out involving Ben Duckett and Slater.
Clark's going to be okay. That's physio Phil Tranter just talking to him. He's tucking himself back in. Joe Clark certainly going to heighten his senses if and when he gets any feeling back. Does just momentarily make you feel a little queasy, and then you find you don't get any sympathy at all. He's a tribe there on the live stream. He's in there somewhere. Sain Ulasan ready to bowl. Short sleeves for Zayn, he's not bothered. And I think we're just about ready to get back underway with Notts 48 for 2, leading by 214. Peter Miller. Hello, Peter. Not heard from the Cricket Geek for a while. Fantasy points, Dave. Fergus O'Neill would have 247, Haynes 172. Hope you're well, Peter. Yeah, mate, thank you for that. Yeah, I thought start of a new over, Ulasan bowls and Slater defence. Like I say, I don't really know how it pans out, but I thought O'Neill, courtesy of a half century and 4 wickets, would trump a century, but I didn't know if you sort of got a bonus for getting a...
Yeah, I understand you can sort of move around the players as well, can't you? You can sort of drop and change and do as you wish with these sort of things. To make or trying to make the perfect team. So the idea is to pick somebody who you think isn't going to get runs or isn't going to take wickets, and then suddenly does. Yeah.
No, Annie last week was trying to tell me, it sort of broadens your interest because you start having a look at this has eased into the offside, there's no run. Because you sort of get a budget to buy them as well, so you start looking at potential, I don't know, Gloucestershire or Kent all-rounders that may or may not come into the side and get you 30 runs and a couple of wickets or whatever, just because they're relatively cheap. But I don't know. The Mesnell man says, Dave, I do the same fantasy league as Annie, and here's how the points work. And runs 1 point per run, run bonus 5 points for a 25. As the next ball is blocked into the offside, no run. 10 points for reaching 50, 15 more for reaching 75, and so on. Strike rates, you get points for strike rates and boundaries, and it goes on. And I was going to read it all out there, but thanks ever so much. There's pages of.
I think you'll need an A level of maths.
Yeah, there's pages of things. You get 10 points for every catch, 15 for a run out. So Sean Dixon's got nothing for a duck, but 15 for the run out. Here is Alassane. Bowls, and beautifully played by Slater, but he's not quite timed the pants off it like I thought he had, and Snood Man will do the fielding. Ace a tribe, and they come back for 2. Talking of Dixon, let's have a look. Ducks, you get -20 for getting out for a duck, so Sean Dixon -20, and then he gets 15 back for the run out. I appreciate that, both Peter and the Mesnil man, for bringing us up to speed with fantasy cricket points as the Nottinghamshire 50 comes up, and that's not a fantasy. 216 in front knots, 8 wickets left for Glamorgan to try and take today, ideally for them, as Slater leaves it alone and it goes through to wicket-keeper Chris Cook. Rob's back alongside. Perhaps heard the squeak and the squelch as he landed.
Yeah, just gave the update to Radio World's listeners. Another one in half an hour. We've almost got normal cricket now, haven't we?
Yeah. A run rate of around about 3.
Alassane round the wicket. Bowls, and Slater will get more runs. In fact, he'll get 4 runs.
Lovely.
It's played with soft hands. It's such a really tantalisingly close side as far as the batters are concerned, and you can almost manipulate the ball far enough away from the fielder to make sure you get a boundary, and that's exactly what Slater did there to take his score to 18. Partnership worth 46 knots, 54 for 2, and the lead 220. Apologies for all the figures. Do it yourself. The first innings lead was 166. In fact, in most instances, you're probably better off doing it yourself. 54 for 2.
Well, speaking of someone who failed O-level maths, I'm never comfortable giving loads of figures, no matter what the sport. So it's Andy Gorvin, just the one over for 8 runs so far. In from the building site pavilion end, and a firm drive by Joe Clark, who's looked quite polished for his 27, and Ben Slater's played some lovely touch shots, I have to say, for his 18.
Because they were in a bit of trouble when they lost those early wickets, weren't they? So these two have managed to get them out of that little hole.
They're within a boundary of the 50 partnership, aren't they, as Gorvin comes in again. It was Clark looking for that boundary, but he drove straight to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. And the field is spread far and wide now, you have to say.
Keishan's been back in touch on the email, bracecricket@icloud.com. Dave, it's been such a shame to see Ben Duckett make the brave decision to leave his IPL duties behind to come and play for Notts, only to get out like he did this morning. Thankful I managed to get some photos with him yesterday.
Gorvin in again. Clark just turns that away off his hip for 1, down to square leg. 55 for 2, the lead now 221. You just get the feeling with the headlines that Ben Duckett has had. He's a man under a bit of pressure, isn't he?
He wants to get on with it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Hence the attempt at a quick single.
It's strange, isn't it, how everything plays on the mind as much as anything. He's always been a dasher. That's his strength.
That's his mindset, isn't it? Yeah. Mindset.
Gorvin bowls again, and this time Clark turns it away on the leg side.
Maybe it's difficult to change the approach, that you have to playing the game, don't you? You've got to, I suppose. But
56 for 2. Well, let's face it, when he plays for England, they encourage it.
Exactly.
The Mesnil man's been back, Chris. Dave, I run a load of fantasy leagues, and I'll happily send you the links next year. probably going to be a little busy that week, Chris. Do appreciate the offer.
You're not a fantasy league man then, Dave. Although I just heard you reading the rules. So Gorvin into Clark. Clips it behind square on the... actually, I thought it was going behind. That's where he was aiming, but it went a bit squarer than I thought.
We don't have rules in cricket. We have laws. We have laws in cricket.
Yeah.
Laws of the game.
57 for 2. Nottinghamshire, lead of 223. A lovely sunny afternoon. Again, dare I say, the weather gods have smiled on Nottinghamshire, because this is possibly the best weather we've had to bat. And then you can guarantee if Glamorgan did take some wickets, it would start clouding over before the end. Going around the wicket now, and slash square on the offside by Slater.
And arguably they've only taken the one wicket, haven't they, really? Because the other one was a run out.
End of the over.
And that is the 50 partnership for the third wicket.
Come up from 82 deliveries. Today would have been the 170th birthday of a true Nottinghamshire great. Arthur Shrewsbury was born on this day in New Lenton, not far away from us here in Nottingham. Played 358 times for Notts, scored almost 20,000 runs. His top score, actually, he scored twice. He scored 267, played for England many, many times. One of the great players of his day, as Zain ul Hassan round the wicket bowls, and this is run to backward point. I think it was Grace who was asked who was the greatest player he ever played with, and he said, "Give me Arthur." But he died in very tragic circumstances. He'd had kidney pains. He'd gone to all sorts of specialists. They couldn't find anything wrong with him, so he went to a gunsmith, bought a revolver, realised he hadn't got any bullets, went back and bought some bullets, and then shot himself. A sad old end to a great cricketing career, but a very, very sad man. Anything on Arthur Shrewsbury that you get to read, I'd encourage you to read it. This is down the leg side. I have a funny feeling Outlaw Chris would be able to direct me to where he's buried. I'm pretty sure he's buried near Chris in Gedling. Arthur Shrewsbury, Nottinghamshire and England great, born 170 years ago today. There we are. Who says we're not topical? Zain ul Hassan bowls. Joe Clark, very much the Nottinghamshire here and now, gets a single away on the leg side. The Mesnell man's come back. Can I suggest, Dave, the reason Notts decided to bat again might be because they didn't fancy facing Mason in the fourth innings? Well, you can suggest that, Chris. I'm not sure.
He wasn't at his best on.
I'm not sure that Mason Crane
No.
Would have factored into a Meads decision, as Slater tickles this down to, well, I was going to say long leg, but to fine leg, and gets 4. He's just deflected it down there, well away from Andy Gorvin, and gets a boundary. Runs just starting to flow a little bit easier than they did the first 20 minutes after lunch. Notts were 25 for 2 at the interval. They're now 64 for 2. This partnership worth 56, and just about keeping pace with each other. Slater 25, Clark 30. I don't know if you're in the room, Rob, when I made a bold prediction. After 8 wickets this morning, I don't think we're going to see one this afternoon. All the Sand bowls and Slater defends.
Yeah, Mason Crane was quite expensive. What, 6.5 runs off his 7 overs in the first innings, so yeah.
So I promise not to give you any scores, but I can tell you the mascots will be happy. I'll say no more than that.
Hey, I don't mind if you read out
No.
all the racing results and whatever. All I said to you off air was, in fairness to any listeners who sort of want to tape the sport that's on this afternoon. Lovely shot from Slater, shot of the innings. A back foot punch through the offside for 4. 68 for 2. I said you can, appease your listeners' interests as much as you want, but in fairness to local Nottinghamshire football and followers, I don't tend to read the scores out too much. Sometimes they hear, because you can hear a burst of Radio Nottingham every now and again, and they might come and say, so Mansfield Town win 4-0 and now Dave Bracegood, and you can perhaps sometimes hear that on the live stream. So.
I think one maybe we should give is that Arsenal have lost 2 at home to Bournemouth in the Premier League. Even Nas looks surprised at that.
Oh, I've taped that to watch. Oh, you've ruined my evening.
Well, have you seen the, what was it?
No, I haven't seen anything.
What was the programme where they tried to keep it quiet?
Oh, The Likely Lads.
The Likely Lads, that's it.
Yes, that's brilliant.
It was an England game, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Was it
England,
Newcastle?
Bulgaria, fogged off, hide in the church.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Andy Gorvin is into his 3rd over, oblivious to the latest football scores. Bowles, firm drive back by Joe Clark, whose talents all come from his Welsh school at Llanfallen.
Yes,
English language school based in Wales, I should say, because in Wales a Welsh school means a Welsh language school. It's a lovely afternoon. It is windy because you can see the players' trousers ruffled. Gorvin is in, and that's cut away through the covers, but there's a deep cover on the boundary just to prevent the A boundary, and Clark moves to 1, and the score 69 for 2, and the Batman scoreboard informs me that it's 235 runs is the lead. I do like that scoreboard now. Now you've mentioned the Batman thing.
Yeah.
I can't get it out of my head whenever I look at it.
Exactly.
Gorvin over the wicket, Clark.
Since Davis,
Slater,
since Davis told me about it as well, I look at it in a completely different way. The pointed ears at the top sort of stick out, don't they?
It's a great shout, Dave. Great shout. Clark on 31, Slater on 30. 70 for 2, Nottinghamshire. And these two came together at 8 for 2. So as I said earlier, it's a bit of a normal bit of cricket now. Gorvin over the wicket. Solid defence by Clark.
Yeah, just frustrating now for these Glamorgan bowlers. These two batsmen, frustrating them. A few wobbles early on in the Nottinghamshire second innings, but all very much going to plan now for the home side.
Well, I said before this game, Nottinghamshire came fully loaded with their, you want to call them stars maybe, but they're big hitters back. And they've shown the champions they are. Gorvin in again.
And of course the other thing is that the longer this innings lasts, the bowlers can get a good rest as well, because they'll need them.
Yeah, I don't see a collapse happening, famous last words, but I wonder whether Nottinghamshire would have enough on the board just after tea to put Glamorgan back in.
There won't be
no rush.
There won't be a declaration today.
No.
Gorvin bowls over the wicket. Again, a firm front foot defensive push by Clark. No run. Gorvin takes his jumper, which he'll need today. It's 70 for 2. The lead is 230.
It's funny, we were talking about the Likely Lads only the other day, and I think there's some repeats going as well on one of the satellite channels, pretty much all year round. And because Bob married Thelma, didn't he? Bridget Forsyth, and if you remember who Thelma's dad was, Bob Ferris's father-in-law was played by Bill Owen, who played Compo later on.
You are a mine of information, Dave. You really are. Cricket, TV,
nothing useful.
Show business.
Nothing useful.
Oh no, it's the absolute stuff of party conversation, isn't it? I bet you're never stuck for a conversation at a do these days.
There's Mason Crane, some twirly-whirly stuff. Glamorgan's over 8's -2, so this might help a little bit, but I don't think he's been brought on to help with the over 8. He's been brought on to try and end the partnership.
Yeah, here he is, Mason Crane, getting himself ready. He's going to come in and bowl. Short run-up, of course, past the umpire First delivery, and this is pushed into the point area. No run there. Yeah, I think the Likely Lads is on radio. Was on radio as well, wasn't it? I think I saw it somewhere on radio.
Don't know. They had a big fallout, didn't they? And never made up. One of the sad things.
Here comes Crane again. Next ball. It's a fullish delivery, and again it's played into the offside towards the boundary rope, the shorter boundary on that side.
Actually, the Likely Lads Christmas special is one of my Christmas must watches. I have to watch it on YouTube, usually on Christmas Eve. Casablanca's another one over Christmas.
What did they do in the Christmas special then? What was the gist of
the fancy dress party? And
oh,
Terry
right. He was the taxi driver, yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Here's Mason Crane taking his time.
Yeah, Bob was dragged for a snog in the back bedroom, wasn't he? And Thelma went off in a huff, got Terry to drive her home and plied him with drink.
Here he is, Mason Crane, and again this is pushed out into the offside. No run there.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Likely Lads from... That was in colour, wasn't it? So that would have been the return of the Likely Lads in the 70s. The initial one was...
She was a pixie going to the fancy dress.
That's right.
Or at least they said she was pixie, but she was actually Peter Pan, wasn't she?
Here we go. Mason Crane again, this time played leg side. No run there.
Because they did it was clever how they did it, because the old black and white one in the 60s had him going off to join the army, and then the series ended, and then they brought it back... 8 or 10 years later, after he'd done his time in the army, and he'd got his war wound, and he'd been married, and all the other things that came out. Be another update for BBC Radio Nottingham as Clark cuts this away for 4. Lovely shot from Joe Clark, who's just keeping himself ahead of Ben Slater. 75 for 2. We've got Radio Nottingham in our ears. Almost in our faces. It's very loud. Let's turn it down a little. 75 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Crane to end his first over. And that's turned to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 75 for 2. Yes, nearly as many changes for Mansfield today as we had here for Nottinghamshire in this match, which began yesterday. Notts in the sunshine now here in Nottingham. 75 for 2. Really blossoming partnership between Joe Clark and Ben Slater. They're just going through the gears now. The run's starting to come after a quiet period after lunch. They've added 67. This match has really moved on today with 8 wickets going down this morning. Glamorgan, who had the better of the morning session yesterday. Today they lost 6 wickets before lunch. For only 32 runs. Notts with a first innings lead of 166. You can now add 75 to that. They're 241 in front at 75 for 2.
Gorvin delivered a straight ball then, which Slater dealt with. I think it hit the pad. There was one fielder who shouted, but nobody else.
I've got everything turned down there, all my incoming volumes down as low as it could go, and it was still screeching in my ear.
Some presenters just shout. Gorvin over around the wicket. Ooh, that was a good leave.
Here's one I've not heard of, actually, from Chris. Another excellent programme with James Boland, the Beiderbecke Affair, or Beiderbecke Affair.
Beiderbecke.
Excellent music as well. No, that one's totally skipped me by, James Boland.
One to me as well.
Of course, he did... with a little fishy. When the boat comes in, that was it.
That's it.
He did that one, didn't he? Had a little fishy.
Before your time, Nas.
In a little dishy.
Yeah,
Gorvin around the wicket.
That's probably very young when I do remember the boat comes in. I do remember.
When the boat comes in.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, I think that was repeated, wasn't it? Not too long ago.
Yeah, I do remember that.
There's a TV, I think it's still going, Dave.
Yeah,
anything
which is a good name for a programme. It's a good name for a programme. It was Storm Dave last weekend, wasn't it? I was getting all sorts of abuse just for the parts of the country being damaged. by my kith and kin, apparently.
Govin around the wicket and turned down towards third man for... It's just going to be kept in, so they're going to take 3 though, I think.
Yeah, good name for a channel.
Slater adds 3 to the total, 78 for 2. Yeah, you often see porridge on there from yesteryear.
Absolutely brilliant.
78 for 2, the partnership is 70. Govin over the wicket now, bowls again. Solid forward defence by Clark. No run.
Dan and Nat says we spent the morning session in the fridge. That's what we call the stand over to our right there, gents. We've had to move just to your right to warm up a bit, so presumably the Radcliffe Road stand here in the sun. I've got major respect for the fishermen fans who stay there all day. Lovely view, but it's too cold for us. Thank you, Dan and Nat.
Yeah, there's a few bobble hats on over there, isn't there, in that stand? Watching Govin, full of endeavour forward, and all he gets is a straight bat from Clark.
Chris is trying, bless him. He sent me the link to the Beederbeck affair. Sit back and enjoy it. Yeah, as if I've
bit
got
busy at the moment, Chris.
Yeah. There's multitasking and there's multitasking.
I've been to plenty of games where I'd rather watch TV, but this isn't one of them.
You know, when you appreciate other people's hobbies and interests and what they like and whatever, but it's a bit like reunions and school reunions. There's a reason I've perhaps not kept in touch with you for decades and decades, and there's perhaps a reason I've avoided all these programmes for decades and decades. Just maybe it's not for me.
In comes Mason Crane, first ball of a brand new over. Now, this all kept a little bit low, and a hand up from Mason Crane, gestures towards the umpire, nothing doing.
Well, he was right in front of his stumps.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a look at that.
Too much, I suspect.
Yeah, pitched and maybe just missing the leg stump.
Vice producer Aaron in charge of replays. Hopefully we might get a little look at that.
Here is Mason Crane again, and this next delivery, it's played, foolish delivery, back to Crane, no run there.
We're all, oh, here we go, here is that replay. Oh, it's outside the line, wasn't it? We're all relaxed and chilled up here today because producer Kirsty is doing producer Kirsty's stuff at Stoke City this afternoon, looking after everybody there.
Mason Crane again, that's a bit more on the shorter side, and it's played, cut into the offside, and they'll pick up another single there.
Although she'll be listening to us, she'll be watching and looking after all her camera crew and everything at one of the coldest grounds in the country, and she'll be listening to us as well.
So both batsmen on the same score now, on 35. As Crane comes in again. Again, this is just flicked off his pads for another single.
What I would say about Crane this innings, he went for what, 44 from 7 overs in the first innings. He seems to it coming out the hand a lot sweeter than it was.
Yeah.
Hasn't pulled one yet, or
no full tosses.
No.
No half trackers either. And then
blame these guys, Mason.
I know, this is what's going to happen now, isn't it? Here we go again. This is again nice length, that.
Appealing for BBW there, I think.
Yeah.
Back before wicket.
Yeah, there's a few little marks there just in front of the batsman. Maybe he's aiming for those as Crane comes in again, and this time outside the off stump and gone through to the keeper. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 80 for 2.
Going to be another long old session between lunch and tea, and probably a late finish as well. We've got 56 overs to go in the day, so another 24 before tea, and in theory we're an hour through the afternoon. It's 20 to 3. We should have tea at 20 to 4, but by no means going to be anywhere near that.
Paul Davis has been in touch at Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Afternoon all. The Beederbeck trilogy is some of the finest British TV ever.
Oh.
Bolam and Barbara Flynn are superb. Regards, Paul. Thank you, Paul. I might come and have a look at that when I get home.
I've got the link.
As Gorvin comes in, it was an attempt at a straight drive, but it was
I think it's
far
some,
behind. It's gone for 4 again.
I have a feeling it's some sort of crime type program, some sort of how do you call it?
Well, that drive from Clark was attempted punch, but it flew off the outside edge and down through the vacant third man area for 4 runs. 84 for 2 now. The lead is 250 as Gorvin steams in from the far end. This time it's clipped away just behind square on the leg side. It'll be 1 for Joe Clark, who is moving nicely along now and has been solid defensively as well.
Made 33 yesterday, already on to 41. T's been back in touch now. I've not been shopping, Dave. Those were gifts from an old Surrey friend who lives in Worksop. Now works as a counsellor just over the road from Trent Bridge. And he got them for me, and I was here to see the last 2 sessions yesterday. Thank you, T.
Gorvin around the wicket to the left-hander, who gets good connection on that. Punch drive through the offside. Man at deep cover. Collects 86 for 2 now. Slater moves to 36 from 75. Clark on 41 from 56. And this is very pleasant for Nottinghamshire. When these two came together, it was 8 for 2. Gorvin in once more. Bit more height on that. Just parried down to backward point for no run. 86 for 2.
Not's got a week off after this one. Next in action in a fortnight's time, or a week on Friday, with Warwickshire, the visitors. And then they go to Leicester in match 4.
Gorvin in. That's driven. Half stopped by Van der Ruchten. But it's only half stopped because it's flown to the boundary, and I think he suffered there. I think he might have knocked the side of his leg, and it flew away to the boundary. That was a great shot, you have to say. Put everything behind that, Clark, and he gets 4 runs.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
90 for 2.
I'm not sure how much heavy lifting half is being done there, because it was almost a blur as it went past him, wasn't it? He's perhaps lost a fingernail. It was hit that hard towards him.
I don't think I would have gone for it. Gorvin over the wicket. This time tamely played into the leg side by Clark. A very short mid-wicket. Slater's on 36, Clark is on 45. Nottinghamshire 90 for 2.
Kian asking if I'd have made any changes to the top order, given that Hamid, Slater and Duckett between them hadn't scored any runs in this match so far. Well, it's time for Ben Slater to put that right, but no, Notts would be more than happy to have them all available for the entire season. Of course, Ben Duckett, I think it's naturally assumed he'll be backing off with England when the international season starts in June. Just hope it's not the last we see of Freddie McCann for a while, because a very, very talented young player. I hope we can find a spot for him to be squeezed back in.
As Crane comes in, first ball of a brand new over, and this time it's just off bat and into the offside. No run there. Yeah, these two batsmen now putting on a really good stand together. 82 so far, and it's Mason Crane coming in again, and this next delivery again played into the offside and just gone to backward point. No run there. Just
when you think after getting on for 2 decades of this nonsense, you've just about exhausted every possible avenue of chat. The Biederbeck affair is gathering some momentum.
Here's Crane again, and this time again it's punched into the offside, and The batsman will cross over for a single.
Nick Morrell, one of our regulars. Dave Bolam and Flynn in Biederbeck teach at the same comprehensive school. They've got a fantastically sarky relationship. His love of the jazz of Bix Biederbeck leads to various encounters seeking the eponymous tapes. It's brilliant. Thank you, Nick.
Here's Mason Crane. And this time, again, defended by Joe Clark, who's on 45.
So I've got the link from Chris. We might just get round to having a little look at it if at some stage we can find half an hour.
Here's Mason Crane again, and this time it's again played leg side and straight to Zain Al Hassan, who's fielding there at mid-on. No run. He's getting through these overs really quickly. Mason Crane again fielded in the direction of Zain Al Hassan, who half stops it. No run there. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 91 for 2.
Yes, Clark and Slater both registered half centuries at Taunton last week. Ben Slater getting 60 not out in the second innings. Clark getting 92 in the first. 91 for 2. It's the current score, so Notts already have extended their lead over 252, 57 in front. Glamorgan, you'd imagine, are going to have to get the largest score of the match in order to win it when it becomes their turn to bat in the fourth innings of the contest. Bowling change, Ryan Hadley coming back. His earlier effort in this innings saw him bowl 3 overs for 16. Tall Australian who hit Dylan Pennington for 6 this morning, came in at number 11. Had an almighty swish first ball, nearly hit it straight to Seba Mead at mid-off, just cleared the Nottinghamshire skipper, and when he was back on strike, hit a big 6 off Pennington. There's Hadley bowling, and off the back foot, Slater's got this away. It'll just be a single, fielded by Sean Dixon, away to our left in front of the Fox Road stand.
They did think about 2, I think, for a moment, but I think thought better of it. Certainly don't want another repeat of what happened earlier with Duckett and Slater. Fielder got onto that ball really quickly, prevented the second run.
Clark back on strike on 45. Hadley tearing down the runway. It's rather a long approach. Bowls now and gives Clark enough width just to deliberately guide it down safely to Mason Crane at third man for a single.
Certainly what we have seen is that the runs now certainly coming a lot quicker than they were earlier.
The breeze is picking up as well. You just look at the tarpaulins at the far end. In fact, it's that splitting down the middle there, and some of those sheets in front of the scaffolding at the pavilion end just being buffeted around. 1 or 2 tears, I think, just starting to appear. Down at that end, 93 for 2. Hadley round the wicket to Slater, short and pulled away by Ben Slater, but straight to Mason Crane again in the deep. Thought he was going to go really hard at that one, Slater, and try and clear the ropes, but just controlled it, just paddled it away for a single.
These two now certainly seeing the ball a lot better, and certainly got their eyes in and hopefully going for their shots as well.
Yes, partnership ticking along nicely. 3 singles from 3 balls in this over. Hadley back over the wicket to the right-handed Clark, bowling from the pavilion end. It's in now, and Joe Clark just stabs at this one, pushes it back to the bowler. So again, for those of you watching on the live stream, 1 or 2 have commented that can't see the ball pitching for the umpire. I'm afraid there's just nowhere at the moment at that end of the ground that you can get a camera any higher. It's all very much in the rebuild phase, and one static camera called Wilson, I'm afraid, can't go any higher than this, and they're playing, as you can see, right smack bang in line with where we can put it. Clark on 46 on strike will force us into the offside. That's a brilliant stop from Kieran Carlson, diving to his right to take it on the bounce. He's probably not only saved a boundary there, but in the process he's denied Clark the second half century of the season. That's a brilliant stop.
It was, wasn't he? He was, certainly had to reach for it. Got it. Hands back in pockets now. Because it is quite blustery out there.
Yeah, very much so. Final ball of the 25th over of the innings. That's going along at about 3.8 and over as Hadley comes in to bowl to Joe Clark. Ooh. And that was just got a little big on him. Just came up and an inside edge onto his body. Struck a painful blow a little earlier, but he's okay from that one. 94 for 2 after 25 overs here on BBC Sports Extra 2. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Sport Wales online. Be another update for BBC Radio Nottingham radio listeners in a moment, just before their footy matches get underway. 3 o'clock kickoff, we're not too far away. Mason Crane to continue. Crane 3 overs, none for 8. Yeah, no more wickets since I last spoke to you, Deke. Ben Slater on strike on 39, with him Joe Clark on 46. The pair have added 86, and Nottinghamshire really going along nicely here. It's very, very breezy at the moment, very gusty, difficult for the bowlers out there. Nottinghamshire 94 for 2, lead by 260. All this after a glorious morning by the Seamers, bowling Glamorgan out in their first innings for 113. That's 94 for 2 in their second. Latest deliveries just turned to leg. Another good stop by Kieran Carlson.
So is Crane. He's going to carry on and continue in this over. Third ball of the over. He'll come in, he'll pass the umpire, and this time it's just deftly played in front of him. No run there, just coming off the bat, just bobbling out the ball. Nottinghamshire 94 for 2. Joe Clark 46, Ben Slater 39. These two certainly stabilising the Nottinghamshire innings. This next ball again played leg side, and the batsman will cross over for 1. No second, no chance of a second there. And that'll take Slater on to 40. Both batsmen in their 40s now. 95 for 2. So they lead by 261 runs. A useful and healthy lead.
I think it's possibly already an insurmountable lead, but they're making the batting look easy here.
Yeah, Crane is in again, and that next one just played into the onside. No run there. Yeah. I think perhaps maybe Nottinghamshire might bat until tomorrow, just maybe 10-15 minutes before the lunch interval tomorrow. Who knows? As Crane comes in, and this next ball again is played into the leg sides.
Yeah, I don't know what the weather's like tomorrow.
Yeah. That's the other factor that'll come into the mind, I guess, of
well, there's
captain and coach.
On my app, it's 70% chance of precipitation between 11 a.m. and 2 o'clock, and then from 3 o'clock till 5 o'clock. So that may affect their thinking.
Yep, I guess the other factor is this wind as well. If this wind gets stronger, perhaps it might blow the clouds over. But we shall see. That's sort of out of the control of, I guess, coach and captain. But they get themselves into a healthy position, get a good lead. That's what they'll look for, and then hopefully, from a Nottinghamshire perspective, they'll look to strike early and get into some of these Glamorgan wickets at some point tomorrow.
Yeah.
At some point tomorrow, but who knows?
There's a few grey clouds starting to hover, but it's still predominantly blue sky and very sunny. The flags on the far side are blowing quite gustily as Ryan Hadley, the Australian, on a fairly long run comes around the wicket to Ben Slater, and this one is left to go past the off stump harmlessly. Slater's on 40, Clark is on 46. 95 for 2 off 26.1 overs. Ryan Hadley took 4 wickets in the first innings. Took a few in his debut for Glamorgan as well last a week or so ago against Yorkshire. So he's made a decent impression.
Looks like a good bowler.
Like most Australians, he's a good talker, as I said previously. Runs in now, around the wicket. Oh, almost got a touch then.
I guess the thing is that the talent pool in Australia is so big, isn't it? That, you know, a lot of players are never going to get to play for Australia or even in the second or what have you, but they can certainly ply a trade here in the county championship, can't they?
Yeah, they can, and it's. I think I've said previously, it's an obsession in Australia. Lucky enough to be there for a month, and they really do pay close attention to what's happening on the cricket, whether it's the Big Bash or the Test matches. Obviously, an Ashes Test is really a big interest as Slater pushes that one away for 1. 96 for 2 now. And Hadley has none for 20 from his 4.5 overs so far. It's certainly calmed down after lunch, hasn't it? We've had more normal cricket than we've had probably at any time.
Yeah, definitely. It feels
in this match.
Yeah, it feels more like a county championship game.
Just the one slip. Colin Ingram as Hadley comes over the wicket. Pushed down by Clark for no run on the offside. Mason Crane fields.
I guess it's also because, from my understanding with the Sheffield Shield as well, you've got fewer teams, haven't you? So the competition and it's a very, very competitive league.
It is.
Isn't it? So you have to be really, really good in order to compete at that level.
I don't think you get contrived results in the Sheffield Shield. It's hard.
Yeah.
Players do say that, don't they? The rare players that go over to play Sheffield Shield. It's a tough school.
Yeah.
As Hadley bowls.
So standard is really very, very high.
It's why they produce such good Test cricketers. I
Exactly.
suspect.
Exactly.
There are no gimme results or gimme performances in the Sheffield Shield. And you're talking about your state being sort of your pride and joy.
And presumably most of the teams are made up of Australians, aren't they, I guess? Very few overseas players.
Hadley is New South Wales and Australia A as he comes in again. And that time it's cut through the offside down to deep cover for 1 run by Joe Clark. He moves up to 47 now. The score to 97 for 2. They're 1 away from a 90 partnership.
I guess the only other country, thinking about it, where you've got perhaps not the same level of competition, but is amongst the South African cricketers as well, but maybe not to the same level as the Sheffield Shield, but certainly the number of South Africans that have come into the county championship game huge numbers.
Kieran Carlson was in conversation with, is that umpire Illingworth this end? I just wonder, because Glamorgan's over rate has now gone to -3. I just wonder whether he's asking what he has to do to get them back on.
Here's Mason Crane, and this time it's played leg side, and they'll pick up another single. Well, Joe Clark.
Of course, they're missing the option of Ben Kellaway out of this game, who would have provided another spinner.
There's no other spinner in this.
I'm sure there are people who do,
who can,
players who can.
Part-time perhaps. Mason Crane comes in, and this again pushed into the offside this time. But yeah, I guess that will be an area of concern, won't it?
That's twice though in the last couple of overs. Kieran Carlson has come to this end to talk to the umpire, and I can't see what else he might be talking
Here's
about.
Crane in again, and this time just pushed back to the fielder. No run there. Certainly Crane doing his bit, trying to get through these overs as quickly as he can, because we are a bit behind on the time front. Certainly from a Glamorgan perspective in terms of bowling these overs. And this next one passes the outside of the off stump through to the keeper, but I don't think he...
No, there are no
grasped.
appeals.
No.
I don't think Slater was out of his ground, but
No.
smart work by Cook.
Who is standing up. There's one slip in there as well. Crane comes in again, and this time again this is pushed into the offside. Mid-off picked up by Zainul Hassan, no run there.
I think that one did turn, didn't it, from Crane?
Yeah. There are some patches outside the off stump, aren't there? You can sort of see them from here. There's a bit of sun as well.
And his line is much more consistent this.
Yeah, Crane comes in again, and that didn't hit any of the patches, went more leg side. In fact, pushed into the leg side by square leg, and the batsman will pick up another single.
Just when I said his line was more consistent, he strays down the leg side, gets tucked up for a single, 99 for 2.
That's the end of that over. Yeah, 99 for 2. Joe Clark on 48. And Ben Slater has made 42. Partnership worth 91.
Yeah, they played really well, these two. I do like Slater's touch. He's got lovely to watch, and Joe Clark has been quite enterprising, very efficient as well. They both look decent players. Slater, the left armer, hander, waits as that one got up on him, but he managed to get something on it, just pulled it out to the onside. Chris Cook, the wicket keeper, sprinted across. That's the 100 up for Nottinghamshire. 100 in 28.1 overs, 100 for 2, and the lead is now 266. There we are. Says the Batman scoreboard. Hadley into bowl from the far end. Straight back from Clark. His forward defensive is pretty textbook, isn't it, Clark?
Very much so.
He just got mentioned on Radio Wales as a schoolmate of Will Evans. They like that. The Mansfield Town striker, who I gather has been recalled to the side today. As Hadley, the Australian, comes in. Straight drive. Mid-off comes around to cut that off. No run. 100 for 2. I'll be delighted with the way things have gone, Will. Nottinghamshire. Considering when you think they were 101 for 5 yesterday.
Yeah. Even at 8 for 2 this morning.
Yeah.
They wobble early on, but they've overcome that moment. And
Hadley comes in again, plugging away. That one got up Clark just about dealt with it. Came off his glove, I think, or maybe off his chest. It was difficult for us to see because he's got his back to us. As we are perched 3 floors up. It's a great view. Actually better than the press box, I'd say. This view, which is a couple of floors down below. Thanks to Dave's guided tour this morning before play started. Hadley comes in again, plenty of effort in his run up, and that's pushed out towards the boundary on the offside, just behind square. It's collected down there, and Joe Clark gets his 50 off 75 balls, and in 101 minutes, 8 fours. It's really well played by Joe Clark.
Yeah, second of the season already, to 92 in the first innings at Taunton last week.
He just looks in good touch, doesn't he, Dave?
Yeah.
Just looks in good touch. And he's waiting for another Hadley delivery. Again, a straight drive this time. Hadley puts 2 hands down between his legs and collects that before Clark can do more damage, but he's done enough damage already. 50 not out, Slater is 42, and Nottinghamshire are 102 for 2.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with the progress they've made in the near hour and a half since lunch. Just seemed this morning as if almost every single ball might bring a wicket. Incredible couple of hours, 8 wickets going down. 6 for Glamorgan to end their first innings on 1-1-3, and then when Notts began, 8 overs before lunch, they lost Hamid for 2 and Duckett for 1.
As here comes Mason Crane again, and this time a foolish delivery, and it's played into the offside and bobbles a bit before Zainul Hassan picks it up. No run there.
Yeah, made sure if he couldn't get his hands to it, his body was going to be behind the ball, and textbook fielding.
Here he is, Mason Crane again, and this time played leg side. Short mid on there. As in comes Crane again, and this time it's played into the offside again to Zainul Hassan. Ball seems to be following him. He's giving the ball a good rub to get some, extract some movement or anything. Here comes Crane again. Very short run up, of course. Spinner comes in, and again played there by Slater.
I think that was the wrong one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the googly.
He looked to go back, I think, a little bit and played it. 42, Ben Slater.
Leg spinners are just great to watch, though,
Yeah,
aren't they? They've got the guile.
Ben Slater faces up to Crane again, and this time again he's pushed it into the offside, and they'll pick up another single.
Got a message here for Mr. Phillips.
Oh.
One ball left in the over.
Do I want to hear it?
See how good your memory is.
Right.
Crane comes in to complete the over now, and this last delivery again is played correctly and in front of him by Joe Clark. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 103 for 2.
So who's this from then? Hi, mate. Please say hi to Rob for me. I can remember interviewing him at university for Stories Behind the Songs as part of my final degree. I can't believe that was 9 years ago. Any idea who that might be?
Stories behind the songs.
Interviewing him at university for Stories Behind the Songs as part of my final degree.
The football songs?
Well, would it be anything to do with the Manic Street Preachers?
Well, I don't know what it was about, but that's from BBC Radio Nottingham's very own Chris Gadsby.
Oh, yes, Chris. I do remember Chris, yeah. I think he's ice hockey, isn't he? Chris Gadsby, that's him?
Yep. He is. He's
Yeah.
our ice hockey man.
I can't think of what it was. I can only suggest that 9 years ago would be 2017, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in 2016, I went to the Euros with Wales when they got the semi-final. Hold on, thought, well, Asa Tribe turns his arm over.
Oh, full toss.
Full toss, which is pushed away.
Snood, man.
And I had a surreal phone call about 2 or 3 months before, and somebody said, would you mind your commentary being used when Wales qualified? That was in the autumn before 2016. At the on the top of a Manic Street Preachers record called Come On Wales. So I immediately took about 0.5 of a second to say, yeah, I'd have no problem. And so it was. Tribe in this time
Full
over
toss.
the wicket, and it's driven, got the treatment that, another full toss.
Full toss. It was.
Use the facilities, Asa.
Yeah. Clark hammered that, and that's a 100 partnership for the third wicket from 162 balls. Clark 54, Slater 41.
Cricket balls always find a way of getting into the most inconvenient places. That somehow got wedged underneath the advertising board there, but I think they've just about managed to find it.
I wonder if this is what you were saying earlier, Rob, about bringing on Asa to speed up the...
May well be.
It doesn't, though, if you have to keep fetching him back from the boards.
Oh no, he's not doing much. And that's another drive, which was on a tee for Clark. Come on, Asa, now. This is not what your captain brought you on for. Here goes again. And that's just gently played through the covers that time for 1 run. 109 for 2 now.
Clark enjoying himself out there at the moment.
Yes, he showed no mercy to Asa Tribe then. He comes around the wicket to Ben Slater. There's an inviting gap, isn't there, through that wide mid-on for Slater, and he's found it. Clark found it when it was wide mid-off.
As the great John Virgo used to say, there's always a gap.
There's always a gap. 110 for 2. Tribe in. A couple of steps. Fired, and this time there's a man right there and rings his finger.
That's Basher.
A few words with Asa Tribe, I suggest, saying, do you mind, I don't really need filled in practice like that, but he did save around 110 for 2. Well, he's allowed 1 loosener, isn't he?
Chris Gadsby, I've done it, he remembers. So I hear, it was part of our final degree and our version of Desert Island Discs, so he came in and did a programme with me about significant songs from his life for half an hour.
Oh, right.
It's still online somewhere. Oh
my
if you can
gosh.
dig that out, Chris.
No, Chris, I thought you and I were friends. Well, I imagine it had a bit of T-Rex, bit of UB40, Talking Heads.
Here is Mason Crane again, and this time it's played square. And towards the boundary, Zainul Hassan, the ball seems to be following him. He's picked that one up.
And bearing in mind what you've just said, presumably the Manics.
Probably the Manics, yeah. In the last few summers, I have done a sport programme with Radio Wales every summer.
Nelson, feet off the ground.
Mason Crane in again, and this time played into the offside just by slip. And picked up no run there.
And we normally go to Nick Webb at the cricket, but in between we play tunes, so I quite like that.
We're in the presence of broadcasting royalty here, you know, Nas.
Not really.
I think we are.
You haven't listened to it, have you?
Mason Crane, he's in again, and this time full toss, and well, certainly fullish delivery. Played into the offside, no run there.
Yeah, Eddie Byram shields that. Not too much pace on that one.
Here's Crane again. This time pitched and played back to the bowler. Nottinghamshire 111 for 2.
Yes, hope they get a run soon. I've got my feet up. Old superstition.
277 the lead. Crane comes in again, played leg side this time by Clark, and there's the run that Dave was asking for. Batsman comfortably crossover.
Nottinghamshire lead by 278. They scored 279 in their first innings, so Glamorgan are really going to have to go big if they're going to win this match.
Here's Crane again, and it's squared.
Yep.
Pull squared, that's 4 more. And in fact, it is 50. Ben Slater. So Ben Slater joins Joe Clark on the other side, who was on 56. So Ben Slater's 50. 127 minutes off 102 balls and 4 fours in that. Good healthy strike rate of 49.
Yeah, just 4 fours for Ben Slater. I don't know what that tells us, other than that normally when I say that's a Ben Slater 50, there's at least 9, sometimes 10 fours. Gets a high percentage of his runs in boundaries. I think maybe after Duckett got out, he just wanted to knuckle down and just, dig in for the long haul.
And he's breaking the shackles of all these openers who've been having poor runs in this game too.
Tried balls. Clark clips it off his legs or hips really. Down to mid-wicket for 117 for 2. I will say Mason Crane's figures from 7 overs. He's got no wickets for 18. 7 overs in the first innings, went for 44. As Slater drives that. An attempted stop.
Just feel
I
a
think
little.
That's Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just feel a little bit for Kieran here, because how are you planning to get a wicket is a question you always like to put to captains. And at the moment, he's having to defend the boundaries, isn't he?
He is. Tribe again.
He's certainly bowling better in this over than he did his last, though, I guess, for what it's worth.
I think it's just a case of batters hitting the fielders rather than hitting the ropes at the minute.
Tribe in.
Like there.
Yeah.
Smashed through cover, but straight to the fielder.
It's very tempting to go after Tribe. Very, very tempting.
As I said, this is where they miss Callaway. Tribe bowls. Again, it's smashed through the
there
covers.
We go. Is that the one?
Beats the man on the boundary. That's 4 more runs. And that takes it to 122 for 2 now, Nottingham.
Yes, Kieran would have forgotten more about cricket than I've ever known, but I just wonder how he's trying to get a wicket here.
Tribe in once more to Clark.
Oh,
And that one went through, but it's going to come down for 4 runs down below it unless it slows up. No, I don't think it does. 4 runs is the signal.
It wasn't exactly a sprint from Colin Ingram. He was. I think he was wise enough to know that he'd got no chance of stopping that ball. So a gentle jog to the boundary was needed.
When you're 40 years of
Yeah.
age, that's what you do, don't you? And he's gone for 10 off that over. Asa Tribe.
He's taken his cap and he's just produced the snood again. He's just sort of rolled it up from under his collar and up over his chin and ears.
I think I'll concentrate on the opening. This bowling is not for me.
Yeah, 2 overs none for 17 for Asa. Here's Crane. Somehow doing over. Crane bowling to Slater, who pushes it into the offside to get his 52nd run. Nottinghamshire 127 for 2 now. This partnership 119, so it's the largest of the match so far. I think Haynes and O'Neill, if memory serves, put 111 on. Oh, full toss, and it's slapped to mid-wicket, and he's missed out there as Joe Clark. He could have. Well, he could have pretty much picked his spot and hit it straight to Asa Tribe. Luckily, it bounced in front of the fielder. Crane in again. Clark has hit this one down the ground. Big blow for Clark for 6. Straight drive. Missed out the previous ball. Says have a bit of that, though, from this one from Mason Crane. And Joe Clark moves into the 70s. 71 not out. That's 133 for 2. And that means already Glamorgan would need 300 to win if a declaration came now, which it's not going to do.
I guess these batsmen getting their eye in against Asa Briggs and now having a go at Crane as well.
Briggs, where's that come from?
Tribe.
Tribe. Asa Briggs is a historian. He is an historian. Honestly, he's genuinely an historian. And that's the only Asa I know, apart from...
Not a spinner then.
You know, two Fergusons and two aces.
Two aces, yeah.
It's great stuff, this is. This is dropped on the offside. And there's...
don't know where that came
no
from. Asa Briggs.
If I can mention BBC Radio Nottingham colleagues who used to work with Rob Phillips, then you can mention your family and friends as often as you want, Nas. 133 for 2. Next ball is sent down by Crane, cut away by Clark for, I was going to say at least one, but they're both set off as if there was the potential for a second, but there wasn't. Nasser Hanif with us, and I hope I'm the only one that says in your life, Nasser Hanif, the only man to be named after
you are,
two Test captains.
Nobody else has, and I've been to other cricket grounds. Nobody has got that knowledge.
It's not knowledge, is it really? This is cut away. It's nonsense. That's half the trouble. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 134 for 2. Slater 53. Clark 72. Spare gloves and drink being brought out for Nottinghamshire's 250 men.
Well, this could be a long afternoon for Glamorgan. They're already trailed by 301. Could be a long night for me as well, because Chris Gadsby has just sent me through the programme we were talking about. But he said, just for you, Rob. I knew I could find it again. Good to hear your voice. Good to hear from you as well, Chris. Hope you're doing well.
It's a good man, Chris.
Yeah, as I always was a big ice hockey fan.
Yeah, looks after the Panthers. Had a bit of success this year.
Of course, we're in Devil's territory in Cardiff.
This is Asa Tribe to continue.
Here he goes again.
Third over. This one punched offside. And they'll comfortably collect a single.
He keeps suggesting I ought to go down and have a look and try and get involved. And I say, well, the first time they pick somebody from Newark, then I might. All these Canadians and Americans and what have you.
Here's Asa Tribe again, and this time again pushed leg side, and again another single.
Well, I've got to say, I've been to the Devils a few times. It's a really good night. I've got to say, entertaining night.
Here's Asa Tribe again, and this time defended by Ben Slater.
Some say that about the bingo, Rob. It's a really good night. You ought to go down.
No.
You're all right. I'm all right, thank you.
Let's go, Devils, let's go. You start humming it on your way home.
Promise you I wouldn't.
Ben Slater faces up to Asa Tribe, and this one defended.
Not complete without a bit of a fight, of course.
Yes, and it gets sensationalised, doesn't it? Fight at the ice hockey.
Here's Asa Tribe again, and again defended. Much more miserly over this one. As Tribe comes in again, and this time again it's just played into the offside, and there'll be no run there. End of the over. Much better over that one for Asa Tribe. 19 off his 3 overs.
Just looking at Tribe's figures from last season, he played 11 matches. As a bowler, this is 11 matches, 3 innings. 9 overs, 1 maiden for 34 runs.
No wickets.
And no wickets, no.
Dear.
Did I leave that bit out? I was just being kind.
Oh. Nash, you remember at lunch when your Uncle Dave said, wouldn't it be typical cricket if we had a session now with no wickets?
Yeah, you did call it. You did call it. You did call it. I'll give you that, definitely. Definitely. You did say that.
There's Mason Crane. Umpire Rob White standing at this end. This is cut to backward point, and there's no run, fielded by Sean Dixon.
And of course, waiting in the wings is Centurion Jack Haynes from the first innings.
Yes. Crane bowls again. Oh, and scruffy inside edge from Clark that's going to go for 4 runs.
It is.
Again, there's no pictures in the scorebook. An inside edge past leg stump. Mason Crane unlucky. Joe Clark hugely fortunate, but now moves on to Sunset Strip. 77. 141 for 2. I think that was an American cop show, wasn't it, back in the 60s? 77 Sunset Strip. Blank looks.
No,
Next
don't know
one's
that one.
backward point.
Don't know that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'll raise you the Biederbeck affair with 77 Sunset Strip.
Hang on, I've just had a tweet about Asa Briggs.
Oh.
Mason Crane bowls slammed down the ground by Clark, but fielder posted down below us. That's Ryan Hadley. No run. 1 run, I beg your pardon. I paused then for you to tell us, but we'll wait until
we'll wait till the end of the over.
We've got to fill the gaps in between. Crane short. Slater will just nudge it just to the left of the bowler, get another single. Slater onto 55, knots 143 for 2. This partnership up to 135.
Without being in too much trouble, you've got to say.
Yeah.
Best part of the day to bat.
That's what I say. Yeah, not being critical of the Glamorgan captain. You've got to try and stop the runs, yes, but you've got to try and take wickets as well somehow. And the moment you just can't see, unless it's a false shot, how the breakthrough is going to come. We've got a gross on the board, 144.
Well, Greg J. Lewis contacts me on... I've just lost it now, actually. But he was pleased to hear Asa Briggs accidentally mentioned. That was the point.
Right.
He said, good to hear Asa Briggs get an accidental mention. Not only a well-regarded historian, but also one of the experts at Bletchley Park during World War II, who worked on deciphering the German Enigma code.
Oh, wow.
And that is from Greg Lewis, who the author of The Nazi Ghost Train, a Sunday Times and Amazon bestseller, and Defying Hitler.
Wow.
Lives in Cardiff.
Here we go. It's the other Asa Tribe to come in and bowl. First ball of a brand new over.
We've accidentally stumbled upon Mandy Fitzpatrick's Big Love. Dave, as you were talking about the Manic Street Preachers, can I say they're the best band in the world? I've seen them live 12 times.
It's Asa Tribe, and he's past the umpire. Very short run up, and he comes in. This one's square, pulled square, and
I actually met them, the Manic Street Preachers.
Well, if you've actually met them, did you know, according to Mandy, James Bradfield is a Nottingham Forest fan. Your commentary is brilliant. It's so good. Glad to have Trent
Tribe,
Bridge.
and this one is hit over the bowler, straight over the bowler, and that's 4 more runs there to Joe Clark.
Sorry, Nas, I don't think he was going to bowl then. That's why I was halfway through saying your commentary's brilliant. So good. Glad to have Trent Bridge live back. Thank you, Mandy. Grateful for a mention of the Manics.
Yeah, Joe Clark dispatching that last delivery from Asa Tribe right over his head.
Oh, got one of our stewarding team just scrambling under the netting. Yeah, dust the knees down. Well done. Great work to find the ball. 150 up.
So that lead now from Nottinghamshire is 316 as Asa Tribe comes in, and this time it's played leg side by Joe Clark. Takes him on to 85 now. 85, 15 short.
They're just moving nicely now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Chris Drew on Blue Sky says Rob Kieran is quite capable of bowling offies himself. Kieran Carlson not choosing to do so at the moment.
Tribe's in again, and this time it's hit, cut into the offside, and they'll pick up a couple more runs.
And indeed, Kieran Carlson had 14 matches, 40 overs last season, 4 maidens, took 5 wickets, best of 3 for 24.
I think it's going to be Ben Slater now, facing up to Tribe. And this time Slater again into the offside, into point.
The last... Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, end of the over, Nottinghamshire 153 for 2.
Last time Notts were in Cardiff for a championship match, 2022. Joe Clark was in the 90s, and Kieran Carlson got him out. He was, I think, trying to reverse sweep down the leg side, obviously. Ball went through to the keeper, who whipped the bails off. They were all looking towards the square leg umpire, appealing for a stumping. Square leg umpire didn't give it, but the umpire, the non-strikers, gave him out caught behind. And conversations with Joe subsequently, he's adamant he didn't hit it. There's Crane starting a new over. This is hit down the ground by Clark for a single, moves to 86. So you've met the Mannix, Rob. Why does that not surprise me or indeed anybody?
It was at an FAW do actually, and the security guard said to me, "Do you want to meet them since you're on their record?" So I said, "Yeah, I don't mind." And very nice they were too. Mason
Crane to Ben Slater, pushes this into the offside. Not seen the Mannix, but saw the Stereophonics sort of partially. 20 minutes at Wembley one year. They were the musical act for one of the NFL games. Did about 20 minutes. It's enough. Yeah. 154 for 2. This is turned away on the leg side. I don't mean it's enough because you've had enough of the Stereophonics by then. I mean it's enough that I can say I've seen them.
Yeah, well,
handbags and glad rags and all that.
I saw their tribute. I saw the tribute band, the one that they like, Stereosonics, up in the valleys where they're from.
Clark has 86. Got into the 90s last week. Got into the 90s against Glamorgan, as I was just saying, in Cardiff in 2022. Another single to Joe Clark, moves to 87, a number that we've seen on the board this morning, wreaking all sorts of havoc as Glamorgan lost 3 wickets with the score on 87. Crane to the Chesterfield-born Slats. Ben Slater gets another single, 157 for 2, and Slater on to 60.
What's slowly moved up is that run rate as well, hasn't it? Just over 4 now. It's quite nice from a Nottinghamshire perspective, of course.
After this delivery from Crane, there'll be 8 overs left before tea, so at least another half an hour. Next one's just helped out into the offside, fielded by Kieran Carlson. 157 for 2 knots. The lead, and thank goodness that it's up there on the board, the lead is 323.
Yeah, it's looking in big proportions now, isn't it? And just to finish the Stereosonics story, they went to Commandment, where the Stereophonics are from. They played there, and they went to see Kerry Jones's mum for tea beforehand. And I was reading somewhere that one of the Stereophonics said of all the tribute bands, they are the best, and they were very good too.
Yeah, can't say I've seen them, but I have seen the other band that you mentioned, UB40, although they come in various guises these days, don't they?
Yes,
so
I did last year as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It depends which one that you go and see.
The one with Ali Campbell is the one, I think.
He played at the Newark Riverside Festival a few years ago.
Gorvin in from the far end. That went past Slater's bat.
Yeah, I saw him at the Peace Hall in Halifax.
Yeah. And it was like I don't know, I saw them at Cardiff Castle, and it was like a karaoke night. It was just one big, everybody knew all the words. There's Gorvin in again. He's trying to go around the wicket and just swing it into the stumps. He's whistled. It's difficult for us to see here. Doesn't seem to be too far away. Cook is stood up to the stumps again. So Slater can't take too many liberties, but they're just waiting for the bad ball, which they cut or pull.
Yep. So the experiment there is over with Ace a try.
As this time Slater pushes it through the onside, just turned his body to direct it that way. And
150 partnership.
Oh, right, the 150 partnership. I wonder what all the applause is about then. There you go. Clark 87, Slater 58 in that partnership. As Gorvin comes over the wicket to Clark, turns it away behind square on the onside. Sorry, in front of square on the onside. More to mid-wicket.
Yeah, these two making batting look really comfortable, aren't they?
Too easy, really.
Too easy.
Isn't it? Too easy. There's no threat around the bat.
Nope.
As Dave was saying just now, Kieran Carlson's got a problem on his hands in that he wants to slow the run rate down. But there's no chance of a wicket like this almost. Gorvin tries to prove me wrong, but it's played off the edge of Slater's bat. Guided actually down behind backward point.
And I guess Hadley and Van der Gugten can only be used in short spells, as and when.
Yeah, well, James Harris retired, of course, before the season started, who's been a mainstay for Glamorgan in recent years. So that's been... There was some thought that maybe they were a pace man down as Gorvin comes in around the wicket.
And the other person...
effort in it.
Yeah, Zainul Hassan, who's come on a couple of times, but he's not really... Well, he's not taking any wickets. Yeah,
he's been economical, as you said.
Economical, but...
Back in 2013 it was, well, for a while, looking likely that James Harris would sign for Notts. He had a number of suitors when he left Glamorgan for the first time. In the end he chose Middlesex, which went down as a bit of a snub here, but had a good season or a good few years with Middlesex before obviously returning to his first county. Notts instead turned to Ajmal Shahzad back in 2013 as that batting number 8 all-rounder sort of role.
Here's Crane again, and this time it's played into the offside and fielded there at mid-off and stopped any runs there.
Kieran Carlson is getting a lot of work, isn't he?
Yeah.
The ball seems to be following him around.
Yeah, fielded there.
Same with Asiba Mead, the Notts captain. He always puts himself in the position where he's likely to be
the firing line. Yeah.
Clark is on 88 and he's facing up to Crane, and this time squared up a little bit, and the ball eventually... No run there. It's Mason Crane again, and this time it's more of a fullish ball again. It goes to Carlson. No run there.
At least he keeps warm in that mid-off position, doesn't he?
And certainly a lot of sun you can see from here in that area. Sunshine on the pitch. As Crane comes in again, and this time pitched and played again into the offside, squarish. And the batsman will cross over for another single, comfortably.
They've put 152 on now, just looking what the Nottinghamshire third wicket record against Glamorgan is. There's some way from that. 234, Walter Keaton and Joe Hardstaff here, back in 1948.
Here's Crane again, and this time it's cut for another single. Off the bat of Slater. 161 now for 2.
It's just a question, really, unless there's a clatter of wickets, how long Nottinghamshire want to go on for.
Yeah. Chances are they'll carry on for the rest of the day, as Dave said before, I reckon. And that's past Carlson this time. And gone to long off. And that is, in fact, the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 162 for 2. Joe Clark is into the 90s now. He's exactly on 90. Ben Slater's on the other side, accompanying him on 62. The partnership, as we said, 154 between these two. Good healthy run rate, just over 4. And that lead now 328 runs.
See, I don't see if they really want to. I mean, if the sun goes in and their lead is up around 400, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't put Glamorgan in tonight.
Yeah.
Gorvin in from the far end, straight drive. I think Gorvin might have got a touch on that, but I don't think it's going to stop it from going for 4. There's a big chase. Oh, they just keep it in. It's probably one of the longest boundaries on the pitch.
It is.
And the score goes up to 164 for 2. And Clark is into the 90s. 92 for him.
It is weird looking at this pitch, actually, because from where we're situated, if we look straight down the middle, that's where you expect the pitch to be, but it's to the right of where we are, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Towards, I guess, the Ratcliffe Road end on that side.
It's a short boundary, isn't it?
Yeah.
On Clark's offside as Gorvin comes in. Didn't get a touch on that then. Clark went straight through to Chris Cook. I know he wears gloves, but his hands must take a real pounding, especially when he's stood up to the stumps.
Yeah.
Chris is asking what Glamorgan's over rate is, and good news, Chris and all Glamorgan fans, it's now showing as 0.
Oh, so Asa Tribe did the trick then. Gorvin comes in. Touchdown to third man by Clark for 1. He goes to 93. The score to 165 for 2. 331 the lead. Gorvin from the Stuart Broad end. Got to be good to have a stand named after you, and an end named after you. Comes around the wicket to the left-hander Slater. Plenty of effort. No run. Straight to point, backward point. And Gorvin will try again. He's not going for terrible amount, but it's enough to keep the scoreboard ticking over for the county champions. In the bright sunshine, Gorvin around the wicket, straight back once more. Point has to move a couple of yards to his left that time to stop that. No run, 165 for 2. Just a few words at the top end of his run. I think that's Van Houten up there. As Gorvin bowls again, square drive. Punch through the covers, and the man on the boundary comes in, trots in, no more than that for just the 1 run, and 166 for 2, Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, Nick Morrell very impressed with Ben Slate here. Said he went very slow when Notts were in trouble. He often does that. He'd only scored 8 off 40, but then once they were both set, he pushed on without any risks. Very impressive, says Nick, and he's spot on. Couldn't afford a little bit of a collapse like they did in the first innings, Notts, if they were to sort of not let this morning's performance go to waste. The bowlers did really well today.
It's going to be Mason Crane to continue now, and first ball of a new over, and this time it's again pushed into the offside, and the batsman will cross over for a single, comfortable single there. So, Clark on 93. Crane comes in again, and this time cut square for another single. Nice and comfortable batting this from a Nottinghamshire perspective. There's Mason Crane. He's in again. Here he is. Oh, and that was a full toss, and that was hit into the offside, and it's gone for 4. Well, that's what the fielder is signalling. Eddie Byram.
Juicy, wasn't it? Help yourself.
Yeah. What it deserved then, didn't it?
Yeah. There's the stat. Just about to tell you. Come up on the big screen. 9,500 first-class runs for Benny Slats. Ben Slater. Clark brought up his 9,000 last week in the match at Taunton.
Crane missing his length there and paying the price. Slater faces up again, and this time a bit more shorter and pitch. And this time it's hit into the offside, and again, batsman will come over quite comfortably for another single.
So they've both gone past their scores at Taunton last week. Slater made 60, he's on 69. Clark made 92, he's on 94.
Here he is as he faces, and this time it's pulled again. Another single there to Clark, 95 now. to him. Yeah, just easy singles now. And boundaries coming off the bowling of Mason Crane. Comes in again, and this time it's left alone outside his off stump. And that's in fact the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 174 for 2.
It's been by and large one-way traffic since lunch for seeing Glamorgan decisively win the first session of the match yesterday morning. Lots coming back in the second and third sessions yesterday. You can, I guess, make a claim that Glamorgan a partial share of both, but today Nottinghamshire have very much won the first session, and this one quite comprehensively. Clark on 95 on strike, and he's levered this away on the leg side, and it's well fielded in the deep. Some really good work out there by Sean Dixon, keeps them to 2, but now Clark within, I was going to say within one blow of a century. I guess on 95 he was already within one blow of a century, but he's now within 3. 176 for 2. Can't see them from here, but all the Nottinghamshire dressing room will be on the balcony, ready to cheer if and when the moment happens, as Gorvin bowls again to Clark, and he's cut this away, and it was a good stop at backward point by Asa Tribe. Otherwise that was going to threaten to find that gap between third man and deep backward point.
Just a bit unlucky, picked out the fielder there, either side of him.
Good diving stop from Asa Tribe. It was Gorvin who got Joe Clark out yesterday, so he'll very much have his attention here as he comes in from the broad end down the leg side. Well taken by Chris Cook, really good leg side take by the keeper. Was in a position and aware that he was able to whip off a bail had Clark strayed, but he hadn't. 176 for 2. Only in the 43rd over of the innings, so Glamorgan a long way away from getting some second new ball help, should they need it. Gorvin in his 8th over, bowls now. Clark clips this onto the leg side, should be stopped again by Dixon, and is, so he moves to 98. More than happy just to get there in his own sweet time in 1s and 2s, as Jack Haynes did in the, I was going to say in the first innings. It was only yesterday, wasn't it? Seems like we've been here 3 or 4 days already.
Yeah, the game has just moved so quickly, hasn't it? Just so quickly.
This session so far has certainly seen a pause to the wickets going down with great regularity up to this moment. 3 overs to go after this one for the tea break. This is going to bring a run or two. We'll just have to have a look at the umpire to see if it's going to go down as byes against Chris Cook. This one down the leg side. Yeah, it is a couple of byes. Was poorly directed in truth from Andy Gorvin, and Cook standing up just couldn't stretch his arms quickly enough to properly take it down the leg side. 2 more to the total, 179 for 2. Slater on 69, works it to mid-wicket. No addition to the total. Gorvin 8 overs, none for 36. 2 bowlers, Gorvin and Crane, their figures up on the board. Well, 20 overs between them, and not only nothing in the end column, but nothing in the second column. No maidens bowled by either of them, and that's been an issue for Glamorgan since lunch. They've just not been able to put the brakes on at all.
And it looks as though there's a change, is there, in bowling?
No, it's still Crane.
Oh, it's still Crane. I beg your pardon. Yeah, it is Mason Crane who's going to carry on. The focus, though, is going to be on the other side, because it is Joe Clark who is on 98 as Crane comes in. First ball, and this time it's played, and it's dispatched for 4 runs into the offside. The boundary on that side, 4 runs, and that takes Clark to his century. Joe Clark on 102 now. A magnificent innings from him. 122 balls, 14 fours in that and 1 6. An amazing knock from him.
Very good innings from Joe Clarke. His 26th first-class 100, his 13th for Nottinghamshire. Got more for Notts now than for Worcestershire. His second against Glamorgan and his 10th here at Trent Bridge. Very well battered, Joe Clarke.
And he will hope to carry on now as he faces up to the next ball from Crane. Just pushes his leg side and easy single for him. And takes him to the other side. And now it's Slater to face, who's again got a really nice knock here. 69 to his name. Been there, of course, from the start. Losing his partner early on, Hasib Hamid. But Crane comes in, and this time pushed carefully down back to Crane, who picks up off his own bowling.
Yeah, Joe Clarke, 14 fours and 1 6. His 100 coming up from 121 balls.
Here's Crane again, and this time it's cut by Slater. And again, they'll pick up another single. So these runs keep flowing. No respite for the Glamorgan fielders at all. Both of these bowlers. And Crane started well, actually, because his early overs, he wasn't giving much away, but as he's carried on in this spell, more and more runs have come off his bowling as Clarke this time faces, and again he just pushes it out into the offside, and there's going to be no run there. So 103 to Joe Clarke. Ben Slater on the other side, he's made 70. And here's Mason Crane again, he's past the umpire, and this time he's just played correctly back into the onside this time. No run, end of the over. Nottinghamshire 185 for 2.
Yeah, great stuff for Joe Clarke.
And they're showing a wagon wheel now on the board as well of all where he's scored his runs. Sort of fairly even all the way around. Leg side, offside. 13. .29 singles in there, as Dave mentioned. 14 fours and a 6 in that total.
Yeah, looked very much in the mood from the second he went out there to replace his good mate Ben Duckett. Here's Gorvin into bowl to Slater. Turns this on the leg side. There's no run. Partnership now worth 177. Been a session that I see Notts totally confirm their position of strength in this game. The lead is beyond 350. At lunch, Notts were 25 for 2, so they've added 160 in this session. And you have to say, as far as Glamorgan are concerned, that's too many, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slater on 70 turns this to leg.
It's as though Glamorgan have lost complete control here of the game and not being able to manage the situation in the afternoon.
Not getting any assistance from the surface, and from quite some time ago they've, as we've been saying, sort of had to try and protect the boundaries and just try and slow down the increase in run rate, but they've just not been able to do it particularly successfully. They had the counter issue of reducing the over 8, and that's a good take from Cook outside the off stump. They've brought that down to level, so they've sorted that out, but there doesn't seem to be a great deal of light at the end of the tunnel at the moment, with Haynes in next and Verena. Plenty of batting to come. Nottinghamshire's lower order yesterday all very much chipped in with very useful runs indeed. Slater on 70 on strike. Again turns this to leg. This is a decent over from Andy Gorvin. Kept him nice and quiet so far.
And you'd like to think if the weather remains this way, a lot of sunshine this afternoon, then why don't Nottinghamshire just carry on and carry on?
They will. They know there's 2 full games, 2 full days left.
Yeah. There's no reason for them to stop.
It's not a case of Let's try and bat Glamorgan out of it. They're doing what needs to be done on day 2 of a county championship game. Garvin bowls him. There's the wicket. Kept a whisker low. Or certainly Ben Slater has been scuttled by one that's gone under the bat. He crouches down, giving the impression it kept low, and he's lost his off stump and goes for 70, bowled by Garvin. The celebration's a little muted, but that's a terrific stand for Nottinghamshire. Really good innings from Ben Slater, but Glamorgan have got a wicket with a couple of overs to go before tea. 185 for 3. Slater bowled Garvin 70, faced 139 balls and hit 5 fours.
Yeah, he was left on his haunches at the end. It really did sort of whistle down and sort of kept really low, and he sort of crouched at the end. But yeah, great knock from him. A massive partnership in the context of this game as well. And it'll be the Centurion, Jack Haynes now, from Centurion for the first innings, of course, to come in next. So yeah, no respite for these Glamorgan bowlers, but an important wicket for them. But the damage perhaps done prior to that with this amazing partnership between both Ben Slater and, of course, Joe Clarke.
Yes, taken out his off pole there. Again, just seen 1 or 2 replays, and yeah, the feeling persists that kept a whisker low. Morgan won't be overly delighted if we start to have any sort of uneven bounce.
Yeah, that'll certainly please the Nottinghamshire bowlers, I'm sure, who'll be watching.
Yes, the man of yesterday, Jack Haynes, out to join up again with Joe Clarke.
So 2 Centurions together.
Just 7 balls to go until the tea break. With Nottinghamshire 185 for 3, that partnership for the 3rd wicket, worth 177 between Slater and Joe Clarke. The lead 351. Haynes 42 runs away from 4,000 first-class runs. The right-hander, of course, and Garvin bowls to him, and starting afresh. Doesn't matter how many he got yesterday or in the first innings, and that's the end of a successful over for Andy Garvin. His first maiden, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 36. Nottinghamshire 185 for 3 with 1 over to go until the tea break.
Yeah, even with the loss of that 1 wicket, all they need to do now is just see out safely this last over, which will of course be from Mason Crane, who's been bowling most of the overs from this end, from the Ratcliffe Road end this afternoon. He'll come off and finish this spell of his before we go in for some tea. And wicketkeeper Cook standing up to him as Crane comes in. He's past the umpire and he bowls, and this one is played into the offside, and the batsman will cross over for a single. Clarke will just add another single to his total. 104 to him now. Get Jack Haynes to face. As Crane readies himself, and in he is, and this time it's so just over the off stump and through to the keeper. Left alone there by Haynes. So Crane now, and he's in again, and this time Haynes will get off the mark. Played it past point, and he'll pick up runs, 2 of them. So he's off the mark as well.
Yeah, 3 balls to go until the tea break. Tea break of 20 minutes, of course. We'll be back for the resumption.
And here we go with Crane again. And this time there's no run.
Notts 188 for 3. As Crane bowls to Haynes. Just defends. Penultimate ball of the session. Session which began with Notts on 25 for 2. They've lost Ben Slater, bowled by Andy Gorvin in the last minute or two. And we've just seen a hastily scrambled single from Jack Haynes bring this afternoon session to a close. He's on 2 not out. He's just 3 not out with that single. He's just come to the crease. Notts 189 for 3. Haynes at the crease because Ben Slater just dismissed in the previous over, bowled by Andy Gorvin for 70. That's after a terrific partnership this afternoon between Slater and Joe Clark, worth 177. Madness, chaos, all the other words you can use to describe a crazy session of cricket this morning, as 8 wickets went down for 57 runs this afternoon. It's totally belonged to the batters, with Nottinghamshire moving from 25 for 2 to a tea time score of 189 for 3, and that's partially due, as I say, to that partnership. Ben Slater getting 70, but the biggest ovation, you might just be able to hear it in a moment or two, is going to be for Joe Clark as he walks off 105 not out. Terrific knock from Clark. He's in good form. He made 92 at Taunton last week. He's been at the crease for 2.5 hours, faced 126 balls, 14 fours and a 6. And Clark goes in at tea, with Nottinghamshire in a really strong position here, leading by 354. 189 for 3 at tea. So there we are, folks. The players have gone for a cuppa. We're going to do the same when they return, so will the commentary. Welcome back, everybody, to Trent Bridge, where the umpire's striding purposefully out to the middle for the start of the final session of day 2, the 6th session of potential 12 in this Rothesay County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Durham. We've got very dramatic looking skies over Trent Bridge at the moment, as those of you just having a little look on the live feed on Trent Bridge Live can see. Whether they are rain-laden clouds or not remains to be seen, but there's a decidedly wintry feel about the afternoon. All of a sudden it's got progressively colder from lunchtime. We did have a bit of sun, remember, as the players walked off at lunch. Blue skies, Nottinghamshire the better of that morning session, a crazy morning session where 8 wickets fell. There was a return to normality in the afternoon session with only 1 going down, but it's been a day that's certainly got away from Glamorgan, and they now enter this final session of day 2 already knowing that the home side lead by 355 with 7 wickets left in hand. So they've really got to have a good session with the ball here, but even so you'd think that Notts are going to stretch their lead beyond 400 before too long. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, welcoming you back to Trent Bridge. Nasser Hanif from BBC Sport, Rob Phillips from BBC Sport Wales. Alongside, we've shut the windows, it is so cold, and we're inside as Andy Gorvin starts the session. And I guess what you don't want on a cold day is to get one right on the fingernails. First ball of the session, and that's just what's happened to Chris Cook. He's got his gloves on, he's the keeper. But
he's bouncing up and down to keep warm at the moment,
yeah.
Isn't he? Shaking his hands as well.
Poorly directed. Where's Snoodman? Ace of Tribe.
I was going to say, just looking around, all the fielders got hands in pockets, haven't they?
Yeah. I bet there's hand warmers in there as well. Gorvin bowls to Jack Haynes, eases it into the offside, and there's no run. Gorvin getting the wicket of Ben Slater, the only wicket to go down in the afternoon session. Notts really piling on the runs between a lunchtime score of 25 for 2 and a tea time score of 189 for 3.
Glamorgan got their over rate down to 0, but now it's gone back up to +1.
No, it's +1, so they're ahead. They're ahead. That's okay. That's good when they're plus. This has turned onto the leg side. There's no run. So they're +1. You're all right, Rob.
And my app tells me that we expect light rain in 21 minutes. That was about a minute ago when I looked, so make that 20.
Gosh, that's accurate.
Well, we shall see how accurate.
Yeah, well,
all I'm saying is that
the wind
is blowing the covers off the works on the pavilion opposite.
And actually, if that tarpaulin is acting as a sight screen as Gorvin bowls and Haynes defends.
Yeah, it's probably in the eye line of the batsman, isn't it?
Got to be,
there,
isn't it?
Next to the Batman scoreboard.
There's 1 or 2 players I know who'd be certainly in a position of adversity, having a word with the umpire. Of course, Notts aren't in a position of adversity, but there are a few players that don't like their concentration to be affected. Ben Slater, I know, doesn't like any movement or anything behind the arm. This is dropped on the leg side. Paul Johnson, former Notts skipper, and for many years joined us as a summariser. He was one when he batted. Somebody blew their nose at long on as the bowler was running in. He might back away. 190 for 3, but
you might see a bit of that when Glamorgan are batting.
Well, we know from the pictures that we're getting there, the live stream now, that Wilson, the camera, is right behind the arm. This is clipped away by Clark, gets a single. So that fluttering one, if sort of the bowler was running in on an angle, I'm guessing you'd be distracted. But we'll see. 191 for 3 at the end of the over. We're back underway after tea. Lots of just eased their lead now up to 357, 2 from that over.
You'd say it's more of a problem if the bowler's coming around the wicket, wouldn't you? Because the over the wicket may just be the scoreboard. Depends how straight the batsman is. And looks like Zainul Hassan is back in the attack for Glamorgan.
I hope the fella gets a wicket at some point, because he's bowled as well as anybody, and his end column is dry. Both innings.
He hasn't got much to show for his efforts, has he, really?
No.
6 overs and 2 maidens, none for 24 this innings.
The other thing about this breeze is it might just blow some of those rain clouds away, perhaps, maybe.
Yeah, one man's breeze, Nass, is another man's gale. I reckon that's pretty strong here.
It is strong, it is strong. Mind you, I'm layered up, so I think
You have been all day, haven't you?
I have.
Al Hassan runs away from us, bowls slightly down the leg side, but Cook comes across to collect.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Yeah.
Long way down the leg side.
He's probably happy to go on a jog, though, isn't he? I know.
This isn't helping.
Terrible throw.
Not getting the ball back to the bowler accurately.
And Tim van der Hoogten would not have appreciated that throw, as he had to jog about 10-15 yards back from his position at mid-off. Al Hassan in again. Good ball that time, straight.
Yeah, it's been very accurate, hasn't he, throughout, pretty much.
The sort of batsman, if they were attacking, bowler, if they were attacking, say, well, hold up one end and we can sort of push away at the other end, but it's not quite like that. 191 for 3. Joe Clark's been excellent for his 105. As Al Hassan moves in to the aforementioned Clark again, straight bat, back to the bowler, no run. Van der Hoogten polishing the ball with his extended. I mean, do you buy jumpers with long sleeves on? Is that what you do?
You can do, actually. I think you can have some running ones that actually could be a
hands as well.
Yeah.
Al Hassan runs away from us. A straight drive by Clark, nice one as well, but didn't quite time it. Straight to Van der Hoogten.
I think the weather looks a little brighter away to our right where it comes from.
I shall never trust my app again if the rain doesn't turn up in less than 20 minutes.
It should be about 18 by now, shouldn't it? 19, 18, as we're saying.
As Al Hassan moves in to the right-handed Clark, very watchful again. And Al Hassan strides back to his mark. The lead is 357 runs. There's an awful long time left in this game, but I suspect none of us will be here on Monday. Al Hassan runs in, and Clark again, watchful. I think that was a maiden over, wasn't it? 191 for 3.
Elsewhere, Essex, a big win for them last week. They could be on the other end of it this week. In their second innings, they're 53 for 3 at Chelmsford, trailing Somerset by 146. Surrey made 520. Leicestershire replying well, 198 for 1. Jake Weatherall, the Australian, out for 96 in that one. They're well into the third innings at Hove, where Warwickshire second time round are 28 for 4, leading Sussex by 91 with only 6 wickets left.
Gorvin comes in, first ball of his over from the Stoop Broad end. This one just pushed out into the onside. No further additions to the total.
Third innings underway at Headingley. Hampshire 31 without loss, lead Yorkshire by 105. Division 2, Gloucestershire saw Durham rack up 605 against them. Gloucestershire 60 for 4. Northants 684 for 2 declared.
Andy Gorvin is past the umpire, and this time again played back. No run there.
Trying to get into that scorecard. I know Luke Proctor had got a double 100. Can't get into it for the moment. Derbyshire 187 for 3, replying to Lancashire's 351 at Old Trafford, but it's raining. Worcestershire 138 for 1 in their second innings at Lords, leading Middlesex by 146. clicking on that Kent and Northampton. It won't open, but we'll get it.
Here's Gorvin again, and this time it's played into the offside to the fielder there. It's Zainul Hassan. There'll be no further additions to the total.
Yes, there we go. So Northants, Luke Proctor finished 261 not out. What a card this is. 684 for 2 declared. Vasconcelos 127. Proctor 261 not out. Harrison 153. McSweeney 101.
Gorvin's in again, and this is cut square for a single. And Nottinghamshire now 192 for 3. Clark 105.
That sheet at the far end just hanging, well, I was going to say it's hanging limply, but then the next gust of wind gets it moving again.
See the yellow crane behind it, can't we? I think it's a crane. To lift up the concrete onto the higher echelons.
Andy Gorvin to continue, and this time again it's punched into the offside, and again the batsman will safely run through, or jog through, not really run, jog through for an easy single. Very easy single.
There we are on the live stream. I don't know. Is it a JCB? Let's throw that in there. Can't really see what it is. Although
I think it's one of those things, because I got stuck behind one going into a university in the week where they lift the concrete blocks up to the higher levels.
Gorvin's in to complete his over, and this time it's again played safely off the bats of Jack Haynes, and the end of the over. The score remains 193 for 3.
I should say I'm not an expert on heavy machinery since I've never done a day's labouring work in my life.
Call it plant, don't they? Plant machinery.
Plant machinery.
Plant machinery. Sorry, yeah. Well, I told you I was no expert.
Well,
even know the right
certainly
terms.
not me. No, certainly not me.
And I think JCB, I think they're based around the Midlands as well. I think Stoke or Staffordshire somewhere, aren't they? Somewhere around there.
Listened to BBC Radio Nottingham this morning, actually, on the way in, and they were just taking the mickey out of somebody who'd confessed to never having used a drill in his life. Well, you can add me to the list.
Well, I think that's a badge of honour.
A drill.
Zainul Hassan into Clark, who's past his century. Just plays that square to backward point.
Well, one of the dilemmas I'm going to face is if this game finishes early and I've got to go home, I've got a whole series of IKEA boxes I've got to untangle for my wife. Which is
Should only go there for the meatballs.
I know. I'm not looking forward to that.
193 for 3 Nottinghamshire. Zainul Hassan runs away from us. Straight drive. This time to the onside, to mid-on by Clark, Joe Clark. I keep saying this, he's Welsh educated. Llanfachlin is I was checking in the break actually, Llanfachlin High where he went to is in Powys. Even though, as he told us yesterday when he joined us, bless him, that he was born in Shrewsbury. Al Hassan in. Touches that behind square, and there's a man down at third man who will collect. Throw in, and Clark trots through for 107 off 137 for him, and the lead 360 now.
It's your words of inspiration that have resulted in this innings today. Rob, you know that, don't you?
Well, Radio Wales were quite impressed that we'd found some Welsh connection for him, put it that way. Al Hassan, after about 12 paces, delivers now, slightly down the leg side, is turned away behind backward square. It's a rolling stop from Mason Crane down there on the boundary. Just go through for the 195 for 3.
It's colder than the North Pole out there, I'm sure it is, but we've got shadows around the players from the sun.
Yeah. What would we do if we didn't have the weather to talk about?
Yeah.
Al Hassan into Clark. Confidently punches it down towards mid-on.
It looks like a bit more of that tarpaulin has come off as well. The top end of it, the one we're sort of looking down on straight across the ground, just by the Batman's scorecard. scoreboard.
Again, the long sleeves come in handy for Van der Hoogten. Al Hassan now for his final ball of this over. Nothing that Clark can do other than push it back, and it's collected on the offside by the Glamorgan captain, Kieran Carlson.
Oh, there's developments. I just said the weather's getting brighter. We've got a bit of sunshine, but the ground staff are all suddenly
They're in action, aren't
out
they?
there by the hover cover.
They're not listening to me, are they?
Well, maybe your app is the same one that they go by, but certainly all, as you can see, those of you watching the live stream as opposed to those of you listening to us, those that can see pictures, the ground staff just making sure they're ready, just in case.
Cupboards, yeah.
It's going to be Gorvin to continue from the Stuart Broad end. First ball, a brand new over, and this time it's cut and it's past backward point, and it's going to run through. The batsmen are going to collect a couple of runs there.
Fielder there's Colin Ingram, my word, he's been grazing away at slip all of the match so far. Down at third, having to do some actual running.
Not much call for a slip now.
No.
Yeah, the fielders are spread all over the place, aren't they? Far and wide.
Do they wonder if Notts are going to try and really push on and stretch their lead in this session?
Here comes Gorvin again. This next one played correctly and back to the bowler off the bats of Jack Haynes, who's on 8.
Rob's got a theory, I think, that Glamorgan might be batting before stumps.
Yeah, that lead now, what, 3-5...
3-6-3, isn't it?
It's just these glasses I need to get checked. 3-6-3.
Actually, I find those are the numbers that are hardest to decipher on the score. It's a good scoreboard, you have to say.
It's a really good scoreboard.
It's really comprehensive, isn't it?
As Gorvin comes in again. Oh, he doesn't come in again. He stops as he just approaches the wicket and goes back to his run-up.
I wonder if he was...
Well, the umpire's looking back at the tarpaulin, which is floating.
Yeah, I wonder if he was either buffeted by the wind or whether Jack Haynes did say something.
Well, it is Haynes who's facing up to Gorvin, and this time again that sort of bounced a little on him and straight through to the keeper again. It's incredible keeping this.
It's a lovely take by Cook, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, missed out with the bat this morning, but he's had two terrific performances in the field yesterday and again today.
Both keepers have kept wicket really well, especially in that close-in position when they've had to do that. Corvin comes in again, and this time it's played leg side, and it's saved by is that Eddie Byram?
Both South Africans, aren't they? The wicket keepers as well.
So Eddie Byram doing the fielding there.
Three or 4 years ago, went all the way down to Littlehampton Cricket Club in Sussex, right on the coast there, with Samet to do a night. They'd asked him to go and speak to them.
Here's Gorvin again, and this time again it's played leg side.
And single taken. And on the wall in there was a Glamorgan Cook shirt, and wondered, like you do, had they bought it off a well-known auction site, or got it off eBay or what? But no, Chris Cook had, when he first came to England, had played for Littlehampton down in Sussex.
So Gorvin's going to come in, and he's going to come in and complete his over. And this next delivery is again, it's cut into the offside, and the batsman will cross over for a single end of the over, 199 for 3.
Yes, that was a pretty poor weekend on our behalf, because we did a similar cricketers' dinner in Oldham, Lancashire on the Friday night, and Littlehampton and Sussex on the Saturday, and the journey down from A to B, it snowed all the way. That was a long old weekend, that was. Nottinghamshire within one of reaching 200, but they have got a run or a lead equating to a run for every day of the year. They lead by 365.
Well, Hassan in from this end, straight drive, beats everybody. Van der Hoogten. Well,
He dived after
it took him a while to get down there, didn't it?
He dived well after the ball had
And
gone.
the ball had gone past him, yeah. It's a lovely drive, though, by Clark. 4 runs. He moves to 112. And Nottinghamshire go past the 200 mark. 203 for 3.
And we're not giving much marks to the dive
No,
there. From...
imitating some of the great goalkeepers of our time. He went down in instalments. He made an effort, but as Rob said, after the ball had gone.
Yeah, Zainul Hassan. Well, he dare not quibble too much against the senior bowler, who's taken a lot more wickets than he has in this game and beyond. In he goes again. Oh, beats the batsman that time. Did Cook save that? I think he did again.
Yeah, he did.
Fell over doing it, but honestly, his keeping close to the wickets has been pretty exemplary, you've got to say.
Yep.
Because Ul Hassan is not super speed, but he's quick enough. You can hear it thud into the gloves. Trying again over the wicket. This time it's slightly down the leg side, comes off Clark's pads, dribbles into that leg side. No run, 203 for 3.
We sort of said yesterday, didn't we, or Clarkey did, that he was batting out of his crease, and that's when Cook came up and when Gorvin bowled him.
Ul Hassan, none for 30 in 8.5 overs. Balls now cut away behind square down to deep cover, and just 1 run, 204 for 3.
Yeah, thankfully no more activity by those covers for the time being.
No, they were looking, and now they've all gone, haven't they?
Yeah.
Just to wind you up, Dave, I think.
They heard your prediction.
Zainul Hassan in, another straight drive. Plays very correctly, does Jack Haynes.
Of course, despite the breeze, gale, whatever you want to call it, it's sun's out.
Just heard that fella from Wales say it's going to be raining in 21 minutes. We'd better get out there and get
I
ready.
didn't bring it with me, honestly. Ul Hassan in, and this time it's clipped out off his legs by Haynes to mid wicket. No run, 204 for 3. Clark 113, Haynes in the early stages of his innings 9.
This is the sort of unflashy part of a side getting themselves into a position to potentially go on and try and win a county championship game. There are times where you've just got to rein it in and just, try and eke out a sensible 30 or 40 more just when your side needs it. There's plenty of time left for Nottinghamshire, and there may well come a situation where it's see ball, hit ball, and let's try and really gallop along, but you can't get in that position until you've earned the right, really. And this is almost like a boxer being out jabbed for 7 or 8 rounds before the big knockout punch comes from Nottinghamshire. They've stretched the lead now to 370, and you feel with every passing run Glamorgan are getting more and more into extreme difficulty with regards to the eventual outcome.
Yeah, they're well behind the 8 ball, aren't they?
Yeah, that's where you want to keep them. You want to, when somebody's down, you want to hopefully apply more pressure. Well, it's going to be Van der Hoogten is going to come in and replace Andy Gorvin. First ball, brand new over, and this time played off. Oh, it's gone for 4 byes. He attempted to flick that leg side, did Joe Clark, but I don't think it touched anything and just went for 4 byes there. Useful runs.
With one thing regards to the bowler, right now, if he does find a good spot, he should be able to hit it repeatedly, because we've got some creeping floodlight shadow. I think you can get treatment for that. Creeping floodlight shadow spreading right across the square and right on right on the track we're playing on. It's very visible, isn't it? That shadow. If you can just find the spot, you should be able to repeatedly keep hitting it. But that certainly wasn't it. Wild and wide down the leg side.
Well, let's see if Van der Gugten can do better. This next delivery, much better line, and played back to the bowler by Joe Clark. Yeah, you can see that shadow, can't you, with the wicket keeper and where the batsman is as well, where Clark is standing.
He's, I think it's fair to say, he's perhaps got the odd grey hair now starting to show through. Tim van der Houten.
Lovely guy to speak to, though. Yeah. Very affable. And a very good operator.
Here he is. Past the umpire, and this time again it's played leg side. Mid-wicket. No run there.
Don't know what the Dutch equivalent of a silver fox is. Had a great day yesterday. 4 wickets, and followed it up with Hamid for the second time in the match today. I'll be saying he's his bunny.
Here is Van der Houten. In he comes, and this time again it's played to Eddie Byram there at mid-wicket. No run there.
As you said, Dave, this is where the grind happens, just grinding Glamorgan down quietly but inexorably, you have to say. Flags are still flying proudly, though. Plenty of wind around.
Van der Houten again, and this time is squared up by Jack Clark, attempting to play it leg side. In the end, it squirted into the offside. No further additions to the total.
Yes, I'm sure the club sort of said sorry to Glamorgan if they brought a flag to fly, but the normal flagpoles atop the pavilion are out of commission, so we've only got the 2 here, and they've got the club sponsors up, and they've got the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club flag as well. The county championship winners' pennant, you might have seen, is on the wall on the first floor here, if you've been to the ground.
Van der Houten to complete his over, and that sort of lifted a little bit on the batsman, but straight through to the keeper. End of the over. Nottinghamshire are 208 for 3.
Nice thing to look at. I don't know if you gents have seen it on the first floor.
I'll have to go and have a look at that.
If you come out of the press room and turn left, it's on top of the stairs there. Very impressive to look at. 208 for 3. Going to be Zain Ul Hassan. 9 overs, none for 31.
And the sun is providing shadows for the players now.
It really has been.
Just can't make it up this weather, can you?
Topsy-turvy weather, isn't it?
I was wrong on my 20 minutes, I think. Ul Hassan bowls over the wicket, pushed through down off his legs by Haynes for 1.
In Nottinghamshire's first innings, we saw Sean Dixon fielding as a sub. Obviously, he's now into the game. We've got Master McElroy on as a sub at mid-off. He's got the ball in his hands at the moment. Is he the left armer, McElroy, Rob? I think he's the one that ripped through knots at Neath a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think you're correct, yeah. Ul Hassan denied there. A straight ball again. They can't take liberties with Ul Hassan because he is bowling a straight line.
Yep.
Line and length. And but you've got to see he's not particularly threatening at the moment. This again is clipped away down to the leg side boundary, square leg boundary, but there's a fielder there, an outrider, 114. Clark goes to 210 for 3. The lead is now 376. And we got 24 and a half more overs tonight.
40 more runs for a bonus point as well.
Alisson bowls.
Not in the second innings.
Oh, not in the second innings. I didn't know that. I didn't know that law. I thought it was in both. I see.
No run there anyway. Outside the off stump. A couple of youngsters running through the white seats on our left. Not particularly interested in this part of the game by the look of it. Alisson in, bowls, and this time Haynes had a jab down on that. Another straight ball.
You never know what might happen, of course. There could be wickets, could be all sorts of things, but if Notts are able to go along at the current run rate of 4 and over, and I don't see any reason why they shouldn't, for the remaining 24 and a bit overs, you know, just sort of throw 100 on this, 470 odd in front by stumps. That might be enough.
Alisson bowls. This time it's played out into short cover to the captain, Kieran Carlson, who's seen his bowlers sort of restricting Nottinghamshire up to a point, but without being, frankly, much of a threat. And they need wickets, really, Glamorgan.
Yeah, a second new ball's not going to be due this evening, so that's not going to really be a factor. It's just what I think Notts can take from this 24 overs. I don't think they're going to score quickly enough or enough runs to have 10 overs tonight. You know, in all probability, maybe 376 in front is enough already to at least challenge Glamorgan. If they chase that down, then all's fine and dandy. But
the way the Notts quickies have bowled.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll bat till stumps tonight.
Joe Clark will be happy if he's still there. He's facing now, he's on 114. 210 for 3.
And it's going to be Van der Gugten to continue. Sunshine here at Trent Bridge. Bright sunshine. And he'll come in now. He's bowling from the Stuart Broad end. He comes in and he bowls. And this one, again, just punched into the onside. No run there to mid-wicket.
Yeah, Clark's century today, a little bit of a milestone because it's his 26th in first-class cricket. He got one for England Lions, whatever it was, when he played for them, but he's now got more centuries for Nottinghamshire than he did for Worcestershire. He got 12 for Worcestershire. Today's is his 13th for Notts, so very much the second part of his career, brought him more runs than the first part.
Here's Van der Gugten again, and this time it's played into the offside to mid-off. No run there.
Albeit he's played more matches for Notts now as well.
Makes you wonder why they let him go.
Not entirely sure it was a case of letting him go. I think it was a chance to rekindle his career elsewhere.
Fancied a move.
So it's going to be Van der Gugten to come in. And this next delivery is played into the leg side. Picked up there by mid-on. Joe Clark, 114 to his name. Great knock from him. And of course Jack Haynes has joined him. 10 for him. Partnership of 25. Van der Gugten in again. This again pushed into the leg side, and they'll scamper through for another single. And it's in fact a leg bye. Another addition to the total. Yeah, bright sunshine now here at Trent Bridge. That'll lead 377 runs. Huge lead.
Yeah, the floodlight is halfway across the pitch, isn't it? The shadow of the floodlight, where it a long straight pole and then the flower type lights at the top.
Yes, run rate's just gone under 4 now. Was above 4 just before tea, as Van der Hoogten comes in again, and this time playing a miss down leg side from the bat of Haynes.
Took a few steps up then, didn't he, Haynes, up the wicket.
Yeah.
Put a bit of pressure on Van der Hoogten. That's twice that Chris Cook has had to go dive into his left to his to stop the buys. One got through, of course, down the leg side as Van der Hoogten, unusually for him, strayed a little.
Yeah, he's bowled really well in this game, hasn't he? Despite everything else that's pretty much gone wrong for Glamorgan, he's certainly played his parts. Here we go. Is this time well outside the off stump at last delivery. Having said all that about him, that's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 211 for 3.
Yes, sprayed about a bit in that over, wasn't it?
He did rather. Well, he's 1 for 14 off 9 overs, Van der Hoogten. If you want to get involved, Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can get me on X at Rob Phillips here, Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram if you're really keen, but not that I know how to use most of them. And Cook has gone a long way back behind the far stumps because Ryan Hadley is being reintroduced back into the attack, the Australian.
Yeah, no one's going to stand up to Van der Hoogten or Hadley. Madness.
Clark faces as Hadley starts his 7th over in this innings. Straight again, Clark straight bat. None for 23 off 6, very tidy. Nottinghamshire 211 for 3. It's a question of when, really, when they want to, when they feel they've got enough.
Yeah, as Dave says, maybe battle all the way to stumps, or maybe give them 10 minutes tonight. Who knows?
I think it would be a very optimistic Glamorgan fan who thought they were going to get over 350 in the second innings, more likely to be 400 as Hadley goes in, bowls, firm drive. That's a much better stop from Van der Hoogten, moving to his left, and he gets a big high five from his captain, Kieran Carlson, and Ryan Hadley will be grateful for that as well.
Yeah, better to his left than his right. The
Saw
big
that one
goalkeeper.
all the way, didn't he? Yeah.
There's a Hadley Hall here at Trent Bridge. It's a different R. Hadley, though.
Sir Richard, yeah. Ryan Hadley runs away from us. Up to the wickets now. Clark waits.
Sounding good, isn't
it? Yeah.
Coming off the bat.
No run though.
Just not beating the fielders at the moment, but it's only been a couple of deliveries. I'm sure the runs will start coming soon.
I don't know, it's been fairly quiet since tea, hasn't he?
Yeah,
I think
it
he's only
has.
added 10.
Yeah. It was over 4, wasn't it, before tea, but it's sort of slipped down a little bit.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan's bowling has been a lot more accurate since the tea interval. But then Nottinghamshire have no need to rush.
Yeah, and arguably they've got probably their best 2 bowlers on at the moment.
Yeah. Hadley in. It's driven through extra cover. It's going to be caught before it reaches the boundary. But 2 more to Clark. 215 now for 3. Was it 213? Sorry, I'm ahead of the scoreboard. 213 for 3. The lead is 379 runs. As Hadley bowls to Clark again. Straight drive, hits the umpire.
No, I think it was the bowler's hand.
It?
Bowlers,
The
I think it was the bowler's hand. I think it's got to go down as a drop.
Tough chance, but it will be counted as a drop, won't it?
Well,
I think you're right. If it hadn't hit the outstretched hand of Van der Houten, then the umpire was very much in the firing line. It was drilled back by Joe Clark, straight as a die. Obviously, the big fast bowler just starting to move away so as not to run on the wicket, and all he could do instinctively was thrust out his right arm. I'm sure we'll see it again in a moment on the live stream, but my initial feeling was that it was on the full, and from the reaction of the players, I think it was a drop.
So Ryan Hadley maybe angered by that. Bowls.
Ooh, that was
the
full.
pads. I think that was down the leg side, wasn't it?
Very full, wasn't it?
Clark, yeah, it was. No run, 2 from the over. Nottinghamshire 213 for 3, leading by 379. Well,
Very much, yeah.
Yeah, looks down at his at the ground in disgust that he didn't hold on to that.
Sometimes sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
Guess the momentum was taking him the other way as well, wasn't it? Which is, it's never easy to do that.
You know, muscle memory, you sort of train not to run on the wicket, and you start, after a step or so, just to start veering away. In his case, the right arm away to his left, and the ball was hit back absolutely straight as a die by Clark. A chance.
Van der Houten into his 10th over now, and he's going to come in and he's going to bowl, and this one is played into the onside, and there's no further runs there.
Jack Haynes not in any hurry, 10 from 31. Did have a spell yesterday actually where he sort of left it all to Fergus O'Neill. That Fergus flayed the bowling left, right and centre, and it was only when O'Neill was out that Haynes got going again.
Van der Houten. He's going to come in and bowl again, and this time it's played into it's played into the offside. This has beaten the fielder there, but picked up.
I think he took the pace of it and deflected it behind into the path of mid-off, who come wide to collect it.
Yeah.
I've not noticed anybody go to the far end and sort of drag those tarpaulins back into place, but I think somebody must have done, because they seem to be more of
tied down now, don't they?
A rigid structure, if you like, than they were before.
Here's Van der Houten again, and this time it's played into the leg side. It's just backward of square leg, and
well, they thought about 2 then, and the wayward throw they could have got 2, but decided against it.
Clark said no.
Wave of an apology from the fine leg fielder.
I've already seen one unfortunate run out today.
Van der Houten now. He'll come into bowl, and his next delivery again. It's played back to the bowler all along the ground. And, there's going to be no run there.
Hadley with the apology, by the way, from the as he recovers from his over. Just shaking his right hand. I have to say I shouldn't have done that, but it was to no cost. The lead up to 380 now.
Yep.
The run rate down to 3.78.
Yeah, slowed down a little bit as Van der Houten comes in again, and this time it's played leg side. And they'll pick up another single. So dealing in singles now.
That's Clark's 150th run of the match. Scored over 100 at Taunton last week in the match, 92 and 12 I think it was. Here 33 and now 117 not out. Had a good start to the season, Joe Clark.
Certainly has looked the part here, no doubt about that.
So Van der Houten is going to come in and complete this over, his 10th over of this innings. In he comes, and this one again, it's played back to the bowler by Haynes, who's on 11. End of the over. Nottinghamshire are 215 for 3. On the other side, it's Joe Clark, who's on 117.
Should finish, of course, today at 6 o'clock, but that's not going to happen. Already 5:05, 21 overs remain in the day. Going to be 20 to 7-ish, something like that, you'd imagine.
I'm going to start asking for overtime.
Ground bathed in the sunshine. I don't think it's particularly warm sunshine, but it looks as it usually does, a picture. Quirky shape, that long straight line in front of the Bridgeford Road stand away to our right. So very few cricket grounds that are perfectly oval, but this one's certainly anything but.
Hadley runs away from us. Clark waits, straight drive again. Hits the stumps that time. That was definitely
Very
going
lucky.
towards the boundary, so he's hit the bowler's hand and the stumps in successive overs from Hadley.
Very unlucky.
I don't think Haynes had gone too far from
No.
his crease anyway. Even if Hadley had got a touch like he did in his last over. But he's good to watch, Joe Clark, you have to say. He puts everything behind those drives, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Hadley in, trying to find a way through. Bowls. Fended for that one. Just hung his bat up, but he went straight through to Chris Cook, who's good for yards back from the stumps.
Yes, high risk for little reward, because they have got a third man back there, so he's dangling his bat out, trying to angle it down along the ground towards third man, but could so easily have just nicked it through to the keeper.
We've got a third man, a point, a deep cover. A cover, Kieran Carlson, a mid-off. There's Van der Hoogten, got a mid-on. Mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a third and a fine leg. As Clark covers up, no run.
Yeah, look at this partnership now. 76 balls they've been together. What's that? 12 and a half overs. They've added 30. We're going to be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second. Yeah, nip and tuck sort of day yesterday. Today dominated by Nottinghamshire, who with 20 overs to go are 216 for 3 in their second innings. That's a lead overall of 382 over Glamorgan. Joe Clark is today's centurion. Jack Haynes is batting with him. Haynes got 100 yesterday. Clark is 118 not out. Terrific stuff from Notts today. Initially with the ball as they blew away Glamorgan this morning. 6 cheap wickets to bowl the visitors out for 113. So Notts were in front by 166 on first innings, and they're really piling on that lead now. 382 is the lead. Clark 118 not out. Notts 216 for 3. 216 for 3. One ball left in the 58th.
That was a heck of a result for Newport today, mind, that we just heard. Beat Harrogate 2-1. That could be huge in their survival prospects as Hadley
Final
bowls.
ball of the over. The bowls now.
No run. 216 for 3. The lead 3-8-2. Keep forgetting, don't you? It's only day 2.
Yeah. Only day 2, 4-day match.
Yeah, well,
Nottinghamshire well ahead in this game. Well ahead in this game. It's going to be Clark who's going to face up.
Hmm.
And it's going to be Clark. It's going to be facing Van der Hoogten.
envisioned maybe a tough game or a defeat at Cambridge, but not a defeat by this magnitude. No, absolutely.
Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls this first ball, and this is pushed into the onside. All along the ground to the fielder in the deep, and there's another single to the total.
Can you kill the feed, please? Cheers.
Yeah, 217 for 3 now, Nottinghamshire. Yeah, so it's Van der Hoogten. He's coming into bowl from the side that's got all the tarpaulin and all that sort of stuff going on there. It's bright sunshine as well now, which is great. Certainly from a viewing perspective. As Van der Hoogten comes in, Stuart Broadend, in he comes, bowls, and this one outside the off stump, and the batsman looked as though he came out of his ground there, didn't he?
He's done that a few times, Haynes, hasn't he?
He has.
They worked well for him in the first innings when he got a ton. He's not been able to connect when he's moved forward, though.
No.
In the second.
The runs have sort of like, the run rates come down a little bit, maybe they're just trying to force the issue, and they'll hope it doesn't sort of...
They don't look as if they're playing for a declaration, do they?
No.
You have to say, they don't look as if they feel that the weather could be inclement tomorrow, and that...
No.
And of course they've still got Monday as well.
They've got plenty of time, haven't they, really? As Van der Hoogten comes in, and this time he looked as though he was going to pull it, but then sort of the ball sailed past the outside of his bat and through to the keeper. Van der Hoogten continues with his spell, which he's not really given many runs away. He's been really, really good, both in this innings and, of course, in the first innings. You could say pick of the bowlers, really. 4 wickets, a good economy rate as well. Bowled really well in the game so far. And here he is again, as he readies himself. Passes the umpire, and in he again. And again, there what we saw was Haynes come out of his crease, attempted to meet the ball, didn't connect at all. Straight through to the keeper again.
Yeah, that was...
strange shot,
don't
wasn't
worry, he's upset, Van der Hoogten, but he's whistling them around his ears. I think it's just to get him back, stop him taking those couple of steps down the ground. But it hasn't really worked for him yet this innings.
No. Not really connected, Jack Haynes.
No. He's batting a little out of his crease anyway, isn't he?
Yeah, he waits. And again, a step forward, and then he's out. He's been caught. Backward point. And out goes Jack Haynes for 11 runs. So yeah, Nottinghamshire lose another wicket. 217 for 4 now. And whether that little period of play just got into the mind of Jack Haynes there, and he attempted to sort of force the issue, but in the end he succumbed to that shot. So Van der Hoogten taking the wicket of Jack Haynes. The catcher there was Mason Crane. Jack Haynes in for 40 minutes, and yeah, didn't really add much to the innings this time round, but of course key in the first innings. We have to remember that. Without his 100 in the first innings, Nottinghamshire may not be in the position that they are in now.
No. A strike rate of 27.5.
Yeah, the runs seem to dry out, and whether he's trying to just force the issue, get the runs rolling again, it didn't really quite work out for him there.
It was a good catch by Mason Crane, actually. It came at him quite quickly, and he was rolling back. Had to go off his feet to keep hold of that. As Calverain walks to the crease.
Yeah, Calverain, the new batsman, the South African wicket-keeper, of course, for Nottinghamshire.
That's one way of keeping the run rate down.
Yeah,
to take a wicket, yeah.
Wickets.
And Van der Hoogten, well, that was a game of cat and mouse, wasn't it? He bowled really short. It was the umpire signal 1 was head height, and
he came out his wicket as well, didn't he, a couple of times, and tried to meet the ball early on. So yeah, successful over this for Van der Hoogten.
Calverain, just over 7,000 first-class runs at an average of 48, 16 First class hundreds, 216 not out. His top score. High quality player. Only made 14 yesterday. Doesn't usually miss out in both innings of a match.
And he'll face the last delivery of this over from Van der Hochten.
What's that blowing about out there? A bit of litter.
Yeah. It's been picked up there by Eddie Byron. He's popped it in his pocket. As Van der Hochten comes to complete this over. And here he is. He's past the umpire, and this time it's played leg side. That's the end of the over. Successful one for Van der Hochten. He claimed his second wicket. 2 wickets for him now for 17 runs off his 11 overs.
Batters dismissed in this innings. A Seabermead out for 2. A disappointing game with regards to his individual performance for Seabermead with the bat. Norton 2. Ben Duckett likewise made 25 from 27 balls yesterday. Today just got a single, then he was run out. Direct hit from Sean Dixon. A real mix-up between Duckett and Slater. Duckett went 3/4 of the way down and then had to backtrack and try and get back before being run out. Slater made 70 and now Haynes out for 11.
As Hadley runs away. Straight drive again by Clark. No run, just between the overs then. Kieran Carlson rushed to Ryan Hadley as if he was playing a game of rugby with one of the other fielders, and then took his cap and raced back to the umpire. Glamorgan a +1 on their over rate, so they're okay at the moment, but maybe he just felt cold and wanted a bit more activity, although he's been plenty busy in the field, it should be said, Kieran Carlson. He is that sort of cricketer. Loves to be involved, loves to really enthusiastic in everything.
Yeah, I guess using these pace bowlers as well, you can sort of slow things down a little bit, can't you? Their long run-ups and everything else.
Joe Clark has scored 15 runs in almost an hour since tea, and you can throw on top of that he has scored 19 runs from the last 50 balls. He got his ton from 121. He's now faced 171. So whether it's him just reining himself in, or more likely, as we've been saying, Glamorgan bowling much better after tea.
I think they are.
Yeah, they're definitely bowling better, and what it does mean is our calculations were based on the fact that perhaps Nottinghamshire would go at 4+ and over, and that's not quite happening at the moment. Well, it definitely isn't happening at the moment.
They're going to be over 400 in front of the close, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, 383 now, yeah.
Which is formidable, even when you've got 2 days, and they may even fancy a dabble tomorrow if they've got plenty of wickets left. But I cannot think, and they've probably got enough anyway, but we shall see. Hadley bowls, Clark waits. That was
really good delivery, full, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and just had to move his feet then, Clark, to make room for the bat to come down on it. No run.
There's nothing like a good Yorkshire, and you see all that sort of spray of soil, don't you, at the base of the wicket. And
one or two people just standing up in the stand known as the fridge, just stretching their legs. And you've sat in there for any length of time, you'll soon
checking their
stiffen
toes
up.
are still there, yeah.
It's chilly. Got a good view of the cricket, but it's chilly. There's no warmth from the sun in there.
Ryan Hadley, the Australian, in bowl, straight drive by Clark, straight to Van der Hochten at mid-off.
They're having to bat in different light from time to time, aren't they? The Nottinghamshire batters out there. Clark's been out there in the gloom, and now he's out there in bright sunshine. Not had the floodlights on at all today, whereas they were on for a good portion of the play yesterday.
Hadley at the top of his run, runs away from us. Bowls to Clark again, prods it square on the offside. Again, Kieran Carlson is running and then flicks a pass and drops it. They're no rugby players.
Just lost his timing, Joe Clark, hasn't he?
Yeah, the runs just haven't flowed. They just haven't been coming for Nottinghamshire.
It can click back in as quickly as it
that left him, I'm sure. And he takes a decent shot to get going again.
Well, when you're 119, you've got the right to lose it for a little bit.
Yeah, he's played beautifully well. There was that drop catch about 20 minutes or so ago, drilled back at Hadley.
It's going to be Verena to face Van der Hoogten, and this time it's played just behind point.
He's away. Ingram doing the fielding.
Backward of point there for another single. So maybe Verena is the man to get things going and help his partner on the other side. Just kick on from this fantastic 119 that he's already got for Nottinghamshire in this second innings. So good knock for him, and it is going to be Joe Clark to face Van der Hoogten, and this time we're all playing a miss through to the keeper. Outside his off stump, went straight through to the keeper. Attempted little...
He hung it out then, didn't he?
It was very wide, and the temptation there, he did something similar at the far end. Temptations there, if you can just get some bat on it, you're going to get something down to third man, but with a fielder down there, you're only going to get one at most.
Yeah, there's no slips in there next to the keeper as Van der Hoogten comes in, and his next delivery, yes, he's played it to the leg side this time.
Does seem like we haven't had a boundary for a long time. Jack Haynes didn't hit one in his 11.
Does feel that way, definitely.
Last one was probably those full buys down the leg side when Van der Hoogten bowled it. Long way down the leg side.
Yeah, Glamorgan have certainly restored some semblance of control in terms of their bowling. As Van der Hoogten comes in again, and this time it's attempted pull at the top of the bat, and just fell into the mid-wicket area.
They've been much more accurate after tea, yeah. Van der Hoogten's figures now. 2 for 18 off 11.4 overs.
It's really good bowling.
Hadley none for 26 off 9.
Clearly come up with plans, whereas it looked a little bit aimless at times this afternoon.
Van der Hoogten again, and this time it's played into the offside to the close infielder there, and no runs, can't pierce the field on that occasion. Clark. Yeah, really tightening the run rate. These two bowlers.
No reason why Glamorgan shouldn't occupy the crease for long periods in their second innings.
Here comes Van Hoogten again to complete the over, and another single in the end into the third man region. That's going to be the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 219 for 4.
I think they'd be very disappointed, Rob, obviously, to be blown away this morning in the manner they were. When you look at the scorecard, and the top score is 27. That was Rothesay yesterday. The issues are pretty much throughout the scorecard. The openers will need to get a better start second time round. They only contributed 4 between them, and the real engine room there of Carlson and Ingram, Sean Dixon, Chris Cook, they've got to come to the party in the second innings.
And they needed to see a few overs to get the weather like this. As Hadley bowls to Clark. Lovely shot through the leg side, through mid-wicket, and that's gone for 4 runs. And that's the answer to your question about the lack of a boundary, Dave.
Yeah,
but it is easier to bat in these conditions than it was early this morning. But teams have to learn to just play straight, learn to leave very often.
I thought O'Neill was superb, and
but you've got to say the bowlers are excellent, weren't they?
Yeah, Brett Hutton as well, chipping in with wickets.
Hadley again, 223 for 4, straight drive. Did he get a touch on that, Hadley?
Yes,
he did, and it deflected onto the stumps, but Vereen was clever enough to stay where he was. Shows how straight the Clark is hitting the ball, man, when he drives it.
Yeah, he's hit the stumps twice in recent times, and also hit one straight back that the outstretched hand of Hadley couldn't hang on, and that was seemingly as straight as a die as well.
Goes again, waits again. Clark, 124 not out. Hadley bowls. Had a fish at that one, but went past the outside edge. Straight through to Chris Cook.
Clark's previous century against Glamorgan worth 133, so he's 10 away from breaking more ground.
Hadley in conversation with Tim van Hookten, the two senior seamers. Takes a longer run up than Van der Hookten, probably a little bit sharper as well, Ryan Hadley. The Australian A player bowls now over the wicket, lovely drive, punched out through the covers. It's not going to go for more than one. 224 for 4. Clark moves to 125. Rain is on 1. He's going to face Hadley now in the lead, 390.
Maybe what the Nottinghamshire batsmen are thinking, well, we'll take the singles now off these two more experienced bowlers and wait until the changeover bowlers, and then see.
Wait for Acer Tribe to come back.
Yeah, wait for Acer Tribe.
I think that's an experiment that will be tried again.
Carlson's gone in at slip with Verena on strike here. A little bit of pressure for the new bat.
See if it has any effect. Hadley runs away, bowls now, and Vereen. It's a race to get the ball. It's dribbled behind his stumps, and in the end, both Carlson and Chris Cook ran past it. He's just full of activity, just to keep warm. I think Kieran
I think
Carlson.
that's what it is, isn't it?
He's like a cat on a hot tin roof, isn't he?
Sets the example for his team.
He
I would
does.
imagine is the sort that keeps spirits up as well, and is going to keep encouraging rather than dishing out the odd admonishment.
Cardiff boy, proud to represent his home county as Hadley bowls. Nothing Vereen can do to push it back down the pitch.
Helmet on
No
its way.
run.
What's the helmet for? Is that for Chris Cook? Is he going to be standing up?
I think he is, yeah. Oh, is it a drink? Oh no, there's the helmet as well.
Change of bowler, is it on the same?
Yeah, it looks like Andy
Andy
Gorvin
Gorvin.
coming back.
Andy Gorvin's coming back.
You
okay.
never know with Cook. He stands up to the quicks as well as the spinners.
Just got the one catch in the match so far, and that was towards the back end of the Nottinghamshire first innings yesterday. Brett Hutton off the bowling of Ryan Hadley. But if they don't nick him, you can't catch him. Kept very well.
So it's going to be Gorvin who is replacing Van der Hoogten. And this first ball is punched leg side past mid wicket there, and just by the umpire, in fact, by square leg. And they'll pick up another single.
All the signs are that Notts have no interest in getting Glamorgan back to the crease this evening. We're already at the stage where I'm sure they'd be going along at a much quicker tempo. Were that the case? Only 15 overs remain after this one.
Here's Gorvin again, and this next one is played into the offside, or attempted play into the offside, and it's past the outside of the bat.
Well, there's been no terrors in the pitch this afternoon, has there?
No.
So Gorvin will continue. Figures of 1 for 45 and a maiden in there as well.
Bit of a prolonged chat going on at the far end. 225 for 4.
Here he comes, Gorvin, and this next one is played leg side past the fielder there at mid-wicket. No run there. So yeah, a couple of maidens for the bowlers this afternoon as Glamorgan tried to get back some form of control, certainly over the scoring that we were seeing from Nottinghamshire earlier on, as Gorvin comes in again, and this time it's again played uppishly back to the bowler and retrieved by the bowler in this case.
Yeah, just bounced its way back to Andy Gorvin. Farina with just a single to his name.
So Verena waits. Keeper Clark right up to the stumps, right behind him as Gorvin comes in again. This time again, Verena's played it leg side, and they'll collect a single, and that'll be it off that delivery. So another single to Verena.
Lead 392. Day starting with Glamorgan 81 for 4, 198 behind Notts, who made 279 yesterday. And it all unravelled very, very quickly indeed for Glamorgan this morning.
Here's Gorvin again, and this time again it's played leg side, past the umpire there at square leg. And it's going to go to the fielder out into the deep. They'll collect another single. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 227 for 4.
First over of the day brought 6 runs. Fergus O'Neill bowled it. There was a no ball, the first sent down by a Nottinghamshire bowler this season, for 2 runs, and then a boundary to get Glamorgan to 87. Dylan Pennington bowled a maiden, and then 3 wickets went down in pretty quick succession without another run added. 2 to O'Neill, 1 to Pennington, and quick as a flash, Glamorgan had gone from 87 for 4 to 87 for 7. Things didn't improve. 90 for 8, 102 for 9, 113 all out as Ryan Hadley sets off to start his 11th over. Bowls a ball that's whipped away for 4 runs. Nice bit of timing there from Clark behind square on the leg side. It was pushed through fairly quickly by Hadley, but left the bat even quicker. Lovely clip off his legs by Clark.
We haven't seen, I was going to say, we haven't seen a boundary for ages. That's good.
Went towards the short side. Clark onto 131. Beautiful bit of timing from Joe Clark. The lead up to 397. As Hadley sets off to start again. Don't bowl there. Bowls ball an off stump that Clark checks his drive up to McIlroy at mid-off. Yeah, the lead approaching 400 now for the reigning county champions Nottinghamshire. They lead by 397 in their second innings. They're 231 for 4. Joe Clark still there on 131. He's just been joined by Kyle Verena earlier in the day. Terrific stuff from the Notts attack, just bundling Glamorgan out this morning for 113. 70 from Ben Slater, 131 not out for Joe Clark. Since you were last with me, Jack Haynes, yesterday's Centurion, has been dismissed. Good catch by Mason Crane in the offside. He went for 11. We've still got 14 overs to go in the day. Notts 231 for 4. I think we can rule out a declaration this evening. So Notts 397 in front. Imagine there'll be something like 420, 430 in front by stumps with 2 days to go to try and get this one over the line. Notts very much in charge. 231 for 4. Next ball's whipped away by Clark on the leg side. And having a little look at that, it did just land inside the rope in front of the William Clark stand for 4. Second boundary in the over here for Clark. And that takes the lead over 400 for Nottinghamshire. 235 for 4. It also means that Clark's now got a new personal best against the Glammies of 135. Very much enjoying himself. He's been very quiet really since tea, but 8 in this over already with 2 boundaries. And Glamorgan pushed mid-wicket out onto that fence. Hadley having his figures damaged. And now he's got him, has he? Clark fiddling well away from his body. The bowler just asking. Clark wasn't overly interested. Cook, I beg your pardon, wasn't overly interested. From here, it looked to be certainly movement. Had the umpire's finger gone up, then you'd have thought, yep, there's a nick. Just seeing a little look at it again on our monitors, and well, he certainly played at it, but didn't get anything on it.
Yeah, he looked to chase it, didn't he, a little bit? But in the end, thankfully from a Nottinghamshire perspective, he's still there.
2-3-5 for 4. Lead 401. Last ball of the 64th over of the innings. Clark bobs down and gets back up to his full height to push this back to Ryan Hadley. End of the over. There's Stanworth 18 now. Carl Verena 2 not out. Joe Clark 135 not out. And no let up as yet for Glamorgan. They've probably got 3/4 of an hour at least ahead of them out in the field this morning. Glamorgan losing those 6 wickets in about an hour and a quarter. That's the first innings lead of 166. And they lost to Mead and they lost Duckett, but such was their advantage that didn't seem to matter. And with Slater and Clark quickly hitting their straps, the lead very quickly over 200, and now it's over 400.
Yeah, it's Gorvin to come in again. First ball of a brand new over, and this time it's punched into the offside. So the fielder out into the deep square on the boundary, and they'll pick up a further run. But yeah, interesting passage of play this last 40 minutes or so.
Producer Kirsty's got us on in the car on the way back from her other job. She's a busy girl on Saturday. She's got a Saturday job.
Multitasking. Gorvin, he's in again, and this time it's played leg side by Clark, and he'll collect another single comfortably. The 2 batsmen cross over.
There's a strong Reuben asked that she's on her way back just to put a little tab behind the bar, you know, so we can have a little glass of refreshment when we finish tonight.
Oh, I see. She's good like that. She's good like that.
Oh, of course. You've met her. She's
of course.
A diamond.
I know she is.
Safe travels, Kirst. 2:37 for 4 Nottinghamshire. What an extraordinary day they've had. Glamorgan have seen it obviously flip in the other direction.
In comes Andy Gorvin again. This next delivery is played again into the offside, and the batsman again will collect another single. Eking out runs here now. That lead 404.
Yes, we had 8 wickets go down in the morning session, just 1 between lunch and tea, and we've only had 1 in this session.
Yeah, and the run rate sort of a bit low, but in that phase, but maybe they can up it in this last half an hour or so, perhaps. Or maybe they'll just wait until the morning. We shall see. Andy Gorvin, and again this time it's played back into the onside, no run.
I mentioned Kirsty's name and our fabulous camera crew. I think it's Spence, Lee and Lewis out there. All, did you see them all smarten up and quickly quickly get themselves back focused on the job? They know that Kirsty's on her way back. Producer Aaron will be having a tidy up in the production room.
Here's Gorvin again, and this time it's played uppish, and it's going to get caught, is he? Yes, he is. And that is the end of Clark. Magnificent innings from him. Joe Clark, 136. He attempted to hit that over the fielder at mid-off, and it didn't quite work out for him. And in the end, the catch was taken by Zain Al Hassan. So out for 136. A 1-6 in there, 18 fours. He was in there for a very long time. 223 minutes. A fantastic knock from him, Dave.
It was indeed, yeah. For the second time in the match, Gorvin gets Clark, but not before Joe rattles up a first century of the season, 26th first-class 100 for Joe Clarke. He's played beautifully there, and by and large, since tee, he's played predominantly risk-free cricket, but over the last couple of overs he found a couple of boundaries and was just starting to just get carried away, but just try and step up the tempo, the momentum of the innings, playing a few shots, and it was an attempted big blow down the ground that just hung up there just long enough for Zainul Hassan at mid-off just to take a couple of steps backwards to get underneath the dropping ball and pouch it safely. So a wicket for Glamorgan. They'll be delighted to see the back of Joe Clarke. One or two of them just congratulating him on his innings. Well held catch by Ul Hassan. New man is LPW, Liam Patterson-White. Only made one yesterday. Was not out at lunch, came out and was dismissed straight afterwards. First ball by Van der Hookton. Comes in now 238 for 5, Notts leading by 404.
Yeah, is Gorvin going to come and complete this over? Successful over for him so far, of course, with that wicket there of... and in he comes to complete the over, and this one outside the bat of the new batsman, Patterson-White. And they'll run through for a single, in fact, off the bat. So 1 run for Patterson-White. It's the end of the over, and it's Nottinghamshire 239 for 5.
Yes, I think it'll be a case now of just seeing what they can get between now and the close, which is still 13 overs away, and just base tomorrow morning's game plan on a number of significant factors, predominantly the weather. I'm sure they'll assume that with a lead of over 400 they'll almost certainly by tomorrow morning have enough runs, whether they just want to have if the weather's okay to start on time, whether they just want to have a nuisance 10 or 15 minutes. It does mean that the Glamorgan openers only get sort of 10 minutes notice then before having to run off and put the pads on and come out, whereas if it's an overnight declaration they know what they're doing. Here's Mason Crane, and it just seemed to bring that particularly round arm, that first delivery of a new spell, cut into the offside by Patterson-White, and there's no run. Crane yet to bowl a maiden. Into his 15th over now, none for 59. Second ball of this one. Bowls and turns towards the left-handed Patterson-White. Drops it on the leg side, and there's no run. Clarke out for 136. Slater made 70 earlier. Awful toss, and Patterson-White misses out, drilling it to Eddie Byram at mid-wicket. No run. Leg side field, I've got to stand up to see them all. There's 3 out on the fence. It's just Byram saving a single, and he's hit 2 straight to Eddie Byram. Next one is gone through the offside, and it's hit to extra cover, and there's no run. Patterson-White timing it beautifully, but hitting it straight to the fielders. Weather was really murky for a while, very, very windy, but thankfully we've got blue sky now. Should get the allocation of overs complete as Patterson-White pushes the 5th ball into the offside. That's the sub-fielder, I think, McElroy, in there at extra cover, saving 1, which he does. Mason again bowls, and this one's cut away, and it won't be a maiden for Mason Crane. It'll be 4 runs to Liam Patterson-White. Just almost chopped down on the ball, managed to squeeze it through the covers, and it went very quickly over the outfield, out towards the William Clarke stand for 4 runs. So Liam Patterson-White up to 5. Kyle Verreynne has 4. Notts 243 for 5 with 12 overs left. The lead 409.
Yeah, really useful runs these. Yeah, 12 threes, 36, 40, if they can get another 30, 40. As we have the new first delivery of a brand new over there, and that was Gorvin, and no run. Just a few problems with my microphone there. So let's sort myself out.
Fergus O'Neill due in next. Of course, he made 59 yesterday, and then Hutton, Tong and Pennington, if required, all chipped in yesterday with useful runs.
Here's Gorvin again, and he's past the umpire, and this time it's played leg side, and there's going to be no run there for Patterson White, who's made 5.
Still a respectable number of hardy souls have hung on almost to the bitter end. Bitter said with emphasis for those in the fridge. Don't think there's anybody bareheaded there. They've all got their hoods up.
It's Gorvin, and this time again it's left alone by Patterson White through to the keeper down the leg side.
Really good work from Chris Cook there. That was always going a long way down the leg side. He had to move very sharply to prevent it going away for byes. A little bit of dialogue between the two batters there as to exactly what Gorvin's doing.
So it's Gorvin into the 4th delivery of this over, and here he is again, and this time he's cut that as Patterson White, and they'll come back for a single.
245 for 5, the lead 411. I mean, the start of the day, I was thinking, well, Glamorgan should be able to sort of get roughly round about where Notts are after first innings. We could well have a game sort of neck and neck going into the second half of the game, but not a bit of it this morning. Notts were terrific. Fergus O'Neill, Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington.
Here's Verena as he faces up to Gorvin again, and this time that kept really low. In fact, it's gone through. And that is the end of Carl Verena for just 5 runs. So Nottinghamshire lose another wicket right at the end here as Verena looks round. He's bowled there by Gorvin, and the umpire's finally given him the signal. Finally told to walk, and he does. He walks back to the changing room. He was in there for just over half an hour, really. Didn't really get amongst the runs, so not a good innings for him.
There's a bit of a clue that the bails were on the ground.
Exactly. It sort of squirted through, hit the bails, and that was that.
Sometimes if you don't hear it and you just wonder if it's perhaps ricocheted back off the keeper, but it seemed fairly straightforward there. I guess Glamorgan's joy at getting another wicket, a second in quick succession, might be tempered a little bit by the fact that these last two, Haynes and Verena, have got out. They've not been really chasing big shots. They've not thrown their wicket away. They've been got out by a little bit of mistiming from Haynes, and that one, as we say, perhaps kept a whisker low. The last thing Glamorgan will want in this scenario is for a little bit of up and down to start occurring, because they're going to have to bat for a long time. Here's Fergus O'Neill, who's got a nigh on unblemished match behind him so far. 59 with the bat in the first innings, and 4 wickets when Glamorgan batted. He was terrific this morning. Just like to end the day, I guess, with a little red ink here and a little 10 or 15 or 20 not out. Maybe not that many, I don't know. 11 overs to go.
Yeah, and he's going to be facing Gorvin, who's going to come in and complete his over. A successful over so far, of course, with the that wicket there of Carl Verena. And certainly one of the heroes of Nottinghamshire's first innings was Fergus O'Neill, as Gorvin comes in, and this time it's played into the leg side by Fergus O'Neill. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 245 for 6.
Yeah, Andy Gorvin doing a good job, actually. 3 for 53 from 15 overs. Got a couple of wickets in the first innings. He's got Clark out twice in the match.
He's probably a bit sharper than he looks, isn't he? Puts plenty of effort into the run-up, you have to say. And got a bit of a reward this afternoon, when Glamorgan have bowled much, much better than they did.
Yeah.
And
Fergus O'Neill wants something from the dressing room. He's only been out there one ball and he's already waving frantically the dressing room. It's not semaphore, that's with flags, isn't it? I'm not very good at hand signals or gestures, but hopefully the dressing room know what he's after.
Mason Crane knows what he's after. His balls from this end. It's carved away for 1 through the offside by Patterson White. Moves to 7. 246 for 6, the lead 412. And we've got just over, not quite 11 overs to go, 10.5 overs to go tonight. Crane bowls again with his leg spin, just outside the off stump. Pushed through the covers for 1 by Fergus O'Neill, who's off the mark. Whatever he wanted, hasn't arrived yet.
Can come at the end of the over, I'm sure. That's his 60th run of the match for Fergus O'Neill. 4 wickets as well.
Thumbs up to the dressing room as Crane bowls again. That one had Patterson White playing back. Kieran Carlson has flung himself to the ground again. He's worth watching on his own, to be honest.
Yeah.
He really is. Just a bundle of energy as Crane moves in. Bowls a little short this time. Cut to Carlson in the covers. Tries to throw down the stumps. Fergus only has a bit of a presence in front of those stumps.
Yeah, unfortunately going straight to the fielder there. Again.
Crane in to the left-hander.
Oh.
Flicked off his legs, behind square. Down to fine leg. Just the 1.
Said earlier, it's a bit like with a Mead. You know, they set an example. You don't want to be sloppy in the field because you'd be letting yourself down, your team down, but you'd be letting your captain down, who sets that example.
248 for 6. Crane bowls. It's a prod forward by O'Neill. Didn't go where he thought it was meant to go. Squidded off the underside of the bat that time, out to the leg side. Here's whatever he wanted. And was it another jumper?
Yeah, he's feeling the cold.
Yes.
Now you might
it's a snood.
Had you been? Is it a snood?
No, it's not. No,
no, it's one of these fleecy tops. Knots don't have the woolly pulleys like Glamorgan. They have sort of a shirt with a bit of a lining in, and clearly the boy from South Australia is feeling the chill in West Bridgeford.
This is the Arctic.
So it's Gorvin successful in the last over. See if you can repeat the feat in this over. Comes into bowl to Patterson White, and in he comes. He bowls this next one. Attempted to cut by Patterson White. Doesn't really meet it. No run there. And again, the wicket-keeper, Cook, is standing up to the wicket for Gorvin. He's bowled well, as Gorvin. 3 wickets.
Having a lot of chats, aren't they? Glamorgan at the moment. Over 8 still showing us +1, so they've got time on their side.
Here's Gorvin again, and this next ball is played into the onside. No run there.
It's Van Hookton up there, isn't it? He seemed to be the senior partner in everything these days. And when the bowlers get back to the top of their mark, I don't suppose there's a better bowler than they can ask for a bit of advice if they need it.
This next delivery again, it's just off the bat into the offside from the bat of Patterson White. And the batsman will cross over for another single.
Kieran Carlson has gone from one end of the pitch to the other to field in the covers. He was, of course it's a right-hander and a left-hander in, so he's going to be doing that. Doesn't hop over the pitch, goes the long way around.
Is Fergus O'Neill. He's facing up, and this time it's played through sort of point region, and again they'll pick up another single.
This time Carlson does run. I think he almost ran through the crease, stamping down on the on the batter's mark there. But Yeah, he sets a terrific example. Impressive cricketer, and he may well yet have a major say in this contest. If he can score some good runs.
Gorvin comes in again. This time the batsman Patterson White plays it back past the bowler, and straightish drive. There'll be no run there.
Well, they take rain all day tomorrow and then a bright sunny day on Monday, wouldn't they? It would be some save from here, you have to say.
And the one thing for Nottinghamshire supporters, if you weren't with us this morning, Josh Tong didn't bowl this morning, so he should be fresh.
Gorvin's in again to complete his over, and this time it's played into the onside, straight to the fielder there at mid-on. And that's the end of the over. 250 for 6, Nottinghamshire.
I'm sure tomorrow morning, even if Notts do bat on, they won't really want Josh Tong or indeed any of the bowlers galloping up and down for 30 runs. And I know it gets the juices flowing and the blood pumping, but they certainly want Hutton, Tong and Pennington tomorrow morning to be, and Fergus O'Neill, of course, to be very much focusing on saving their energy for the bowling effort, because I'd imagine it won't be that easy to bowl Glamorgan out cheaply for a second time. We're just coming towards the back end of the BBC Radio Nottingham sports show, so there'll be one more update as Mason Crane comes in, and tickled away fine by O'Neill. Should be 2 there. It might run all the way for 4, and it has indeed. 254 for 6. Yeah, another wicket's gone down since you were last here. Kyle Verreynne dismissed. In fact, Joe Clark has gone as well since you were last here. Clark out for 136, Verreynne out for 5. Liam Patterson-White and Fergus O'Neill at the crease. Still got 8 overs to go. Notts lead by 420 at 254 for 6. Ooh.
He's took a bit of a blow, hasn't he, to his foot there, has the bowler, Mason Crane.
O'Neill has drilled this straight back at Mason Crane along the ground and into the instep, I think, of Mason Crane. He's down on the ground and he's not beaten the 10 count. He's just he's just been spoken to by the umpire. He's not moved. Now he's stretching his legs a little bit. It does come keen on the old instep, and there are again another of the many things I know nothing about, how many bones there are in the foot, but just maybe one on the left instep of Mason Crane has just had a little bit of a battering there, and is in a little bit of pain. He's got back to his feet. It's a good stop, save the drive down the ground, but at personal expense.
Yeah, Crane goes into bowl now. He beat the bat then.
Good response.
O'Neill's was grateful to see it go past. Cook took it behind the stumps. It's not really been his game, Mason Crane, but he's plugging away now. That's short, and that's hooked up in the air. Is it going to be caught on the boundary? No, it's a 6 in fact. Yeah, umpire signals. It was a shot in anger, pulled high. There was a boundary fielder down there, but it was over before he got hands to it and couldn't hold on to it anyway. So the score goes up to 260 for 6. The lead 426 with 8.2 overs left this evening.
It's the beauty of that side as well, isn't it? The short boundary on the Radcliffe Road end.
May fancy that again, but and he does far, but this time they shout, but there's no response from the umpire. I don't quite know what they were.
Time stood still there, didn't it?
Yeah, everybody waited.
Time stood still for a moment.
It's Gorvin who palmed that one over the crossbar for 6.
Yeah, a valiant effort, even if he was behind the boundary line. Crane looking for his first wicket. That's driven down the ground, and this time Hadley is there at long off for to stop that going for a boundary. Just the one from it. 261 for 6. Nottinghamshire lead by 427. A few lusty blows from Fergus O'Neill. Typical bowler, loves to bat.
Yeah. Zain al-Hassan is going to have another go to see if he can get his first wicket of the match. Just wonder if O'Neill's got the word from the dressing room to see if he can push on a little bit now.
Yeah, nice bright sunshine.
Is that what the jumper was all about, do you think?
Well, no, I think he'd only been out there.
He's just cold.
15 seconds, wasn't he? And he was...
maybe the slight suggestion, well, if you want to get warm, why don't you start hitting the ball for 6?
So it's going to be O'Neill, Fergus O'Neill, who's going to be facing Zain al-Hassan. As Hassan comes in to bowl from the Stuart Broad end, and he comes in, and this time it's played back into the offside.
Kieran Carlson won the toss at 10:30 yesterday morning. If I'd said to him then, you're going to take 16 Nottinghamshire wickets before the close tomorrow, what do you make of that? You'd imagine he'd have been delighted, but as it's panned out, it's not a pretty picture.
No, it's the middle bit that let him down.
Zain al-Hassan, in he is again, and this time it's cut straight to the fielder there at point, no run.
Of course, there's still time to add to that. They might even bowl Nottinghamshire out twice in 2 days, but they'd still be a long way behind. Long way behind.
Maybe doing the rain dance tonight.
So O'Neill with 13 off 12 deliveries. He's the batsman who's going to be facing to Zain al-Hassan. This next one again pushed out into the offside. No run there, into the covers.
Take them out clubbing with you, Rob. The old Glamorgan boys. They'll be out dancing.
Well, we're going to finish a bit earlier than we did last night, aren't we? Do you think?
Well, I don't know.
Not that I'm desperate to get to a club tonight. I shall be looking through the football this evening, see what I've missed.
Here comes Zain al-Hassan again. This time it's flicked leg side, and they'll pick up another single. Down to fine leg. O'Neill's on to 14 off 14. Nottinghamshire 262 for 6. That lead 428 now. And it's going to be Liam Patterson-White who'll be facing up to Zain al-Hassan. A couple more deliveries in this over from al-Hassan. And here he is again, and this time it's played into the offside by Patterson-White, and again the batsman crossover for another single. Which means that Fergus O'Neill will face the last ball of this over.
And if the declaration came then, which I don't think it will, Notts would have 5 overs to have a go. Lead 430.
Here we go. Last ball of this over from Zain al-Hassan. In he comes, and this time attempted push past the wicket-keeper. No connection there from the bat of Fergus O'Neill. It's the end of the over. 263 for 6.
I've looked up Glamorgan's record chase. You'll probably remember this. July 2024. They were set 593 by Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Sam North East hit 184. Marnus Labuschagne hit 119, and they fell 1 run short.
It was a tie, wasn't it?
It was an epic last ball tie. They came within 1 run of a new world record chase. Wow, 429 is nothing.
No, the declaration didn't come. Here's Mason Crane starting a new over. This is Liam Patterson-White, and he's going to get runs here, probably 4 of them, putting it away to the offside fence in front of the William Clark stand. Nice shot from LPW. 267 for 6. I wasn't expecting a declaration to come, but I just think it might have surprised Glamorgan. 5 overs at them late on, but
well, they actually thought they might be facing 10 overs tonight.
yeah, I think Glamorgan will be pleased they've not had to bat, or will assume they're not going to bat. Obviously complete this over if there's a declaration, then it'd be 4 overs, but Patterson White plays this into the offside. The ever busy Carlson doing the fielding.
Certainly a bit more intent from these two, isn't there?
Yeah, batsmen certainly showing much more intent.
Yeah, I don't envisage it tonight. And like I say, I'd even, depending on the weather giving us a scheduled start, I'd even have the 10 or 15 minutes nuisance value as well as Mason Crane bowls. This is just played back to him by the left-hander, who might book in for one end. If there is a lengthy partnership, you'd imagine the seamers will rotate for quite some time, but if there is a frustrating partnership, Liam Patterson-White might be... Oh, this is just chipped up, and there is a wicket. Liam Patterson-White, whose name I was just mentioning, has just almost guided this into the hands of slip. And we've got a wicket for Mason Crane. We've got a wicket for spin in this match. Notts 267 for 7. Liam Patterson-White caught at slip, and he's gone for 14, the lead 4-3-3. It's momentarily distracted as well because Fergus O'Neill set off walking with Liam Patterson-White for a moment, and I just wondered, had something extraordinary happened, but I don't think it has. I think it is Ingram who's in there at slip. It is Ingram taking the catch. So LPW out. Now O'Neill has halted his stride in the direction of the dressing rooms to wait for his new mate.
It's strange that both batsmen walking as though they were heading towards the changing room, and you think, well, are they going to put Glamorgan in here?
It's Brett Hutton who played very nicely yesterday in a very decent stand with Jack Haynes at a pulled 6 away to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
It's got a bit dark as well now, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just I think the sun's there, but it's just the setting sun now, so the ground in shadow rather than in sunlight.
Yeah, it was Ingram in the slips. Patterson-White going for 14. Fergus O'Neill still out there on 14, and the first wicket for Mason Crane.
It's taken him a while.
Taking him 81 runs.
First wicket for spin in the match. Brett Hutton, the new man, doesn't normally go out there in this sort of scenario where it's a case of see us through to the close, Brett. He likes to give it a bit of the old long handle if he can. There's Mason Crane to bowl to Brett Hutton, and played with soft hands, and he'll get a single. Fergus O'Neill gallops down to the other end and ensures that Hutton is off the mark for a single. I'm sure Brett will be heading towards the television screen for the rest of the evening to have a look at the Masters.
Big golfer, is he?
Yeah, very much so. Notts 268 for 7. So Glamorgan taken 17 wickets in the match so far. Mason Crane bowls floated up there, and O'Neill with a shot that manages to guide the ball along the ground to backward point. And that's the end of the over. A successful one for Mason Crane, 18 overs, no maidens, 1 for 82. That's rather a chastening tale there of Nottinghamshire pretty much helping themselves in most Mason Crane overs. But a wicket there in his 18th for Mason Crane. 268 for 7 Notts, 6 overs remain. So I say, if a declaration came now, they'd get 4 overs at Glamorgan, but the declaration isn't going to come. It's going to be Zain Hassan to see if he can get his first wicket of the match.
Brett Hutton might have a late night, because I think because of his lofty position leading the Masters, I think Rory McIlroy's, I think I heard today, out around about 8:10 tonight.
So it's going to be Hutton to face Zain Hassan, and in he comes, and this time it's just pushed out into the offside by Brett Hutton. No run there.
Looking at he looks a powerful man, Brett Hutton.
Yep.
You see that when he bowls. I bet he hits a golf ball a long way.
He does, apparently. Yeah.
Certainly twiddling his bat as he sets himself up. Wicketkeeper right behind him, and of course Cook, South African, as they both wait for Zain Al Hassan. And here he is, Al Hassan, and this time it's played again into the offside. And there's no run there.
Like most counties, they've had some very keen golfers here. Stuart Broad, Michael Lum when he was here, Harry Gurney. Of course, James Taylor was never a golfer while he was a cricketer, but obviously when he had to retire a decade ago, took it up.
Here's Zain Al Hassan again, and this time Brett Hutton again. He's played it into the offside to the fielder there in the covers. No run there.
Scratch golfer now, James. But think of the current crop. Brett Hutton is one of the keenest.
That was Kieran Carlson who went tumbling then as well, diving. Got him on the finger as well. Now he's moving around.
They nearly did, I think, what they describe as a face plant, didn't they?
Hutton facing up to Zain Al Hassan, and this time again it goes past the outside edge of the bat through to the keeper. No run there. Sunshine comes again momentarily, which it sort of has been doing pretty much for most of the day. Comes and goes.
Can Notts get 16 runs in 5 overs and 2 balls to go in with a lead of 450.
Here's Zain Al Hassan. See what he can do. He comes in and he bowls. This time again it's pushed into the leg side, past mid-wicket. And again the batsman will run through for a single. It'll mean that O'Neill will face the last ball of this over from Zain Al Hassan.
3 sixes hit in the match so far. One by Ryan Hadley batting at 11 for Glamorgan, and one from each of these. Brett Hutton in the first innings and Fergus O'Neill in this.
Here is O'Neill, and he faces up, and this time again it's played squarish to the fielder at point, and no run there. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 269 for 7.
4-3-5 the lead. We're very much into overtime now, heading towards 6:15. Maybe done around about past, and depending if there's another wicket or two, just tends to slow things up a little bit. Waiting for the new arrival. Just Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington to come. Tong's had a very leisurely day so far. Didn't get a bowl this morning in the hour and a little bit that Notts were out there in the field. Feet up the rest of the day. Here's Mason Crane with his leg spin, tosses it up, and Brett Hutton drives along the ground to mid-off, no run. Gorvin doing the fielding. Kieran Carlson was just turning his arm over there. I think there was a smile or two. There's a little push and throw in, and Cook has broken the wicket. O'Neill is safely home, but it was a sharply scampered single there, well fielded by Olasan. Whipped the ball into Cook. O'Neill had to be quick. Yes, I don't know if Carlson was just larking about out there. That seems to be his want, is the one that lifts all the spirits out there. This is defended, but certainly was practicing bowling a few deliveries without having a ball in his hand. 270 for 7. Notts lead by 436. As Mason Crane bowls, this is chopped by O'Neill down towards third man. There'll be at least a couple of runs for the Australian. Brett Hutton's already stormed back up for the second, and O'Neill tells him just to settle on that. Mason Crane, who, unless my memory is completely gone, I think played one test for England in Australia.
He did.
Right back at the start of his career.
He did. I'm sure he did.
272 for 7. Fledgling Hampshire player. Right place at the right time job. Got a test for England, I think, in Sydney. 272 for 7 is the score. This is the 74th over. There are 4 overs left today, so just dwell on that in a moment as this is stopped by Cook outside the off stump. Didn't take that one cleanly. If not, do bat on in the morning. Glamorgan could have a second new ball due. A couple of overs in, not sure they'd take it.
So in August 2017, he was named in England's Test squad for their series against the West Indies, but he did not play. In September 2017, he was named in England's Test squad for the 2017-18 Ashes series. He made his Test debut in the 5th Test against Australia, January 2018.
Sydney, I think, yes. So it wasn't just larking about for the sake of lifting spirits. Kieran Carlson, he was loosening up for a bowling spell. Oh, he looks very serious on the big screen. Picture of him there. At a Glamorgan media day, no doubt, that photograph taken of the Glamorgan skipper.
He normally smiles, to be fair.
He'll be smiling if he can get a wicket here.
He will, yeah.
So he will be bowling from the Stuart Broad end. In he comes, short run up. In he is, and there he is. And he bowls his first ball and just outside the off stump and through to keeper there, Chris Cook. Rather wide opening delivery.
Seems fitting that Kieran Carlson's bowling from the Stuart Broad end.
Carlson in again, and this time again.
Oh, he's got a wicket.
He's taken a wicket. He's taken a wicket off the outside of Hutton's bat. So, yeah, success for the Glamorgan captain. Nice bit of success for him at the end of what has been a tricky old day for Glamorgan. Catch there taken by Colin Ingram. Brett Hutton out for 3 runs.
Did you see the way Carlson ran to Ingram, just clutched him, give him a big hug? I mean, there's a big height disparity between the two. But Kieran Carlson, well played him.
I guess it's always the way, isn't it? If you're not a regular bowler and you end up taking a wicket.
Bit of joy towards the end of the day.
Dreadful captaincy. Should have brought himself on 3 hours ago.
Yes.
What have you been waiting for, Kieran?
Could he have been the man to have bowled earlier rather than giving that responsibility to Asa Tribe?
Well, he took 5 wickets last season, did Kieran Carlson.
Well, he's well on the way then.
Best of 3 for 24.
And can I just venture that might be his first Division 1 wicket?
That's a really good point, yeah. I suspect I might be speaking to him afterwards. You never know. I wonder who they might put up or who I ask for. Any thoughts, gentlemen? Who would you like to hear from?
What does it feel like to be a Division 1 wicket taker, Kieran?
Yeah, well, it might be a positive start to the end of it. It may deteriorate a little after that, but no, he's pretty good, I think, Kieran Carlson.
There's Josh Tong. There might be a role reversal tomorrow. We might have Tong bowling to Carlson, but right now it's the other way round. Josh won't want to get out to him.
As here he comes again, Carlson, and this time played carefully, correctly by Josh Tong into the offside. No run there. So O'Neill waits on the other side as Carlson comes in again, and this time again it's played to points. There's going to be no run there.
The other thing, it's taken Mason Crane 19 overs and he's not bowled a maiden. Carlson 4 dots so far.
Here's Carlson again, and again it's played into the offside. Careful, Josh Tong.
Primary spinner here, Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, he's giving him a lot of respect. A lot of respect from Josh Tong. Faces up again, and this time again it's played carefully. And that is in fact the end of the over. Successful over for Kieran Carlson.
Wicket maiden. Graham Smith, don't understand why Notts haven't had 5 or 6 overs at Glamorgan tonight. Got plenty of runs. It's just not the modern way, Graham, is it? It's not the modern way. There's, if it rains for the next 2 days, or we don't get enough cricket in to get a positive result, then people will say, why didn't he pull the plug earlier, or get them to go quicker? But it's just not the modern way. With 2 days left, I'm not really surprised. And like I said, they might even go on for 10 or 15 minutes in the morning, but they've only got 2 wickets left now, so they might not. There's Crane starting a new over to Fergus O'Neill, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, takes a single, brings Josh Tong back onto strike.
Yeah, you were talking earlier, weren't you, Dave, about the 11 more runs. That'll take him to 450, won't it? So that lead.
Yeah, so a single from the first ball. So Mason Crane still isn't going to bowl a maiden, and Kieran Carlson's come on and bowled a wicket maiden straight away. There's Crane doing a lot of the dirty work today for Glamorgan. This one spins away from the right-handed Josh Tong, goes through to the keeper. Tong just 1 wicket in the Glamorgan first innings taken yesterday. Didn't bowl at all this morning. Bowled say not a cent. And an LBW shout here, and a wicket for Mason Crane. LBW, I think Tong has played all around it. Shake of the head. 273 for 9. So we are down to the last man, Dylan Pennington, who came to the crease yesterday with a job to do with Jack Haynes in the 90s. Just had to stick around whilst his mate got to 3 figures. He managed to do that. Different circumstance today for Dylan Pennington. I wonder if he'll be given licence to give it a bit of a whack. Oh, that was the googly from Mason Crane. Did for Josh Tong. Out for naught. 6-ball duck for the England man. Bamboozled by Mason Crane, who's just improving his figures late in the day here. And that's the 29th wicket of the match to go down already.
Wow. 2 days in as well. Well, nearly.
At this rate, we'll have 58 wickets go down by the end of the 4th day. What about that? Here comes Dylan Pennington. I like the pictures they got on the screen of the Nottinghamshire players this year. I'm not sure if they... Well, I don't know how you do that. They look like drawings. I really don't know what you do. It'll be some clever...
AI stuff, maybe?
I was going to say gimmickry or
yeah.
gaffunkery or something. Not that that's a word, but it's never stopped me before. I don't know what it is, but they look like drawings of the players. But it looks like they've gone through a mincing machine and then a food processor and then come out at the other end.
Can't imagine cricketers sort of sitting around and having their paintings
on the media day. You sit here for the interviews, you sit here for the photographs, and you sit here to have a carriage. What's the word?
Caricature?
That's him.
Crane balls pushed away by Pennington.
273 for 9.
Lead of 439 runs. Oh, 2 slips in for Crane now. They're going for it, the last wicket.
Let's keep these 2 deliveries out.
We have a guilty confession here from Vice Producer Aaron. Thank you for mentioning my graphics, Dave. I'm very pleased with them. So, Vice Producer Aaron later on might be able to explain how he's done those. He's got nothing else to do all winter. He might as well have been drawing cricketers.
Crane in again.
And that's it.
Pennington steps back, pushes it straight down the pitch.
He goes and watches that dancing on ice stuff at the at the ice stadium on a Sunday night. I know he does that, but that's about it. 273 for 9. We have got, in theory, 2 overs left. Might not take that long if a wicket goes down.
Kieran Carlson has figures of 1 over, 1 maiden, or 1 for nothing.
Yeah.
Principal spinner.
Yeah. Fantastic bowling from him. Just the 1 over, and he will bowl to Fergus O'Neill. In he comes, and this time it's cut by O'Neill. He's going to take the single.
Yeah, Graham Smith's come back. Always thought you did what the opposition would least like to happen, in my opinion. The Glamorgan openers would least want to face some overs tonight. I absolutely see where you're coming from, Graham, but like I said a minute ago with your last correspondence, it's just not the way.
Is Pennington facing up to Carlson, and again it's squirted past points, and it's going to run down there for a couple of runs.
And the other thing is, of course, tomorrow morning, or whenever we play tomorrow, they might be going out to bat under very cloudy skies, gloomy dark skies with the floodlights on. I don't think they'd like to bat in those conditions.
4:42 now that leads as Carlson comes in again, and This time it's played correctly by Pennington. Back to the fielder on the offside at mid-off.
Nearly done, folks. Thanks ever so much for your company today, your correspondence. You've kept us going, kept us cheerful.
Here's Carlson, fourth delivery of the over, and this time again played in the direction of mid-off, no run.
As always, thanks to our fabulous camera crew out there in the cold, and occasionally out there in the sunshine, but they've done a terrific job as always.
Pennington faces up again. This time he's flicked it leg side to mid-wicket.
Thanks to Aaron as ever for looking after us, keeping us on air with the live stream and providing the odd line of abuse.
Proper team effort.
Here's Carlson closing up this over, and this time it's squirted into the offside pass point and into the deep, and the batsman will cross over for a single. That's the end of the over. 277 for 9, Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, and with 1 over to go again, principally thanks to all the viewers, to the live stream, the live pictures on Trent Bridge Live, and all the listeners wherever you are, if you're up and down and around the country, in the car, on your way back from Stoke, Kirsty, wherever. We do it for you, and I know you get in touch and say how much you appreciate the service, so thank you very much. But principally the cricketers, they've provided the entertainment as always, and what a gripping 2 days we've had. I think it's only right, the last over of the day, that Rob Phillips,
Mason Crane to bowl it.
Gets us to the end.
From this end, bowls, push to Hutton to the onside. Van der Hoofden collects, no run, 277 for 9, a lead of 443. Some challenge for Glamorgan tomorrow. Crane bowls again, this time a drive, beats the fielder in the covers, took the pace of it, but Pennington goes through for 1, 278 for 9, 444 now, the lead.
Feet off the ground. He told us this time yesterday, Rob, how much he'd enjoyed the first day.
Yeah, mixed blessings today. O'Neill tickles that around the corner. Actually, he does better than that. He's timed it just right. Lovely play by Fergus O'Neill. Very fine pass, Chris Cook, for 4 runs. The lead, 448.
Too short.
Too short. Maybe they'll make it easy for us when we're having to check the deficit.
Well, one more will do. Then the Glamorgan need 450 to win.
450, yeah. Crane bowls. Right. Went past O'Neill's bat then. Definitely played at it. There was a bit of interest from Mason Crane, who's got 2 for 91. Flicks the ball from one hand to the other, blows into his right hand. O'Neill faces, tickles that around the corner again, not with the same alacrity as a couple of deliveries ago, just the one on that 449. Go on then.
Yeah.
So you may as well declare 283 for 9, make it really easy for me and Dave and Haas.
The other thing with that boundary earlier in the over, it means Notts have scored more in their second innings than they did in the first.
They did. Crane, last ball of the day, flicked away through mid-wicket for 1 by Pennington, and the lead is 450 as Nottinghamshire finished day 2 on 284 for 9, having dismissed Glamorgan for 113 today. What a day we've had. Glamorgan lost 6 wickets for 32 runs, having begun the day at 81 for 4, replying to 279. Well, they've managed to get their way through the Nottinghamshire wickets, but the highest score of the match so far is this 284 for 9, and Joe Clark, educated at Llanfyllin High School in Powys.
I was going to say that.
Was the star of the show, appeared in the commentary box with us yesterday, but today he's got on with his job. 136, an excellent innings. Ben Slater contributed 70 as well. We expect Glamorgan to be in very early tomorrow morning. 284 for 9, Nottinghamshire, a lead of 450. That will take some saving this game.
Just looking at Fergus O'Neill smiling as he left the field. I mean, we already, thanks to our people who does the fantasy cricket, were saying earlier that he's racked up most points in the match even before this innings. Well, he's 23 not out, so Fergus O'Neill having a really good game. 59 and 23 not out, and 4 wickets for him. The lead 450. Last word to you, Naz.
Yeah,
enjoyed the day again?
Absolutely, most of the day. Most of the phases of play today. Nottinghamshire definitely on top, and it'll be a very interesting morning tomorrow morning, won't it?
Finished at 7 o'clock yesterday. Half an hour earlier today, we've had 29 wickets in the match. What will we get tomorrow? Hopefully the sun will shine, the cricket will be good, and we know the company will be absolutely spot on. So I hope you'll join us from just before 11 o'clock. Well, ideally, those of you that watch the live stream, 11:15, you'll get the today's highlights and the interviews with Aaron and Neil, scene set just before we join you for the commentary just at 11 o'clock. That's fingers crossed that the weather is good tomorrow. From the entire team, from Kevin Howells as well, who's masterminded the operation from next door, looking after all the games as well on Sports Extra. From Rob Phillips, from Nasser Hanif, and myself, Dave Bracegirdle. A very good night from Trent Bridge.